Welcome one and all, and welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, home of the best games in mobile competition. Today, we're going back to Europe with Call of Duty Mobile. This is day 6, and it's time to find out who's moving on to the EU playoffs. Let's get this party started.
Player on top, know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion. We put in this time. Look. You won't stop.
Welcome back into the ESL studios, everybody. I'm your host, Chris Puckett, and I will be here for all 4 matches of the 6th day of European battles. If you missed where we're at in this tournament, well, we're already in stage 4 with your top 8 squads battling for a spot in the playoffs where they could earn a spot in the stage $5 million tournament. Welcome in, everybody. We got to introduce my co-host here on the show. We've got Bobby Blaze, one of the best creators of all time, alongside I Hold Shift and Beef Mommy. Bobby, when are you going to win a Moby Award, bro?
That's a great question. I'm working on it, man. That's all I can really say at this point. But respect to the guys that did. You know, they worked hard for it, and hopefully we'll see some more COD Mobile representation there next year.
It's happening. Winsanity was looking good out there. He told me he's going to get you on his team. You guys are going to go super pro. I Hold Shift, though. Let's talk about real Call of Duty Mobile. Today, we are going into day 6 of our European groups, and it seems a little top-heavy up to this point. 4 teams are looking primed to lock in.
Yeah, 3 of our teams are pretty much out of the running as it is right now due to the results from yesterday. So by the end of the day, we very well may know who our top 4 teams are. Otherwise, it may very well just come down to the last and final day next week. It's going to be a fun day.
And Beef Mommy, I wanted to ask you about where these players are competing from, because we have the best of the best from all around Europe. Some teams all from the same country, but a lot of these squads are mixed units from all over Europe.
That's very diverse. I love to see that Call of Duty Mobile is so alive here in this region, especially for this year. These players really wanted to have a really extensive matchup, and they got it this time around.
Chat, quick question to you guys before we get the party started. Which country is the best at Call of Duty Mobile here in Europe? I want to know your answers. Put it in the chat right now on YouTube and Twitch. And of course, while you're on the internet, follow us on social media. We are live on Twitter. We got a Facebook. We got an Instagram. We got a Discord as well. Shift, what do you think about the Discord community that's growing over here at ESL?
I love Discord, dude. The one thing I will say, get yourself that Prime membership so you can get your emotes every channel. It's a power play. I'm here for it.
Do it right now. In the meantime, we got to talk about the format and catch everybody up with what they may have missed. Yes, we are in stage 4, but Bobby Plays, how did we get here?
Stage 1, ranked play. Stage 2, ranked with friends. Stage 3, top 128 teams from each region battled it down to the 8 that we are seeing right now here in Europe. We're now coming to the close of our 8-team round robin. Only a couple more matches left for each team to decide who makes playoffs and ultimately who moves on to Stage 5.
That Stage 5 World Championship features a $1 million prize pool. That's right, 7 figures will be dished out. But this weekend alone, we are going to be passing out some cash to these players as well. Let's take a look at what's on the line here in group stages. $2,250 for the top spot, $2,000 to second, and everyone who made it this far is getting paid out, Beef Mommy.
Oh, we like money. And if you're going to be in the first and second spot, definitely you'd want that, not because you just get that money down, but also those 2 spots that EU needs to represent their region in the world stage. And also, that's a Samsung tablet and a half.
Yeah, let's take a look here at what is going down so far. If you missed the action yesterday, we saw one of the best matches in Call of Duty Mobile history, at least for group stages. Let's take a look at this banger one more time. It went to a game 5 with some overtime, and I think we're going to see these 2 teams once again playing in the playoffs. What did you see in our matches yesterday, Bobby Plays?
I mean, we said this was the ultimate proving point for 117. Hadn't really gone up against any of the top competition, and they proved themselves for sure. This was the opportunity, and they delivered big time. And also on top of that, making sure to lock in a top 2 spot in those playoffs as well. So they are set up really, really well heading into the end of this season.
Are you surprised that King went down in this series and it was 117 walking away with the dub?
I think a little bit of a surprise because we were all still on the hangover from Kings' previous loss, thinking that, okay, they played a really good Animus team, but they're probably still the second best team in Europe. But after losing twice, now to 117, who are looking really clean and polished, all of a sudden the status of who our top 2 teams are becomes a little bit more different than our initial expectations.
One of the most impressive series was out of Exclusive as they just shut down 31er, and then Animus going toe-to-toe against Zidium. Zidium didn't really have a chance in this series, Beef Mommy.
Yeah, I mean, it just shows how far the skill gap between both of these teams are, and really just the top 3-4 teams up against everyone else in the bottom of the leaderboard. So something that we kind of expected, we kind of wanted in the beginning of this competition is for these bottom bracket teams to kind of make it into the top, but they're just having a tough time right now.
And of course, that wasn't the only battle to close out the night. We had Icemont taking on Panic, and Panic, well, they're 0-5, but they did have a star player popping off. And after his series, Aether went on to Twitter saying, I'm a free agent, baby. What's going on here with this squad, Bobby?
I mean, they're already out of the competition. Obviously, most people know that at this point, but he's a phenomenal player, and I think that he could be a piece of a really solid team in the near future. And they did take their first map last night. So for me, it was a W night for Panic.
He dropped double digits in every single game mode possible. The first one to do it in Search and Destroy. We'll see what he can do for Panic later on tonight. But I want to dial in with our top 2 teams because 117, Not Found, and Animus are playing near flawless Call of Duty Mobile right now. And even though Animus had a slow start, their overall record's been nasty. Let's focus on these 2 squads, focusing first on the Animus team. What have you seen?
I think the biggest thing about Animus is, really for both these 2 teams, you could say the same thing. There are a couple of great individual players, but they are playing really good 5v5 Call of Duty across every single mode as well. We started this whole season talking about Animus' Search and Destroy being hot or cold. They've really stepped up and provided a lot of consistency across every single mode. They're definitely, I think, in my mind, the top team at the moment, even though 117 holds a very similar record as them. It's just one of those things that Animus are looking really clean right now.
I think the one thing I want to see from 117 is consistent play out of Lucky. He was a star sniper in their Search and Destroys, but his game 2, very different from his pop-off in a game 5.
Yeah, I mean, Lucky is the first person that I'm thinking of when it comes to those Search and Destroys. He is the person that had accumulated 18 first bloods all throughout this competition. So high impact kills on his name that a lot of his teammates actually are able to capitalize.
And you look at the numbers after their success, well, you got 5-1 for 117 and Hardpoint, a 6-1 record for Animus. Both teams outslaying their opponents across all 3 game modes. Who's been more impressive, though, in Control? Because both teams are a perfect 5-0 shift.
I think when these 2 teams play each other, that map 3 may determine the whole series because both are playing really good Control across every single map, except really for Standoff. I don't think either team has actually played Standoff yet, but that's kind of to be expected. If you're the better Control team, don't go to a map where it's very often defense for defense until round 5. Give yourself a chance to win the map on an offense. So I think that's probably when they eventually meet up for their final game of the group stage. That Control may dictate who wins between those 2 teams.
Final game of the group stage, most likely for the #1 seed going into the playoffs. It's getting spicy here in Europe, and let's take a look at today's schedule because we're opening it up with a potential banger exclusive coming in with a 3-2 record. Looked very strong in their match yesterday, but you're taking on the 5-0 team to start the day, Bobby.
I think the 3-2 for exclusive isn't really as bad as it appears on a spreadsheet. Those 2 losses coming against top-tier teams in Kings and 117. Obviously, Kings don't really have the record that we expected them to at this point, but exclusive played most of the maps fairly well, even though they didn't find a whole lot of map wins. So I'm expecting that they're going to step up here against Animus. We've seen Animus against some of the lesser competition, maybe not quite on their A game, playing a summit map against Mont that realistically should not have been remotely close and actually ended up only being a 40-point game. So I think exclusive can play this one well, and if there's a couple players off their game for Animus. There's a chance that they drop a map and probably not drop the series, but you know, anything's possible.
Hey, a map is a big win if you've been following the action so far. No one's really been able to do a ton of damage to this Animus team, but let's start here with the roster. Beef Mommy, who do they represent? What country do these players hail from, and who are you looking at in this series?
For Animus, they already mentioned it, Gothilla, time and time again. Them being an all-French squad is doing really well when it comes to the communications, going to be lightning quick, and we kind of said that earlier in the broadcast that they are coming in from one centralized area, but Exclusive, on the other hand, are coming in from different regions from Europe. So interested to see how all these Frenchmen are going to be able to go up against Exclusive this time around.
And who was sexier yesterday, Shift? Shark or Narks? Because Narks was posting some clips on Twitter that blew my mind.
Yeah, dude, Narks is he's just different, man. He's one of the best players in Europe, I think, over the course of COD Mobile history in the region. But that said, Shark has been, I think, one of the most pop-off kind of stellar players over the course of this group stage. But the interesting thing about this Animus team is you look at the overall roster and you kind of actually have to kind of have a conversation about Boot, because even though Animus have only dropped 2 maps, when they do lose, Boot is not a part of the formula. The Hacienda Hardpoint they lost, he went 19 and 36. The Slum Search and Destroy they lost, he only had a single kill. So in a matchup that Bobby mentioned could be a tight one, Animus need Boot to play well today to make sure they can control this series.
Boot, we don't want to say you're the reason you lost, but you're the reason you lost. Let's take a look at their opponents on the day. Exclusive is coming in with a 3-2 record. They are the underdogs, but they do have some stars on this squad. I was super impressed with the way Creed played yesterday. Bobby, who else do you like on this team?
I mean, Neil, I think, is one player that's really been slept on, but he has stepped up big time recently in the Search and Destroy. A phenomenal sniper, leading the team in kills per game in that arena, and doing the same for them in Control as well. So he's definitely a player you want to keep your eye on. Obviously, he was on that Nova roster in Stage 5 the last couple of years as well, and I feel like he's definitely stepped up his game.
That's a look at Exclusive. When we look at their path to victory, though, Beef Mommy, what do you want to see from the underdogs tonight?
Ooh, I mean, it really is a matter of which bans they're going to be doing, because like what Shift already mentioned early on, Crossroads Strike for Control is going to be tricky up against a team like Animus, where they've been so perfect on. And one thing that I want to add here, you got to ban Summit. I think with Animus, they are so phenomenal in that map. They saw 117 not found. They saw Kings there, brought them down in the exact same way.
I got to give a big shout out to the players. They are ready to go today. The picks and bans are already in, so let's bring them up on the screen and show everybody. Is Summit making its way through? Just like you called Aliana, they are going to shut it down, making sure that they're playing on Hacienda and then some takeoff for Hardpoint. When it comes to the Search and Destroys, though, Bobby, do the maps matter here? Where is Animus weak, if anywhere?
I mean, the only real weak spot that we've seen so far was on Slums, but it hasn't really been a consistent weak point. They did lose that one map, I believe, to 31er, but beyond that, they've improved, and they actually won the Slums Search and Destroy going up against Kings. So this is a team that has improved significantly in their Search and Destroy in general, and I don't think we can really even consider it a weak point anymore. They do get that Crossroads Strike into the Control as well, so they got to be feeling good about that. So right now, you're forcing Exclusive into a really rough spot. They get the ban that they wanted on Summit right there, and with the way their ARs have been playing, I don't really hate Hacienda or Takeoff, but once again, it's a very tough task up against this Animus squad.
All right, well, we have this match almost ready. Our caster's going to be heading over to kick this one off, and I got to ask you, Shift, as we're starting this match off, who's going to drop the first 40 bomb of the day?
I'm going Shark. I think that's the easy option, just considering his averages are pretty much already at or over 40. So I think that's probably the easy answer.
There you go. Well, Aliana, Mr. Shift, it's time to take the casting booth over as we get geared up for match 1 of 4. This is day 6 of our European region, and your caster's challenge to open the day. What is it, Bobby?
Who is the greatest chef of all time?
Great question.
Emerald Rossi.
My mom.
Oh. That was a very heartwarming
I know, that was
answer.
very heartwarming, but I'm here in Poland. Poland food is really good, but I miss my Filipino food, man, so.
Yeah, I had to go with Emerald just because I've got the bang call. He goes bam when he puts spice on stuff.
Oh, yeah.
We're very
flashy,
similar
very
energies,
flashy.
me and him. Bobby brings up a good point about this opening Hacienda. The thing is, for exclusive, these respawns don't give us a lot of hope. They've only won a single respawn map versus the other two top teams that they've played up until this point, so they need to find a way to steal respawns somewhere. The Hacienda they have not played yet, but if they play it similarly to how they played Takeoff, maybe there is an opportunity for them to do something a bit tricky here towards Animus, but it doesn't necessarily look good in my mind, especially with the Crossroads strike coming in for map number 3. So for exclusive, it's all about starting off hot, starting off early. It's Hacienda, Animus versus exclusive. Let's get it on.
Here we go. On the left side, you do have Animus going in, on the right side rather, and it's really important to know that you need to get that 2F control, especially when you're trying to control here in P1, because that verticality is definitely going to be impressive for you to get. Guattilla tries to get those shots down, but not able to sustain.
And I will say, just kind of looking at this, we had also that path to victory with Animus. Boot did not play here very well last time they were on this map. So kind of a double-edged sword as this map number 1 starts to get underway. First 13 seconds good for exclusive. The bounce back, though, for Animus looking pretty solid. Raz will continue to bring the sniper rifle out to win these window battles, and it works out nicely as Animus now have a chance to try to move across over towards Lambo's side of the map.
Oh, good setup coming in from Animus here so far. They're just doing so much pressure, dealing a lot of those gunfights, being one right now. Shark tries to go in there for the contest, but not able to get majority of the scrap points that they needed. Everyone else, though, needs to go in there for that rotation. So far, no clear map control yet from both of these teams.
Oh, not a good gunfight right there, Neil. If he takes down Guattilla, that likely sets up the spawns for exclusive. So now they have to fight their way in through Trophy. Shark around the back will flip the spawns around. Creed playing driveway side is actually a really good first line of defense, and he's actually got a really solid read on how Animus are trying to funnel through over towards the hard point, but ultimately he does get taken down, and now Animus have a chance to try to break this from the front. There's also a pinch from Razmo deep. The only getting one on the entry. Fear trying to keep his life, but it's Razmo off that backsided pinch to get 2, and Animus work their way in, but the spawns flip again, and exclusive have a chance to break early.
They had all 3 lanes covered, and Razmo with a really big flank just dealt so much damage and was able to give that information to his team and also get those kills down. Now for Animus, they have a pretty good control here so far. Everyone else from exclusive kind of scrambling to try and get that control, but as they try to go in there one by one, they're not even going to try to contest it. So far, 20 seconds left on the hill. Rotation already coming through for exclusive.
Yeah, this should be exclusive, trying to make life difficult on the exits, and they've done a really nice job of kind of putting a line of scrimmage very close towards the middle of the map to make life very, very hard for Animus on the rotation over towards fences. Boot will be the first one there, but gets taken down immediately. So the scrap time largely gets tallied by Animus. They're going to enjoy a 40-point lead, but as we rotate over towards fences, exclusive have the setup that they want. Just comes down to can they hold it, and Neil, already feeling a little bit of pressure, has popped the early war machine.
Can I just say, Boot did something so smart. I was looking at where he was gonna spawn off to, but it took a while for him to actually spawn, and that was him looking at the kill cam and trying to figure out how many players from exclusive is actually going to be there for that setup.
Well, first kill's good for exclusive. The war machine does create the bit of space needed. Balance keeping his life. Finds Shark and then takes his attention to the backside of the fences to clear out more. And how about it? The Balance getting aggressive. Already off to 10 kills, double here in this life. And as we get to the back 30 of this hard point, Animus will have a bit of chaos going their way as they try to pinch out this hard point. But as Shark falls from the flank, Champion will also pop out the Purifier, only getting 1 initially. Creed thinks this is the time for the Claw. And well, with the pop, it will be enough to lock in the vast majority of this 60 seconds for exclusive.
So far, exclusive doing a good job at that P3, and now the rotation also going to be in their favor as they do get the scrap points. With the double Freddy happening right here, gets those kills as well, and that is just going to be a really good situational gunfight to win. The rotation being won by exclusive, and not just that, they're just winning a lot of the gunfights outside and getting majority right now of the first few seconds of this hill.
Yeah, exclusive doing a really nice job early of kind of toggling how many operators they're using and when they're using them. And at the moment, Animus have not been able to do hardly anything at all. Boot tried to pull out an early war machine, but he gets shut down immediately. Guattilla's going to try to get the Annihilator into play, but exclusive continue to kind of work in and around this open rock hard point. Neil trying to cut in through the blinders, gets over, Guattilla in the corner. This does stay alive a little longer than you'd expect, and that allows an opportunity for Animus to reinforce. Kills go their way, and they will hold on to the hard point.
And exclusive, just really heavy utilization of their score streaks right there. Just brought out those 3 Preddies. So far, it's going to be Animus going in there for the contest and also getting a lot of the exit points as well here. And now, big kills coming in from Animus, though, as they're slowly trying to get up the points down. And they are going to be set up. One player going to head already into P1.
A super successful rock hard point for Animus. They'll find the rotation straight towards open stairs. Balance there to meet him. Double up play comes out, and Balance doesn't find a single kill. So Animus get a clean exit. 97 plays 77. Back towards P1. Shark trying to do what he can with an SMG up top, and he's actually done a really nice job of kind of keeping contest over towards lobby stairs. Balance forcing a contest down low towards Fountain. Doesn't get the better of Boot, who, to be fair, has played really well to start. Already on the 12 kills, and Animus continue to grow their lead.
Winning majority of the gunfights here into F, and now they have no contest whatsoever. Only has to worry about those two players up top going in by Patio, and they are still winning a lot of the majority of the gunfights here. But Veer goes big with a double, clears out majority of the people here in the hard point, but he has to worry about two more.
Yeah, Veer's really kind of just carrying the team at the moment. A lot of these long-range shots have allowed Exclusive a chance to even contest in the first place. He's doing it all by himself. He's on 5 in a row, Godzilla down to 1 HP. He will eventually be taken down by way of the Hunter Killer drone. Boot looking for a late contest, slides forward, does find a couple of kills, but the focus is over towards Lambo on this rotation. Pred Missile going to be called in. Good read on how this exactly is going to be set up for Animus, and Veer will find one around the back. It's not enough to flip the spawns around, though, so Exclusive are still trying to hold their lives inside of Lambo from the front. And once again, it's Rasmo off the pinch. Animus full surround on the hill. Neil gets a jump ball, but nothing more. Exclusive will find a way to still spawn in around the back, and now they have a chance to recontest with those kills from Neil.
That is going to be a good back and forth on both of these teams going in there for the contest. And there you go. It's going to be huge. It's yellow yet again. And now no control whatsoever from Animus as Exclusive trying to go in for that drive-by control. That's play number 3. You'd want Creed to be in that area. He has been showing up in that part of the map, but everyone else from Animus going to be spawning off into Rock.
And that was a War Machine and a Purifier that was spent for Animus that does not find any value. Narks is going to get quick reposition over towards the backside of jump, and he will also have a charge back on this Purifier pretty quickly since he didn't use any of it. And yeah, he does have it at the ready, but again, Exclusive have done very well to shut down those early operator plays. It essentially goes 50-50 on the hard point. So we've got a right around a 25-point game. Back over towards fences, and Exclusive have 3 operators at the ready to try to get themselves another full 60 here.
Now Balance trying to get rid of everyone else from Animus, trying to go for that left side spawn. Going to be winning an essential gunfight, essentially. There you go. He gets those kills, and now everyone else from Animus going to be spawning off into the right side, which they also have cleared. They did have Creed there. He loses that gunfight, but still pretty solid hold coming in from Exclusive.
Veer knows he has to contest topside office, and oh, so much patience as he gets his 31st kill. Veer is having himself a game. Guadilla there to shut him down. Champy up top, finding his trade. A chance to pinch this play over towards Patio. Things looking decent here from Exclusive from the front, pending, of course, that Champy can get in. Neil's got the War Machine from the front as well, and here comes the pinch. Finally, the surround is there, and it's Champy for 4. Exclusive break. 25 seconds to fight for.
Guadilla is still alive, though, going in there for the contest. Finally does get down, and now it's still going to be Animus, still back and forth in Exclusive, even though they were able to get those big kills. Still not able to get majority of the points that they wanted to get in the first place. And now, 13 seconds left on the clock. It's still Animus and Exclusive going in for the contest, and this is what we need to see from both of these teams, not letting go of the scrap points.
Very back and forth to the last 2 hard points. Moving over towards Rock. Guadilla. Annihilator at the ready. Veer's got the same thing out on the opposite side, and Veer will find one before being shut down. But as the hard point opens up, Exclusive do hold numbers as Animus are still trying to rotate through Lambo's side. Boots on the way over. Rasmo's causing problems with the claw from the front door, and all of a sudden Exclusive are a bit trapped in and around the hard point. Neil trying to hang on, but the break is good, and Animus are in.
Rasmo, claw in hand, just uses it so well. Already on his, 5th kill so far here. Earns him a Hunter Killer drone, owns him also a Predator missile to try and defend this. So far, though, doesn't have to bring it out as they're winning a lot of their gunfights, as everyone else from Exclusive going to be spawning off into the right side of the map. Animus just doing a phenomenal job at holding this.
Yeah, big advantage here for Animus. No operators ready for Exclusive. 20 seconds to fight for here at Rock. Animus have streaks, and well, they've already got Narcs with the Purifier out. He's going to be good for 3. Still alive, still healthy. Just making sure nobody else touches, and the scrap time looks to be pretty much a given here for Animus. Exclusive will try to hit through Old before they set themselves up for P1. Not the worst idea in the world because it will give you hope in hallway control, but the kills are just not there. So the scrap time goes the way of Animus, and their lead grows to right around 50 points.
Well, the good thing with Exclusive right now is they won their rotational gunfights going into next. That's going to be Veer also getting really huge kills, Champy as well, and now it's going to be Yell. And that early setup into P1 definitely going to favor them a little bit more, as Animus this time around has had a little bit of a struggle here in P1.
Oh, what a play from Champy. Waits until there are some shots right above him on the window ledge. He pops up, finds a couple. Now the double chow comes through. Rasmo, the last one standing up top, as Exclusive dig right back into the lead. Pred missile on the way in for Rasmo, and it will find 2 on the hard point, but there's still a chance to contest here for Exclusive. Champy, how good has he been? Over the top of the fountain, able to assist with some good team shots. Exclusive stay in the hill, but the focus for Animus is all about getting window control, and with these eliminations, they will also have a chance to stretch over towards lobby.
So far, we only got one player coming in from Exclusive to try and make a difference. That is Balance. He is going to be there alive, using the smoke to his advantage, but he does get taken out. Rotation already from both of these teams, and it's so far Exclusive going in there early. But what we've known so far here in P2 is that Exclusive always early for the setup, but Animus so good with the break.
This time, they have massive advantages. 4 operators at the ready for Exclusive. Try to get this setup on their way. Guadilla deep over towards driveway side. Traded out by Neil, who has the War Machine at the ready. Hard points open. Neil says, let's go. Let's get this thing all blown out, as Balance will also try to reinforce this with the Sparrow, but the kills are just not as convincing as you'd like to see. Animus are still contesting from inside. Creed has to pop the claw. He's only able to find a couple with it, and Boot is the last one standing for the side of Animus. Finally, he will be taken down, but that first 30 seconds was expensive for Exclusive, using every single operator, and now Boot off spawn has the War Machine ready to break.
And now, solid hold so far, 27 seconds left on the clock, but we've seen how well they can do in P3, and so the best case scenario for them is to get majority of the points down here, use their operators, yes, and Neil, the only person left, not going to be able to win those gunfights. And now, are you going to be rotating early enough? And now you can see player number 1 trying to go in there for the early rotation, but it's still going to be a contested hard point here.
Not bad overall. Exclusive, keep this tight. Last challenge from Veer does get them a little bit of extra scrap time. And as you had mentioned, Neil is already on rotation. Veer is up to 43 kills, but the team is still down. Neil, fence control, deep over towards Hut. Boot, long-range shots. How good is that from Boot? And now Guadilla has the only operator out. Annihilator at the ready. Finds one with it. Claw from Rasmo to follow up, but Exclusive are still on the hard point. They're going to get the 200 with this. And now Veer, he's got the Annihilator out of his own, but only finds one before the trade comes out. The play through 10. Animus finding the kills. Neil trying to stay alive. He gets one, slides away, has help from his teammates. Guadilla, the last one left, and he'll drop. Exclusive get the break.
Neil is so good at playing his life in this hard point. Gets another kill. Possibility to get that second. Yes, he does. And he is just that invisible line for Exclusive, getting majority of the points here. Still going to be contested, though, as you see 3 players from Animus going to be winning their gunfights. But Narcs with the Purifier is going to go down, and Neil again with the big kills.
Remember that moment. Narcs does not save the Purifier to play for Rock, where it can really deal some damage. He gets shut down, and Exclusive on top of that will win the scrap time. Narcs trying to get across. Does get taken down by Champion, but Animus still win the gunfight's topside window. Veer having a little bit of trouble mantling over the top of the window, but the timing may work out, all things told. Hardpoint will open up in the name of Animus. 226 to 218. Here comes the hit from Exclusive. Creed doing a lot of the work. Narc still in, though, as it gets to 230 plus. Here comes Creed on 35, but very wisely backs away. Saves his life, and now Exclusive have numbers. The break looking good. Neil sends the War Machine in, and Exclusive have broken.
Creed is going to be in a really good spot. Unfortunately, he does go down, though, but it's still going to be Exclusive. 233 to 25 is going to be your scoreline. Boot with the War Machine gets taken out as he takes himself out, and that was going to be a detrimental mistake, but Animus still going in there.
Pinch on the way, though. Exclusive spawning out towards Boathouse, and Boot gets 2 off of his respawn. Now it's just down to who can find the gunfights over the top of the hard point. Time will not allow Exclusive to win here, but Animus can. You have to chow. You have to contest. Here comes Champy. He's able to get on for a little bit of contest time, but can they clear things out? The claw is out for Creed. Expensive hit comes through, but Exclusive, they get the kills, and now there's a chance for them to control window side.
Phil, Godzilla gets rid of an essential operator, though. The Claw was going to be out there to try and get those early picks before this hardpoint was going to be activated. So far, still yellow. We already saw that Exclusive did a good job when it comes to getting that. Champy also with the Purifier, with the Hunter-Killer drone out, is going to be doing an amazing job, and there you go.
What a read from Champy! He gets full streaks. Exclusive are still on the hardpoint. Rasmo has to touch. He's not able to get there. And Exclusive take map number 1. And again, I gotta go back to Narx's Purifier pull with 12 seconds left on P3. You couldn't win there. Save it to win the game on Rock. Oh, critical error.
And he brought it out at the worst time possible. He was surrounded by so many players, and there was only a few seconds left in that hard point. And you mentioned it. All score streaks and operators are going to be essential. The timing, because of how tight this game has been. And so far, this game of chess, I'm so excited to see.
I mean, it's just the amount of kills that came through on both sides. Unbelievable. I don't know what Veer finished on, but he was leading the way for the vast majority of the game. Boot on the other side, we talked about it. When Boot doesn't play well, this Animus team looks vulnerable. Boot played lights out. The only real mistake that we called, and it really wasn't his fault, teammate runs in front of him while he's got the War Machine out, ends up killing his own life off, but he comes off, still finds 2 to make the pinch safe and gives Animus a chance. But I will say in the final moments, over the bottom side of P1, Exclusive just throw a handful of members into the hard point with smoke to cover. Good crossfire setup with the player playing over towards connector. And at no point did Animus really have a chance to commit multiple members to getting in and contesting that time. 52 and 34 for Veer. On the other side, 46 for Rasmo, 42 for Boot in a losing effort.
2 minutes on the time this guy had. Boot stepped it up. Unfortunately, they just had a lot of questionable small mistakes, but let me just give my hat off to Neil. He did an amazing job at P3, rotating early, winning those essential gunfights, and also essentially winning majority of the gunfights, trying to stop that contest down. And this guy, he's on. And right now for Exclusive, they just don't want to be the top 4 spot. They want to be number 1 at this point.
I mean, they win this matchup, they essentially guarantee themselves top 4. There are still some situations that may lead towards them not necessarily being hard set, but if they put themselves at a win over Animus, it would do wonders towards getting them into maybe not even just a 4th seed, but possibly the 3rd seed. But we go to Express. Once again, you kind of look over to Exclusive. They have only played this map once. It was a 7-3 win versus Mont. Same could be said for Animus. They beat Mont 7-4 here. So we'll see what we get as Animus will start in the offense, and they've got eyes early towards A. Creed does have a shotgun, though, waiting for them at lockers. And yeah, he finds the first one, tries to slide in, has Guathilla up top. Can't quite lock the shots in, and Guathilla will get the trade.
Even when it comes to the lives. And so far, everyone else from Exclusive going to be far away, so that should give them a free plant right now for Animus. And everyone else from Exclusive needs to find a way to rotate, but Rasmo with the flank watch gets rid of balance, and now it is going to be dire as 40 seconds left on the clock on a pressure Exclusive.
Read on to Champy as well. Massive shots come through for Rasmo. Make this post plant essentially a guarantee. Veer not in a position to catch much of an angle. Slide across, and Rasmo's ready for it. No way, no how. Neil, last one left. 1v4 situation. And you don't love his odds, especially with a multitude of members looking right down scopes at him. First goes the way of Animus. Clean.
And even though that we saw such a presence from the shotgun right there, it just didn't work out. Trying to go in there for the kill instead. And now, Creed Valiant effort tried to get that first opening pick, but it does not work out for you. Exclusive tried to bring out more members into that Bravo side and mid as well, but it's still going to be an A hit here for Animus. As we do see that Rasmo does get that information down that there are going to be some people here in mid.
Creed needs some help here. He's got the R9. He's not in a good spot to defend this A site. Trying to work his way up through planners, but I mean, there are some great Animus offensive members already ready to go. And yeah, Champy has no idea that Shark's playing that close, and this is what you expect from Shark. You give him a little bit of space, he will make you absolutely rue the day that you allow him to do that. Balance having a real tough time trying to lock down Narx. Chase is still on. Narx is like, cue up the Benny Hill music, running like a wild man as the bomb will be planted by Guathilla. We'll get a 3v2 post plant in favor of Animus.
Still very doable for Exclusive, but we do need to get some sort of information down. If you are Neil, needs to push it a little bit more. But for Animus, they're not going to be moving. Shark going to be on the hunt, trying to get that information through mid, but everyone else from Exclusive already inside train. So For Shark, he needs to go and move it. Balance. Gets Gotilla. Good thing he checks his corners, and there you go.
What?
That is beautiful right now. Shark was a little bit far away.
How did Neil even find Shark? He's playing topside trains. It looked like Shark was just kind of holding towards ladder for a quick bounce down to get the trade on Guathilla, but somehow, some way, an angle is seen by Neil, and we didn't catch any glimpse of it, but I'll tell you, the second shot he hits is borderline 180 turn on, because that was a snipe to the other side of the map. So Neil provides some fireworks and wins the round back for exclusive in a 2v3 retake.
The enemy has the bomb.
So far for Animus, they tried the best that they could, but just losing those gunfights and Shark being away, and Neil just hitting his shots is a good thing for exclusive. Right now, though, a 4-1 split for Animus. Again, A going to be really open, and for exclusive, they're doing the same push again.
This time, though, there is no forward play out of Creed. He's looking to win mid-map. Rasmo's shot onto balance opens up a little bit of space for Animus to feel pretty comfortable to set up their post plant. Once again, Narks now playing towards back overpass. Creed, I think, may have saw him, but at some point in time, Creed's going to have to make a decision on what he wants to do with this R9. Guathilla also watching through train window. Catches Creed, no worries there. Champy does get one deep, but the problem here is how do you still find a way to flush out Narks from this top overpass position? Especially with more contact being made right over the top of the bomb site. Guathilla gets the read finally onto Champy playing from behind, and yeah, the post plant locks it in this time for Animus.
And this is what's crazy with exclusive right now. They are just not comfortable when it comes to the defensive round. And Animus is just so good when it comes to both. So you need to find a way to kind of outsmart your plays, and you're just giving so much space away in Animus first time around here in the
here we go.
seconds.
So it's going to be a 4v3 right over the top of the B-bomb site. Nades are connected, got both sides, but Narks, he just pulls out the machete and runs away. Boot follows up behind this, not affected by the stuns. That's so well done. The front line of Animus win it out completely after what looked to be numbers advantage for exclusive initially, sending 3 members through arrivals. With nades landing, no one could track down the Animus offense, and they just flat out win the gunfights perfectly.
And Animus, just any kind of take that they have, aggressive, passive, they're just winning a lot of their gunfights down. Again, going in for that A approach as play number 4, Rasmo gets that kill. Essential for his team, can deal with one more, and he still gets it.
Oh, balance. Not good news. Creed saves a play over towards B, but the problem is the bomb is being planted on the other side over towards A. Nade getting cooked up. Does this find a way to catch someone on the exit? No, not at all. Neil does, though, find his nade. So Guathilla will drop. Neil's going to have to hit some shots again, though. Shark playing just inside train, running back and forth. And as Neil drops, the post plant looking very comfortable for Animus. Boot in a little bit of trouble, but calls for assistance, and he gets it. And it all rests with Champy. He has snuck it underneath ladder, so a chance to possibly make a play over towards the bomb itself. But the problem is, how do you check the player top window from that position? And on top of that, Narks has also created issues by playing top side of the train, and now there'll be not enough time for Champy to do too much. Animus taking another offense up 4-1.
Animus is just so good at obtaining that cable control. I mean, going inside the train, rather, is just so essential. Shark is always there, winning a lot of the gunfights. Guathilla as well. Having those sights in through ticketing booth is definitely going to be huge for him because he already has that 4 kills. Everyone else from Animus doing a phenomenal job. Veer, on the other hand, is just struggling.
This has taken too long for Exclusive to make the adjustment. I was going to say, they've been over-peaking Rasmo since round 1. Finally, they just take all their numbers away from mid and try to hit over towards the B stairs. Initially, it works out, but the trades for Animus are really good, and Rasmo just playing in a corner takes down Creed completely unexpected. Balance now stuck, and Rasmo will make him pay. Huge shots out of Rasmo. He's on 9 for this offensive half, and everything will rest with Veer for the 1v3.
It's just not working out for Veer at this moment here in S&D, and even though they had such a hard point, it's just not working out for him. Now with the Locust in hand, makes you question whether or not he needs to change his gun here on the defensive side. And now for Animus, they have such a good hold right now. They have sight lines over arrivals, has mid ticketing booth, also has sights on the lower side of the map. And there you go, Guathilla does the job. And Animus doing a really good job when it comes to that attacking round.
Yeah, Exclusive just give Rasmo too many opportunities. You know, if you feel like he's going to continue to snipe through mid, either smoke him out, toss a bunch of nades through it, or just don't even bother peeking and play a little bit more passive around mid-map. But The adjustment doesn't come through, and Exclusive will not have a chance on their offense. Neil connects for first blood, and how about that? A read on the boot trying to push through trade tracks. More players nearby, though. Shark in particular, and the L-Car will do a little bit of tickling at that range. But ultimately, Exclusive do convert on the damage and the information given. Guathilla by himself. This would be a 1v4 situation, and Champy will not allow him to jump back up into the action. Clean offense for Exclusive as we swap the sides.
And like what we mentioned already a while ago, Exclusive is so good when it comes to the offense, always winning their attacking side the last time they were here. So 100% for them, and they need to utilize this every single time. No mistakes right now, especially since you have so much time to catch up on. Fast push coming in from both of these teams, though, as the nades go down.
Yeah, lots of damage on the nades from Exclusive. Creed, though, can't quite get into position to get the R9 out. He misses the first couple of shots, and Guathilla turns that into a double. Oh, and Champy, who nearly had a look at a couple, also gets put down. So it's Neil for another 1v3. Rasmo, Guathilla, Boot, all alive, and they've got the bomb literally in the Bermuda Triangle between all three of them.
Exclusive is just having such a difficult time when it comes to those close-range engagements, and now he's going to be greeted by Guathilla right now, already going in for his third kill. Neil still peeks it and still gets the kill. 1 minute to play with. Still very possible to clutch up this 1v2, though. Goes in for the long wraparound instead, and if he gets his timing right, might be able to get Rasmo in the process.
Just comes down to how deep does Rasmo want to play through this. Because at the moment, he's just playing through mid-train windows. No peek as of yet. Both players staying silent. And they will be literally one piece of train ceiling away from each other. Rasmo throws a shoulder, doesn't see anything. Neil's still just right above him. Neither player making sound, but Neil's the one who has to move, and now he starts to make his go call. Rasmo here to watch him, and no worries there whatsoever. Map point for Animus.
The timing was just not on his side, and Animus just showing a masterclass here. And it just really goes to show that Exclusive really needed to polish their defensive rounds, but unfortunately not able to do so. Attacking, on the other hand, they need to find a way to bring this side and also utilize their close-range engagements.
A lot of offensive nades once again going over towards this bottom side at B, but the problem is Shark has gotten forward at mid and Boot is pushing through A. So Animus should fully know that this is going to be a delayed B setup. Creed has to be careful here. He's the bomb carrier and he's pushed really far forward. Neil collects another kill deep over towards the middle part of the map. So Animus are getting a little bit picked apart here off the passive play from Exclusive, and now finally Creed will back up and get the bomb planted. 5v3 post plant.
Now, player number 3 from Animus, that's going to be Guathilla, going to be the first line of contact here. The information will be given to his squad, though, but Champy going to be in a good spot to try and get that first contact. So far, Narcs gets that kill, gets the peek off. And now if you're Exclusive, no need to go and challenge. Just hold your corners down. So far, Creed, R9 and Hat still does not get the kill. This man just not having a break. Balance, though, goes there for the kills. 2v2 situation. Animus still able to even things out. Guathilla gets down. Finally, Veer's alive.
Rasmo 1v2 has to go now. Over the top of the bomb site, tough shot. Doesn't quite land. The second one does, but no time to bounce away and find the second kill, nor get the defuse. So Exclusive tested on their post plant, but still come out on top. Get us back to within 3, but it's going to have to be another 3 in a row. Not the greatest news in the world for Exclusive. We have yet to see them approach this A site yet, and it looks like off the rip, once again, we will get contact over towards B. Rasmo brings a sniper rifle here for the first time. This is a wide open shot into Veer. Neil's the first to connect. Action over the middle of the map, continuing to go the way of Exclusive, and all of a sudden, Guathilla is in a world of hurt as he gets taken down, and now it's just the 2 snipers left alive for Animus.
Oh, Rasmo gets a beautiful double. A 1v2 situation, but Veer goes in for the response. A 2v1 situation now, still into the favor of Exclusive, but everyone else is actually far away. So Narcs is gonna get that information, tries to go in there for that train control instead. Will have a good sight line if he does choose to go up.
This is gonna be a tough retake. He's not gonna be able to see any of this post plant at all. Nade will check to make sure no one's playing inside of all ticket, but the nail to the nade, okay, little observer glitch there. It did get in by the look of the explosion. Flash will also just confirm that no one's inside mid. Neil Veer playing opposite angles. Narcs is gonna get a chance here to possibly isolate. Second flash connects. Toggles the bomb just to see if he can bait someone out for a check. And yeah, he's got no idea if it's an overpass play, if it's both players over towards the outside, and well, Eventually, he does get crossed up, and Exclusive bring us within 2.
Good post map by Exclusive, and the fact that they're just having each other's backs, making a cross, and that was going to be perfect for Exclusive. But one thing I need to see Creed do is to change his gun. So far, he just keeps getting that hit markers, and for what Exclusive needs is to have that entry, just getting those kills for them.
Still has the R9 out. Animus want to challenge this B contest right off the rip. They do not have any staircase control. Boot sliding forward, finds one, stays alive, eventually taken down by Creed. And Shark will be the last one standing in a very quick 1v3 situation. But Creed, if this is heard, Shark may find the free kill. What are we watching? Oh my goodness, Veer's in trouble! Pistol out, it gets one! Now to the 1v1 with Neil. Bomb did get planted, Neil misses the first shot, Shark has baited him over! Oh, but it's gonna be the car that gets the kill! Shark nearly for the 1v3, but instead it's Exclusive a round away from sending it to OT.
No way Animus is gonna drop this, right? That lead was just too good, and Shark did everything that he could to get that clutch down. But now Neil is just popping off. 14 already to his name, the same with Rasmo. And now fast push yet again going into Bravo. Let's see who's gonna be making that first contact. Champion almost gets the shot, but Shark is angry.
Yeah, Shark just gets into elevator. No one saw him move through the smoke. And that's gonna force Veer to have to push forward to get that kill. He collects it. Guadilla over the corner. Oh, Veer to the pistol. No. Balance fobbles up. This would be a technical 1v3. Bomb is down. Narcs trying to assist through mid. Doesn't see Balance initially. First shots come out, but Balance misses his chance. Flash comes through. Balance steps away. Narcs not quite able to lock him in, but finally catches him while he tries to get the regen off. And it's going to be a 7-5 map, but boy, Exclusive woke up and nearly got us to extra innings.
That was kind of scary for Animus right now. And man, what a guy. Rasmo is just so good at creating that space. Shark able to use that, brings the space down, makes it claustrophobic for Exclusive. And I mean, they woke up a little bit too late.
It's just one of those things that we're going to really reflect on this map, and it's going to come down to Exclusive not getting the proper reads from the defensive side, giving Rasmo way too many opportunities through the middle of the map to find free kills. And the thing about it was, Rasmo didn't start connecting until like round 3. Every single time off the rip in the first 2 rounds, he was missing opening shots, but he kept getting second and third opportunities, and Rasmo will not miss out on a chance to capitalize if you give him that many looks. But as we swap the sides, boy did Exclusive really turn it up. Not a single look over towards A. Everything was through mid, or more importantly, heavy-handed through B stairs. And Shark, I thought for a second, was going to do it right there at the R9, but it's instead Narcs to stop the 1v3 on the other side to win this 7-5. 14 kills for Neil, 15 kills for Rasmo, 2 other members in double digits in Guathilla and Shark. And boy, Bobby called at the beginning of the day that this is going to be a close matchup. Boy, was he right.
And it's close in every single game mode. Side and Hardpoint, now in S&D, and we kind of saw the Exclusive team trying to struggle when it comes to that defensive side. Really seems like attacking sides are going to be a little bit more of their advantage, but it goes to show that you need to be good in both of these, because you cannot rely on just wanting to be attack on the first side.
Well, the thing is, Crossroads for the control, Animus have looked so freaking good here. They've looked unbelievable. Offensive breakoffs, the SMGs have been a problem for a lot of different teams. And I was really hoping that Exclusive was going to take this off the pool and just give themselves a chance to either go defense for defense on standoff, or hopefully find a way to change up the tides if we were to get raid. But they do allow Crossroads to get into the pool. Animus will be starting on the offensive side. It must kind of lead you to believe it was their map selection in the end. So Exclusive, you have to start off with the hot defense here. If you let these SMGs get mid control, you're going to be in trouble, and that's a perfect start. Veer sniping through Catwalk, Balance playing over the middle of the map, and the defense will not allow Animus to get an early successful break-off.
Veer is going to be drawing an invisible line right through Catwalk, and everyone else from Animus is going to be scared to cross that, so that's good. Boot, though, gets the exchange, and that allows him to go and flush through, but also allows player number 1, that's Narcs, all the way in through spawn, and they're going to be having that really good positioning so far.
Yeah, this garage control is just not what you want to see with the SMGs already up and running for Animus. Narcs trying to keep this position under control, but he does get overwhelmed, so good bounce back kill streak Exclusive. Boxing gloves for Creed. Guattilla in the corner, doesn't expect it, so it's a nice double for Creed. And the clock will keep on ticking, at least for a little while, as actually Boots stayed alive a lot longer than I thought he was going to be over towards B, but end all be all. Exclusive do get him off, and the clock will continue to tick forward as Animus are still playing for kills, and the 3-life lead is not as significant as you'd like if you're Animus. They need to start making progress on one of the 2 zones.
Campy is creating so much pressure here in tank room, and Animus knows that there's one more player trying to go in there for the kill, and Narc's able to snip him out. It's still going to be mid-street control for Exclusive though. And right now, Animus trying to go in there for that first tick of progress in A and also B, so simultaneously trying to get the attention of Exclusive.
Exclusive is more focused on trying to reclaim the A site. They're not finding as many kills as they'd like, though. The player towards B does get pushed off, but it's a 13v7. Clock still stopped at 27 seconds. Second tick of progress locked. Third on the way. Guattilla looking for an angle to try to get kills off spot, and oh my, up close and personal with the AR. Guattilla just good for what feels like always at least a 1-for-1 exchange. 11 plays 3. As the 60 seconds is tallied, and Animus should find a way to successfully take their opening offense again. I mean, their offense on Crossroads is so you can't hand a candle to them. They're the best in the EU on this map offensively.
Yeah, and when it comes to the attack, it's just, they're so good time and time again, always getting those kills down. And now a 1v11, that's just going to be so hard for Veer to try and clutch up. But still, Exclusive, it was a pretty good start for them. They were trying to get that control in mid, trying to get control into Catwalk, but unfortunately, they kind of lost sight everywhere else in the map, and eventually they just got surrounded by Animus players.
And the thing is, Animus have operators at the ready, 100 killer drones, and a Pred missile that was earned by Rasmo by the look of it at the end of the round. So they've got a lot of defensive tools. Boots going to pop the early War Machine. Creed, first blood comes through. No one's fallen to the War Machine yet, as Boot's using this to kind of clear off the catwalk room. Balance slides forward. Finally, Boot gets a connection, but ultimately speaking, Exclusive is going to be okay with this offensive break-off. As the kind of kamikaze hunter-killer drone comes out. 2 life advantage for Exclusive, and a split focus here for the offense as they're half attempting A, half attempting B. With the Annihilator out, Guattilla is going to get to work trying to get some spawn kills.
Campy, you cannot chow that, and now Fernil tries to deal some damage, but Guattilla going in for the spawn trap, going to be very dangerous. And you also have Narcs there with the kills as well, but it's right on your face, man.
Oh man, Guattilla has blown this round wide open. And this is what I was afraid of for Exclusive. If you were to allow this map to stay in the pool, something like this would likely happen. Narc's getting to work. He's on 5 in a row. He's holding his life backside truck. He can finesse this for what I'm sure will feel like forever. 18 plays, 11 as well, 23 seconds on the clock. Exclusive do find some exit kills, but Narcs is still alive and well. Gets to 6 in a row before eventually being traded, and Exclusive will have a chance to stop the clock at 17 seconds with the player on A.
Man, just one player here in Alpha trying to get as much damage as he can, and also the time as well. He does get taken out. Shark is able to deal that damage here in Alpha so far, but Guattilla trying to go in there for that defense as well, as the only tick of progress in Alpha is just not going to help out for them with 14 seconds left on the clock, but they are going to be even on the lives though, so we need to see Exclusive with a huge push coming in from Alpha.
This is just such good patience for Animus. They get the read that there's a War Machine, a claw out. You say, let them use it. Give him the extra 60 if we have to, just don't forfeit the lives. And now that the operators are expended, the retake tries to come through. Not fully successful. Extra 60 seconds added. We have a 3v6 scenario. Animus fully off spawn. Pred missile will come through and it will not. Actually, it does take down Guattilla. So it gets to a 3v5. Plenty of time here for Exclusive to make a call. And if I'm not mistaken, Veer should be the Annihilator user. So there's a chance, if he feels like they have an opportunity to get this pop to where he could be a big playmaker, he does find one. Guattilla there for the trade. Back and forth we go, 2v3.
Annihilator goes down though, but maybe they don't need it because a 2v3 is definitely very doable. 39 seconds left on the clock, still a lot of time. And now the question is, are you going to go for that long wraparound? But these two players are in a good position to take long-range engagements with Creed, having that LK in hand. Champy trying to go in there for those with the short-range engagements, as well as he does spot one, but not able to get that kill. 22 seconds left on the clock.
Champy actually has an opportunity here. Creed's going to pop the EMP. Narcs throws out the hunter-killer drone. Have to delete this, but you also have to get onto a zone. Shark playing opposite side catwalk. Champy, no idea about it. Slides forward, doesn't predict to his left. Shark finds the kill. And now it's just down to 1. Creed for the 1v2, has to touch the zone, and as he makes his move, Narcs is there to meet him, and Animus will go up 2-0.
That was so close for Animus. I mean, they had such a big life lead in exclusive, able to dwindle it down. So, I mean, it's not going to be enough, though, as Animus leads this series by 2. And at this point, I thought that was going to be a way farther game. It was just a little bit too close.
Early Sparrows on both sides. Shark uses his right through mid-map, and that will be good for a double. He does get traded out. Balance uses his Sparrow to claim topside garage here. Rasmo only gets one with the claw before he's punished for it, so the opening offense here for Animus does find a way to kind of push through, but it costs a lot. And the EMP does come through here for exclusive. So pardon me, I thought he had used it in the last round, but no, he earned it in the last round, and now he's popped it, and that will be enough to help exclusive get back to even lives.
Now Boot is going to try to go in there for that rotation, but he does go down though, but they do need to worry about one player from exclusive. That's Veer. He had the Annihilator down, but unfortunately not able to get those skills down. They're still down when it comes to the lives. Second tick of progress coming in from Alpha, already being taken by Shark right now, mid-street, being exclusive territory right now, but with Boot just trying to get those gunfights, he wins those.
Progress being made on both zones at the same time. Second tick locked at A. Shark trying to finesse his life, but does get eliminated. Narcs will step in, though. He may get the extra 60 here, but Champy very aware. Turns, finds the kill, and he'll even deplete some of the progress that's been made. 13 plays 14. Champy trying to get over towards top patio, not going to work out. Creed tested, and oh my goodness, Manila! Up close and personal. A little how do you do? Finds the kill, and now Animus have a chance off spawn to make a play over towards A, get this extra 60 seconds, and Boot's gonna call up the War Machine to try to guarantee it. Neil up top, pushed back, and exclusive will have to chalk A, you would think, to set up their B defense, and they don't have a lot of lives remaining here, so they have to be very cautious on how they make this approach and this rotation over.
Alpha captured from Animus. All they need to do is go for that Bravo push, but with exclusive, you don't have to overextend. Balance in a really good spot, just playing this angle right. A possibility to get Shark, but unfortunately Boot spots him out. That gives Shark the information to go and push on the right side of the map instead. A 4v7 right now, but it's going to look so dire for exclusive.
Yeah, Narcs is going to get the Purifier tuned up to this second side of fire. Neil in the corner on ammo. Not going to be seen initially. It's a 5v4. And this Purifier is about to expire as Neil makes his move. Oh, the timing nearly perfect, but Narc slides away, keeps his life. Veer does take down Shark in a similar position. Trades go back and forth. 4v3. Balance, nice little pitch, finds one. Balance for the second. Trying to get to round number 4. 2v2 starts to persist. 48 in the clock. Creed pops the claw, finds Narcs. And now it's all down to Rasmo. Sniper rifle currently in hand. Don't get me wrong. He very well may still be able to clutch this up with the scope. Problem is, Balance is holding a corner on mid fences. And the other side of things, Creed is going to play topside rock, and Rasmo gets a chance for one, and now he's got a CBR. Creed will play this from topside sandbag. Rasmo will force Creed to come to him. Just comes down to, does he get the timing? Does he get the read? First tick gets locked. Creed taking his time. Rasmo getting a little anxious. Here comes the contact. Creed dives on in. Rasmo slides across. He's finessing. Second tick locked. The gunfight comes out, and Creed gets the win to send it to a 4th round.
Creed offers his team a lifeline they desperately need. And now they're playing on the offense. Creed with a 23 leads his team right now, and that's where you wanted him to step it up. He's so good at control. And now you need to find a way to just make a more lasting impression in the first beginning rounds, and Rasmo gets the first pick.
Exclusive taking their time, clearing out from catwalk side. This will work out. Long range shots from Creed nearly follow up, but Rasmo does get the pick. Balance playing inside fire. Rasmo making sure nobody pushes through into the spot. What a shot from Rasmo. Doesn't get the second to follow up on it, so the clock will stay paused at a minute 5, and exclusive looking good for their first tick, especially as Neil creates a little bit more space in front, but the follow-up is actually not there. Exclusive, they've got Balance on a Sparrow, but they haven't committed to getting in the A zone yet. First tick still not locked, and with a little bit of depletion, now Shark makes his move, but the trade comes out, and Animus will be down in lives as well.
Balance has been so good so far in this control, and yes, he doesn't have the most kills, but it is pretty high impact. So far, mid-street being Animus territory. So far, so good for them. 18 plays 9 though, 19 rather, so that's still going to be even for exclusive. The best case scenario for you, but they do not have any kind of map control whatsoever. Animus is just going to be pushing up really quickly.
The thing about it is exclusive, they kind of bait Animus to coming back over towards B because of the progress and because Veer was tucked into a corner underneath sandbags. So as they come off spawn, they will get over towards A. 2 ticks are locked. Shark has popped the Sparrow. He's just trying to play his life in the offensive floor of Garage. And that'll be an extra 60 seconds with a life lead for exclusive. A marginal one, but a life lead nonetheless. Shark, Rasmo, Cadet, they take it right back almost immediately. And you still have number 3 in yellow. Guadilla is still playing inside the offensive spawn. Trades are decent. Now exclusive would start to finally make their moves over towards B.
I like how exclusive is just being so patient. And even though that Guadilla was right there for that spawn trap, he was only able to get that 2, and they're able to go equalize. 1 minute on the clock, and so far they still do not have any kind of anchoring spot for that Bravo push. And so far, Creed trying to win majority of the gunfights to clear out the right side of the map.
And if you're exclusive, yep, I was about to say this would be a great time for Veer to pop this Annihilator and try to turn the edge on this and get to around 5. Veer has not connected yet, though. Animus doing again a nice job of staying alive. They actually take down Veer plus 2 more on top of it. So Animus take the life lead right back. 7v6. Long-range shots are balanced with the CBR. Ill-advised, to say the least. And we get to the final lives for exclusive. 7v4 situation. Animus holding the line. Neil gets one. Maybe create some space over the top of the barrels. My goodness. Guadilla and Rasmo with long-range weapons in close quarters battles have been so darn good. And as Veer is the last one left, he will be spammed out, and Animus will take the crossroads as they often do, 3-1.
And now they're going to be leading the series. I mean, not a surprise, but it is still pretty close. But when it comes to this crossroads strike, it just reigns supreme that they're still 100% here. And then for exclusive, they tried. They really did. It brought down into a 1v1s. I feel like for 2 rounds, they were able to bring it down to a 1v1. So great effort, but there still needs to be some sort of adjustment later on.
This is one of those things where, for Animus, their decision-making in the late stages of these rounds was so darn good. And a lot of it came by way of being patient, more than anything else. Exclusive had an opportunity a couple of different times. They tried to pop operators to win the rounds. Animus just back off and say, if you want to use Purifier, come find us with it. We don't care. It's just such a heads-up call, and I'd be really curious to see who's the one making those reads and communicating that with the team, because those moments of verbal adjustments could be everything for Animus. So the swing map goes the way of Animus. We already talked about their crossroads has been phenomenal. They again continue to show us at least instances of it. Exclusive battling back, nearly getting us to round 5, not quite able to do so. But the good news here, at least in some regard, is exclusive will be able to go to their most played hardpoint on takeoff next. Just comes down to, can you continue to find the same levels of success you did in Hacienda when you get over to takeoff, because Animus are no slouches at this map either.
This is going to be a close hardpoint matchup. I can already feel it. If we saw Hacienda being played like that, best believe here in takeoff as well is a must-win for exclusive, not just because it's going to pressure them, but they do phenomenal in this map. We saw it already yesterday up against a team like 31er, where they know where to anchor down these spots. But also looking at this later on, if they do win this takeoff, we're bringing it into a slums S&D, which I think it will still be exclusive to their advantage if Shark does not pop off. If they find an answer to Shark, knowing very well that 31er is able to, 117 not found was able to take that map off with Animus, that would be really good for them.
Lots of hypotheticals, and the thing about it is the match is as tight as we could ever want it to be. Get exclusive, still battling for a spot in playoffs. Animus are guaranteed at least be some sort of a top seed coming through. May not be the 1 seed, but likely going to be top 2 regardless of the outcomes of this matchup and whatever happens when they eventually play 117. The thing about it is exclusive, like we continue to mention at the top of the show and the top of the series, they win here, their chances to get into the top 4 are essentially a lock. I'm no mathematics scientist, so I'm not going to tell you that 100% certainty, but it does feel like based on their ability to take down Animus, create some separation between them and Kings and Mont, it would probably give them a top 4 seed at least. So big opportunities here. but Exclusive had to go back-to-back maps, and it starts first and foremost with, I think you just have to come out like you did with the Hacienda, be controlled, don't get overzealous, play your game, and force Animus to have to adjust to you early, depending on whatever side of the map you spawn on.
And we saw in Hacienda that they always went in there for those early rotations, and the fact that they won majority of the rotational gunfights. And we are looking at Neil. We're looking at someone like Champy that also did a phenomenal job a while ago, but for now, they're going to be spawning off into the left side of the map, which is really not essentially the more favorable spawn, but it does give Creed a little bit of leeway to get that verticality.
Oh, look at Balance's route off the rip. He's already gotten over towards Scaffold. Neil will say, sweet, sounds good. And with a couple of kills coming out, Exclusive are going to find a lot of early time here. Rasmo gets one, actually keeps his life topside over to his right of Neil, which is actually decent news here for Animus on the retake attempt. And with the kills coming out, they will neutralize. But look at the status of the spawns. Exclusive have already gotten a flip. You got to give credit where credit is due. Balance takes an early route, ends up paying off. And Animus will only be allowed 6 seconds of time as Exclusive break back in and now hold spawns for P2.
Animus just kind of gave it away for free. I know they were trying to clear out majority of the anchoring spots down, but they were just not winning their gunfights. They're back in Generator. So far, though, Animus able to get majority of the points this time around, but that also allows Exclusive to get the more favorable spawn later on with that rotation in P2.
A couple of trades go back and forth. Animus will be bounced out of the hard point. 7 seconds of scrap time. Neil trying to play over towards the right side of the map, and well, there's a couple of members actually deep over towards this top side, or part of this bottom part of Medbay, and I was worried about this. You're so far forward, you might lose spawns. It seems as though Champy's aware of it, though. He's turned immediately. He does find one elimination, but the thing is, there's going to be a convoy of Animus members coming forward, and his Narcs finds the kill. Oh, it's just a misstep there for Exclusive. They get a little too overeager, and Animus will flip spawns, and with that also get into the hard point.
They were just not set up for spawn, and they were trying to get those rotational gunfights instead, but Animus is just spawning on the left side of the map.
Oh,
but
big bounce back.
Exclusive, though, able to flush out majority of players, and so far, both of these teams not having any kind of control with the spawns whatsoever.
Yeah, Balance spawns in. I think it probably surprised him. The rest of the team said, oh, sweet, we're back in control of the spawns, but no, it was a side-by-side holding hand spawn for both two teams. So the contest now comes out. Animus find themselves on top of the exchange. The scrap time looks pretty darn good for them. Champy, who has had a fiery start already on 8, shut down by Shark on the other end of the Fennec, and with that, Animus will soak up the scrap time and start making their move across the map.
Exit frags also being won by Animus right now, as they are still going to get the time that they needed here in P2. Rotation comes through for Exclusive, but we only have one player there, and he does get shut down. Neil goes down. Early rotation not going to give them a little bit of advantages whatsoever, as Animus is already there.
Good kills from the front early here for Exclusive. Neil has earned the early War Machine, so he'll pop it out. Boot there to meet him. Can there be an exchange? And there is, but Boot only gets one, so Exclusive will still hold. Purifier out for Champy, knowing that Animus are still spawning in the back. Creed will give him that information. Champy, not sure if he wants to play for the second floor or play for the front door, and to do a little bit of both, just going back and forth on this staircase. Animus still spawning in. They're going to have the numbers, and they will find a chance to contest this. Neil, the last one alive, and as he drops, Animus get their break.
Scrap points going to the favor of Animus right now. They're going to be set up for this objective defense. Creed, though, with the claw, tries to flush him out every single time.
Well
Gets
played.
a third tick of frag. No, he doesn't get that third kill for himself, and tries so well to try and get the scrap points down. Rotation already again from Exclusive, and something that we still need to see from Animus is that early rotate.
Yeah, that was super well played by Animus, just not allowing themselves to get chewed up by the claw. A couple players fall, but everyone else reads it and then gets out of the hard point, forcing them into open space. Exclusive will win rotation over to Nuke, with Dilla trying to change that. Annihilator out and in hand, but Balance on the other side. Oh, tries to get him with the Sparrow, but not going to connect with the bow. So Exclusive are in the hard point for now, but they're being tested, and the forces of Animus are coming, and they're coming quickly. Full hit from the front, all of it finding success. Not a single trade in the kill feed. Animus break again.
Creed just a little bit too overwhelmed with the LK-24 in hand. You can just do so much with that weapon if you're alone there. And now, as we do get to see some util coming in from Exclusive, trying to get that information down and possibly get those kills in the entry. Still not able to get those kills down, though, but the pinch coming in. That's going to be a huge kill coming in from Champy.
Animus could still commit to this, though. 25 seconds worth of time. 3 operators at the ready for them. Couple of kills in the feed will allow them a chance to have numbers on this follow-up break attempt for scrap time. And yep, the kills are good again for Animus. So we'll exit this first rotation of Hills, nearly double up the points for Animus. Exclusive still trying to fight through the old time, seeing if they get themselves on the left side of the minimap, and Veer has actually created a double, and that allows one player to spawn nearby him, but it's not enough to fully flip and set up the spawn. So 117-58 is the final tally after the first set, and Animus will hold numbers in and around the hard point as we open up new.
Player 2 trying to get those kills down. That's Boot getting those kills, trying to cut that rotation from Exclusive. So far able to deal a little bit of damage, but we do get to see the same thing from Exclusive from player number 4. That's Champy trying to apply that pressure, but he is dealt with 3 players. So far though, Exclusive getting majority of the first few points here in P1.
ARs for Exclusive, trying to get the job done at range. And it's not quite as successful as you'd like to see. Oh, goodness, he is so snappy. Got to 4 in a row before eventually being traded, but again, Animus followed up behind those eliminations, clean up the kills, and now make their way over towards the hard point, but the spawns once again will trade hands. Exclusive spawn up. 100 killer drone not going to connect. Champy from scaffold side, good for 1, clears the hard point, follows up by taking down Quathilla. But look out for number 1 in yellow. Norx has gotten his way around the backside of Missile, and he's trying to finesse his life for as long as possible, maybe to try to flip the spawns around, but Exclusive take care of it. It'll be 143-66. Exclusive have to put together 45 plus seconds on P2.
Not only did Veer get rid of Narcs, but he is now positioned in a really good spot where a while ago Exclusive just pushed out a little bit too far. That gave Animus the more favorable spawn. Rasmo though with the claw tries to go for the elimination, but Neil with a really big nade, War Machine in hand, and now it seems to be like Mathila wants to answer back with an Annihilator of his own.
Nice picks though coming out of Exclusive. They do trade back, they hold the spawns all the meanwhile. Narcs catches a piece of timing, but only gets 1 of what needed to be 2. Quathilla trying to contest from the backside of the stairs. Double chow from Exclusive will flush him out. Shark Boot trying to give it a follow-up, but it's not going to work out. Exclusive doing what needs to be done. Champy pops the Purifier late into this hard point, and he needs to get forward. The problem is he is so tagged up, he never really gets into the play. So Creed has to follow up with the claw, and this is starting to become very expensive for Exclusive, but they do get the follow-up kills to confirm the exit and the scrap time. A chance to rotate and maybe flip spawns for new.
And now the dangerous thing is that Exclusive just dealt with so much of that operator usage in that hill and was able to get those majority of the points, and Neil unfortunately goes down, and just 2 players coming in from Exclusive to try and deal with the 4 of Animus.
Spawns will be up though for Exclusive towards Medbay side. They're trying to win this back from the back side of the hill. Narcs up top, denied by Neil. Fear has the Annihilator out. Narcs is the only player who can respond with an operator of his own. Exclusive starting to get some numbers going here on the break attempt. All of it coming from behind. Kills looking decent. Animus not quite able to get the sufficient trades, but Rasmo from the backside will get 2. Allows Shark an entry. He's on for a small bit of time. Balance only getting 1 with the Sparrow. Animus are fully reinforced. Just comes down to who wins the gunfights. If you're Exclusive, you've got to commit through this. Problem is the kills just have not been as convincing as you'd like. Quathilla again inside the hard point gets 2. Rasmo follows up. He will double. Whoa, not double down. As Balance will trade him out, and the scrap time goes the way of Exclusive.
Scrap points, Exclusive. Rotation already from player number 2, that's Veer, and he's been doing a good job when it comes to anchoring those points down, and the follow-up tries to go in for Balance, but not able to win those gunfights as Shark gets a double. Champy, on the other hand, tries to get those kills down when it comes to that rotation, but it's still Animus on P4, and so far, their hold here is just so good.
Quathilla is just such a freaking problem, man. He is all over the map. Narcs Purifier in hand, clears out the first 2 contestants from Exclusive. Holds his life in the corner. His teammates follow up with operators of their own. Thinking that this might be blood in the water, a chance for them to put this game out of reach. 3 operators at the ready, but Boot, he gets 2 before eventually being traded out. Exclusive still a chance to contest this, but Shark and Quathilla will hold strong. And the last player left alive in Balance will also be flushed out by the Hunter Killer Drone. Animus will hold on to their break attempt with Pred missiles to follow in.
Neil allowed the rest of the Exclusive players to actually spot off into the left side of the map, and now Neil speaking up, gets that kill, gets that 3rd. Boot shuts him down, but Creed with a response, and now when it comes to the scrap points, we see Exclusive. Animus needs to go in there for that rotation now. I feel like they're going to be following it up, but still, they do want to have the scrap points, and now whatever damage that Neil did, not able to get the majority of the points.
And when Boot plays like this Animus team is going to be very difficult to beat. He's at 31, Quathilla and Rasmo at 32, Shark at 29. I mean, the whole team is just getting the job done. 207, 122. First hard point opens up, kills go the way of Animus. A chance for them to possibly win here, but more than likely this will go to another P2. As Animus will find a chance to try to flip these spawns around, and they will be successfully able to do that on their first attempt pushing through the hill.
And now so far, open hardpoint, Animus going to be on that left side of the map, which is a little bit more favorable. Champy, though, wins an essential gunfight that will probably make the Exclusive boys try to go and spawn to the left side, and he does get taken care of. Exclusive have a really good shot at taking the objective control, but they do not have any kind of spawns or even any power positions.
Desperate times, call for desperate measures here for Exclusive. You're an operator, you pretty much have to pop it. 15 seconds of scrap time on B1. Nearly 100-point lead here for Animus. Exclusive have gotten control of spawns for now. But the problem is, look at the route coming through the bottom of the map for Animus. Already, he once again darks around the back. Rasmo holding the front side stairs. And it's going to be enough for number 2 Boot to spawn up. And oh, does he ever make it worthwhile? Finds the kill. Animus will see the hard point open up in that lovely shady yellow.
Is it? I mean, that was an essential rotation coming in from Narcs and allowing Boot to just spawn right there. Exclusive had the firepower to try to get this P2, but also Animus has a lot of the firepower on their side, and now everyone else from Exclusive trying to go in there for that contest on the right side, but they need to make a 3-dimensional play for flipping those spawns.
Exclusive popping everything. Annihilator, Purifier, Sparrow, all of it in the kill feed, as Exclusive will stay alive a little while longer. Animus are going to have a chance, though, here. As they rotate over to likely not just have a setup, but they are going to eventually be up in the operator economy. A couple of fadeaway kills for Boot. Doesn't quite catch all of it, but he does earn himself a war machine. Old spawns for Animus. So hold on a second. This map not over yet. Exclusive clawing around, hanging around. Have to win this rotation, though.
Creed actually spawned off a top generator, gets one, but they needed to worry about one more player. Shark has an operator to play with as well, but does Veer know that? Oh, just on time, a Shark! Unfortunately for him, the timing is not going to be on his side and loses that gunfight.
And from Neil, he's going to get to the second floor, come down through staircase side. Big play here from Neil, gets one. Boot's got the operator out, he does find 2. Trophy system down, Champy trying to push him up through red. Creed follows up, the kills are decent. Exclusive, they've got an extra life in this one. They clear out the hard point. An opportunity for Animus to try to pinch this, though. They've got spawns by Med. Rasmo trying to hold his life, isn't able to do so. Exclusive now have the operators. Creed's got a claw out. They know exactly where Animus is coming from. Kills aren't quite there yet, but Exclusive are still in the hill.
Shark almost was able to flush through the second floor, and Creed right now with a claw. Now they're going to be getting majority of the scrap points down. Have to worry about a 3-man push on all 3 entrances, and so far Boot again makes the play for Creed with the boxing gloves again. Makes his presence known that he's going to be one of the best melee players in this competition so far.
Keep an eye on number 5 in blue. Balance is trying to hit her out. Neil's going to spawn behind. There's an opportunity to pinch this if you're Exclusive. Creed gets 2 from the front. Here comes Balance. Oh, he's found one. Not going to need to turn. Rasmo gets 2 with the claw, but he's immediately shut down. Animus stuck at 240. Cruise missile gets called. It's good for 1. But still inside the hard point can only find a single kill, and Boot gets shut down. Exclusive get the break.
And now only 1 player right there. That's going to be Shark. He's going to be really patient, waiting for the majority of the Animus squad to try and go for the pinch. And so far, Shark wins those kills, but not enough. And now it's going to be Animus with 5 seconds left on the clock. And now if you're Exclusive, you need to throw every single body inside of the point, and just 1 point left. Narcs tries to get those kills. Still contested, though. 21 seconds left on the clock, and it's still Rasmo with a big double to finish things off. A 3-and-1 right now in the favor of Animus, and wow, what a display for Exclusive, though.
I'll say, woo-hoo-wee. Wow, what a set of maps. I was gonna say respawns, but just flat out maps. Unbelievable stuff. I mean, it looked like at a certain moment in time, Neil with the rest of the crew flooding through the smoke may have had a chance to get out, but had to pull out the gloves. They had to get there with speed, and quite weren't able to get the kills they needed to kind of get a reposition through. But boy, did they give themselves a look. It just came down to a couple of moments, I think, earlier in that map where they just did not quite capitalize on some opportunities in front of them. I'm kind of looking at, first and foremost, the P2 just not quite reading when the spawns had flipped through, but man, those feel like small footnotes in what was an absolute epic series between these two squads.
I mean, that was the weakest link for them. It was just that P2, the fact that they were not able to anchor down those favorable spawns, allowing Narcs to kind of go through, and they knew that Narcs was the one to actually rotate into mid launch center and just try to flip those spawns, but they weren't able to stop him the second time around. And wow, we thought that Exclusive could actually take this map, but Animus still prevails.
Animus goes up 100 points and still only wins by 21. Ridiculous performance by Exclusive. Bobby, you told me, look out for Exclusive. I think they're going to play Animus way harder than a lot of the fans expect. You were right, and it started with that game 1 hard point. They almost brought it to a game 5 there with the game 4 performance.
I mean, we got multiple 50 bombs out of Exclusive.
Yes.
There's 50 bombs across the board, but obviously the most impactful one I would say was out of Boot. We said coming into this, there is a question mark. If he doesn't show up, that's the only situation where they have found any losses, and he stepped up the biggest for that squad. So many objective kills out of him.
Welcome back to the analyst side of our world. I hold Shift and Beef Mommy. Let's take a look at some of the clips that we got here from that series. And I asked for one in particular from game number 1. I felt this was Animus's map that they should have locked up. Boot, the guy who was a hero in game 4, gets a 2K, pulls out the War Machine, but that shot in the teammate's back blows him up, and they end up losing that point by about 6 seconds, Bob. Let's take a look here at some of the key plays. The man just kept having some explosives.
But he's mentally tough, you know? He had multiple, like, debatably game-changing plays that just unfortunately don't go his way, and the way that he bounced back was definitely inspiring in that one, and I think he led the way, no question. And you look at Shark, who has been the leader on that squad in kills per game in hardpoint, objective time, search and destroy kills, first bloods, second in control, and there was not a map where he was convincingly the best player for Animus, and they still find the series.
The whole team was shining today, and we get a chance to speak with one of the members of the winning squad. Welcome to the show. How are we feeling after now improving to a perfect 6-0? And can you tell me how to properly pronounce your name, young man?
Okay, my name is Gitila.
Gitila. Okay, I was butchering it, so thank you for that. I wanted to say congratulations on the W tonight. Did Exclusive play you tighter than you expected?
Yeah, I think it was. We know it's gonna be close with them because Excel is a pretty good team. We know, everybody know. But we just stay focused. We lost the first map, but we focus on the SND. The SND was the most important, I think. We back to 1-1. After the control was really clean. I'm really proud of the team for the control. We destroyed them, so it's perfect. And after the hardpoint was pretty well. It's fine.
Hardpoints were exciting, at least.
Yeah, no question. I think a big point of focus for us was that early in the season there had been some games where Boot was a little bit shaky for his performances for you guys, but he definitely stepped up in this matchup today. What do you feel like he's done really well to improve himself and be more of a contributor on the squad?
I think Boot tried to give the best of him in every game. He worked a lot. He listened to the team. So of course he's gonna improve every game. He's really good with DCBR. He's a really good SNG player and objective player. So yeah, I'm proud of Boot. It's perfect.
Last time you were on the show, Guthilla, you were talking about how Drari was going to make an appearance at some point in time. I had a chance to kind of talk with him, and he's still in the same sticky situation. How much does things change, though, now having been 6-0, all of it coming with Boot in the mix? Do you just trust this roster, or are you still looking to try to make the best formula?
I think I have the chance to have 6 players really good. Every player are good. After we have also the chance to switch. Maybe against a special team, you know, we can play, maybe take Jerry for, I don't know, for another team. But I trust everybody in the team. So if Jerry come back, it's because we make strats around Jerry. But I don't care about who gonna play. It's just about the strat, not about the level.
Beef, you got a question for him?
Oh, yeah, I do. And this is going to be the matchup that I think everyone else here in Europe or even in the world is kind of looking forward to. 117 Not Found is going to be your last matchup next week. How are you guys going to prepare, knowing very well that they brought you down to the lower bracket in stage 3?
Yeah. We're gonna prepare like usually. We're gonna work this week. Big work on the strat, on every map, every mode. And I think it's, you know, it's like for me and in Europe, in the top 8 team, we have everybody has a good gunfight. It's all about the moment. We have to be focused on the moment, on the match, and we're gonna do it. I trust.
You guys are looking incredible. Thank you so much for joining us live here on the broadcast. We'll let you go celebrate with the team.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
What a victory for Animus to open up the day, and they now improve to 6-0 with one match still to go, and it's against another unbeaten team. That's coming up next week. But right now, we've got 3 more matches loading up, and when we come back, you're going to get a chance to see that 117 squad in action. Can they also improve to 6-0? Stay tuned to find out.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, and Monster Energy.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. We are live in Poland from the ESL studios, and we're watching the best in Europe take on each other in Call of Duty Mobile. We're gearing up for the second match here on day 6, and this one features another 5-0 team. 117 Not Found is yet to drop a match, and they're going up against the Zidium squad, who's looking to find their form. They're 1-4 up to this point, and if you're looking at their game modes, they've been struggling across all 3, Alan.
Yeah, it's particularly in the hard point. I mean, on average, they're almost losing losing by 100 points a game. They've been 100-point club more times than we care to count. And I think the thing about it is that just has to be flat out better. Obviously, at this point, with a 1-4 record, they're not going to make it to stage 5, but there's still a lot of year to be playing with. So they need to show some improvement in the hard point in a massive, massive way.
Okay, as we take a look here at the Zidium roster, Bobby, I don't want to know what roles they're playing, but I do want to know what predators would they be if these humans were actually animals? Let's take a look at this 6-person squad. Walk me through this lineup and which animal is each player?
I think Denisio is a grizzly bear.
Yep.
I'm thinking Cree is a bald eagle.
Mm-hmm.
Rondo is a killer turtle.
Yeah, killer turtle.
And Storm is a jaguar.
We're going to send you back to biology class. Thank you, Bobby, for the attempt there. Real talk, though. Does Rondo get into the lineup, do you think, tonight, Beef Mommy? He's been very active in the chat for Zidium.
I mean, the last time that they played, he was basically not there, I think. If I'm looking at my stats right, if he was going to be a part of that team, no, he wasn't. He didn't play. So, again, not having him may be a detriment to their team, but so far when it comes to the starting lineup, they need to work on their S&D.
Yes.
Because so far, they're so good when it comes to that defense, and I hope they do start on defense, but that means they're not going to be choosing that map. So, even if you have 71% on that defensive side, you still need to find a way to kind of pick it up. But, again, like what Alan put over there, you need to avoid crossroads strike, or just control in general is just not looking good for them.
Well, you got a 1-4 record right now if you're Zidium. You're not getting into the top 4 regardless of what you do in your last 2 matches, right? It's not looking pretty based on your map count. But you do have an opportunity to impress a lot of the GMs out there, some of the org owners who may be scouting for these players moving forward. And I want to know, who do you think could shine the brightest, Bobby? One more name on Zidium before we move over to their opponent.
I would say Denisio. He's had a lot of bright spots, has looked solid with the AR, and I think overall has been very, very good. But you look over 117 not found, and there's not really been many spots where there weren't highlights. Karma has led the entire league in hardpoint kills per game, averaging 38, nearly averaging a 40 bomb in hardpoint. And even when they threw Derek's into the equation up against that panic squad, he looked solid as well. So there's really no weak points for them.
We should say that 38, by the way, is coming with some 100-point club victories as well for 117 up to this point in the matchups. Let's take a look, though, at the keys to success. I hold shift. How does 117 improve to 6-0?
I think the biggest thing is they should, first of all, improve to 6-0, but I would like to see them get Hacienda a try, especially after we just saw Animus drop that map. That's the only match they have left. So the only map they haven't played in the hard point is Hacienda. Why not give it a go here in a matchup that you should win? And I think overall, just kind of a reaction from yesterday versus Kings, they made a couple of mistakes due to being a little bit too passive in the search and destroy. If you're the best team in Europe, come out and be the best team in Europe. You shouldn't be really considering what your opponents are doing. Play your game and come out and fire on all cylinders, because that's the only real miss that I saw yesterday in the S&D against Kings.
All right, I want to see what's going to happen in control for this series. Is 117 going to use it as a warm-up because your opponent has been playing Crossroads nonstop? Do you want to maybe allow Crossroads in here and get ready for Animus in your matchup next week, or do you go with your bread and butter? Let's take a look at the maps and modes. As already we got the bands coming in. We will see that Hacienda like you wanted.
Yeah, I like that. And for what it's worth, the Crossroads is something that Zidium wants to avoid, I would say, if you want to have a chance in this series, because they've been smoked both times that they've played it. The Arsenal for the second hardpoint also doesn't necessarily bode all that well for Zidium in my mind. They have, well, have they played it yet? No, they haven't played it yet. So it's kind of a tough ask, I would say, in the respawn generally of how these two teams match up. But for this map pool in particular, based on these first 2 hardpoint picks and now the first 2 search and destroy picks, this should be a pretty casual series for 117.
You can see your search and destroys. We're going back to Black Ops 2 with Slums and Meltdown if we get to that game 5. But here is the big question. What are they playing in control today? We're going back to Raid, and if you were tuning in to yesterday's show, look out for Says and the War Machine. He had some enormous plays on this map, and I think he could be a star to watch. Beef Mommy, though, who are you looking forward to seeing match up in a 1v1 in this series?
Oh, man. I mean, Says versus anyone else, because he can take down the whole team. Yesterday, Says and Karma was able to get an ace up against Kings. So when you're trying to go for who's going to go for who, I feel like it can take a whole man to just take down the whole group. So again, it's hard to say who's going to be taking it up here for Zidium. They do need a little bit more of a star player on their end. I remember you asked us that. I couldn't really give an answer because everyone else is kind of streaky.
Yeah, looking at the numbers, no one has been that consistent kingmaker for this squad. Let's see who can lead their team as we send our casters over to the casting booth. Match number 2 is loading up right now in chat. I need to get your predictions. Is this another 3-1? Is it a 3-0? Are we going to a game 5? Beef Mommy, waddle your way over there like a penguin and let me know, how long does this series go?
Really fast. If you're talking about minutes, probably 30 minutes or something like that. But we refuse to walk normally in this broadcast. Right, Bobby?
We do. Honestly, I don't hate the Hacienda pick for Zidium. Obviously, they got completely rolled on that map by Kings, but outside of that, they've looked somewhat comfortable playing it, actually taking down Mott, who looked fairly solid in some of the hardpoint matches that we've seen. So not worst case in the world. I don't think it's anything that'll give us any type of indication that they would actually win the map, but, you know, maybe an opportunity to not get 100-point clubbed.
I feel like it's a right time to finally just get your strats down, because right now you're basically playing for money because you're being guaranteed that you're not going to make it into that top 4 spot, but just get as much money as you can right now as you are going up against one of the best teams in Europe. We already saw a while ago how Exclusive was able to get the best of Animus, and now Zidium had to take notes.
All right. Well, the entry underway. A couple players pushing toward outer rocks right here. Genius makes initial entry into the hard point, but not going to get the better of that gunfight. And it's 3 early kills going to open things up. But there he is, the man himself, Denisio. Nice little 3 spree right there. That's going to open an opportunity for Zidium to get hopped on the hard point early.
And now Storm getting majority of the points so far here, and everyone else from his team. Zidium anchoring down the essential spots that you need to have. And Denisio getting those essential kills is definitely going to be big for their team to just get majority of the points here in P1. And speaking of, on a 6 spree, just allows him to have that Hunter-Killer drone to play with later on into a more open hardpoint.
Ooh, Genius had an opportunity right there, but can't capitalize. Saturn's looking to rotate early right here, but Denisio gets the better of him again. And he is cooking off the start of that one. The Pred missile earned. He's going to be able to get information and a kill onto Karma, and just like that, set up on the outside of P2 and looking to catch somebody by surprise, but can't take down Lucky right there. Would have been a crucial gunfight. Early control for 117, but smokes go through to try to open up area for the SMGs to thrive. Not able to make it happen right there as Zidium completely shut down on the push.
And now we get to see 117 not found having the more favorable spawn. That's going to be by driveway, but we do see some pressure right now from Zidium to try and get those spawns instead. That's player number 3, Genius, but unfortunately for him, there's going to be a player from 117 not found going to be spawning right behind him. It's still going to be 117 getting a hold of P2.
Genius has been getting absolutely cooked. Only 1 kill on the board, but Zidium's still doing a good job of keeping this one contested. Storm shut down right there. Another player there. Now you got to find a gunfight at some point if you're Zidium. Lucky holding off that doorway. They're going to have to enter through that waterway, and Genius finally able to win his second gunfight right there. Makes his way all the way wrapped around, and another gunfight goes the way of Zidium. It's Genius there to clean off the hard point.
Now rotation already pretty good for 117 not found, as they're going to be giving up majority of the scrap points here to Zidium. That's player number 5. Caesar already rocking with that 7 kills to his name. Try to get that top patio control. He does win those gunfights and essentially just breaks that kind of momentum that Zidium had trying to go in there for the fight.
All right, Lucky looking to step up right now for 117. Slow start, but has picked up a few here. Storm, ooh, nearly had him with the hip fires. Genius is the one that's starting to heat up off of his slow start as well. On the top side, not going to have any angles to work with. Player right underneath. That should have been a free kill, but it looks like his teammate's able to take him down. Storm shots through the smoke, can't connect, and once again, 117 just stacking as many players as they can on that objective, not giving any type of opportunity for Zidium to break through.
Genius uses the Hunter-Killer drone, gets rid of that 1 player. Now contest is going to go down. Everyone else from 117 not found. Still needs to find a way to contest this hill, but gonna have a really tough time. Opts to go in for that rotation anyway, but kind of a questionable push. I feel like they should have fought for this control instead, because they already had a player set up. That's Saturn's right there.
Crazy to think that this is the map where we saw Zidium get freaking 50-point clubbed by Kings. Like, not even 100-point clubbed, they get 50-point clubbed. And right now, they're going toe-to-toe up against 117, who have yet to lose a match in Stage 4. Solid feed right there. Big purifier for Saturns as he shuts down the 2 on entry. But Zidium once again in position to lock in hardpoint time. And another big kill on the backside right there as Lucky pushes on through. Looks like a pinch attempt for Zidium. Not going to be able to find any success. He's going to be able to lay down shots across and fix up another kill there as well.
I like the push right now of 117 not found, just leaving Lucky alone there, knowing very well that he has the claw to play with, and the rest of the 117 not found boys try to go in there for that control in 2F through mid. But that also allows Zidium to get a purifier of their own and try to go in there for the break. And so far, 117 not found, giving this up again. The scrap points going into the favor of Zidium, but as one player is going to be the only one left to go and contest, it's still going to be heavily contested by both of these teams.
Right now, Denisio hits the early rotation, looking to take topside control. Karma spotted out. Nice headshots by him. That'll lock in a 3-shot, but he's traded out. Once again, the feed starting to go the way of 117 as they've been able to build this lead back in their direction. Genius trying to spot out anybody that he can from that objective. Side slides on through. Jazz now lurking up. Doesn't get the audio. Cues onto Saturns, and he's going to be able to win that gunfight. Jazz there shooting at his own teammate. As long as you're alive, that's all that matters.
And now big kills from Saturns, able to take down Denisio, who has been so pesky here in this 2F. And the majority of the reason why that Zidium got a lot of the points here in P1, but still contested. Jazz gets that kill down. He also has a Hunter Killer to play with. Gonna be able to bring that out, but will he get that kill? Not gonna be sure, but they do have that control in P1 so far.
A lot of people forget this is a Zidium team that leading up to Stage 3 was consistently top 4 or 5 in all of Europe, and they just haven't been able to perform, but showing once again they've got the talent to be able to compete with these top teams. Genius breaks through once again. Rotations are through, but 4 players already over on that side for Zidium. Denisio watching the rotation and entry in right there, but Lucky's going to be able to spot out a shoulder. Big kill for him, and the kills start coming through once again as Karma's got the Annihilator and looks to continue to farm these kills.
Not only that, but Caesar also has an operator to play with. Lucky brings out the Freddy, and now going to be able to get those kills down. He does get Genius, but with Saze accidentally taking himself out, might be a little bit too dangerous as 3 players from Zidium is going to be able to flush down. Jazz with the Purifier shut down though. Storm, on the other hand, just waiting for the rest of his teammates to go and push, and finally they get the break that they needed, but still heavily contested as Saze gets a beautiful 3K.
Zidium invests so much right there not to find any hardpoint time out of it. Saturn's going to pop the Purifier to get things cleared off the rest of the way, and he's going to be able to push back the reinforcements for that Zidium squad, and just like that, they'll likely be forced to hit rotation. One player still looking to contest. I'm not entirely sure what Creed's going for right here. They're going to pick up 6 seconds of scrap time, but hardly can be worth the investment for them given the amount of time it's going to take them to rotate across the map right now, and Saze wins a big early gunfight from the top side.
Zidium needs to find a way to control Patio again, kind of like what we saw a while ago in P3, and they got majority of the points down actually, and so far Genius tries to go there for the shots. He does get shut down though, Saturns yet again. He does have that Sparrow to play with, so that could be a good cleanup for Zidium if Genius does decide to take it out.
Caesar just looking to play his life. Pops a Sparrow right here. A couple pre-fire shots as he finds one. Doesn't spot out Denisio though, and another big kill for Zidium. Opportunity to find the break right here. Not in position quite yet, but it's Denisio looking for the hip fire with the AR in hand, and it goes anyway. Still contested for both squads. Zidium finally find a way through, but not a whole lot of help for them right now as Jazz makes his way on through. Might be able to clear through that barn side, but doesn't hear Karma hop down directly behind him. Genius cleared off, but the reinforcements continue to arrive, and Zidium do a fantastic job of minimizing any type of big chunk time for 117. Unfortunately for them, multiple players already rotated out and set up toward P4 for 117.
Although for Zidium, I feel like they could have got majority of their points down there in P3. A lot of them were actually very near that area, and for 117 not found, able to go and contest it. The best case scenario for that P3, and now the rotation going to be early for them, but they are going to be losing a majority of the gunfights as everyone else from Zidium going to be right there. Solo hold coming in from that player number 5 from 117. Caesar finally goes down, and that actually allows the rest of 117 not found to spawn right near.
Ooh, big shots from Sage. War Machine comes out, seeing how many he can clear. That's 3 already. Looking to not make the same mistake we saw out of Boot, and he avoids his teammates at all costs. Hunter Killer as well, but it doesn't connect. I think Denicio shot it out right there, finds the kill as well, and now Kree hopping up is at least going to be able to be a distraction for Denicio to keep him alive. Jazz clears things off the rest of the way. And once again, a solid hard point for Zidium as they are far from out of this one, and Jazz continues to push out. Another double kill and some additional damage onto Karma.
Oh, that is a good usage from the Purifier. He was actually going to be able to run out, but good thing he was able to see those 3 players from 117 not found, and Storm goes in there for the backup as well. Now for 117 not found, they have that right side controlled into F, but they do need to worry about the members of Zidium trying to anchor that spot. That's Denicio that will always get those kills from up top, but he finally goes down. But 30 kills to his name. He's been dealing a lot of damage so far.
Karma's still got Annihilator in hand. Until that's gone, it's going to be tough for Zidium to find a way onto the objective. Say's on the bottom side, going to be able to find another one there. And once again, the feed starting to get very, very blue. No real map control for Zidium right now. Saturn's in the top side, sitting on a 3 spree, trying to get some streaks going. Genius got to win that one, but he gets shut down by a nade, and now all of a sudden 117 not found and blown this one wide open and are on the brink of winning this one on P2. Kree rotating out early, but per usual, 117 have the early setup. One of the early gunfights does go the way of Zidium, but Karma getting things pushed out. Not quite the same level of dominance that we're used to seeing out of him in the hard point, but regardless, 117 not found, sitting in a comfortable position right now. Nobody spawning that driveway side. We'll see if he can make the read and counter over toward rocks.
And now Caesar just brings out the Sparrow and just creates so much chaos right now. And now for Zidium having no control whatsoever. Predator miss out from Caesar, goes down, and it's just blue on the kill feed. And look at that. They're just winning majority of their gunfights. And now everyone else from Zidium scrambling to have some sort of control. They're going to be spawning right on top of each other. And unfortunately for Zidium, Karma spawns right behind them.
Genius with the Sparrow, able to get things cleared right there. Lucky's still there to contest, but the Hunter Killer's going to go out as well. So a solid feed from Zidium. You don't give up likely more than 30 seconds right here, although Genius has got to win a gunfight. Doesn't get spotted out. Gets turned on anyway. You've got to find the kill right there. Zidium still hold on as Kree is there to find the final kill, but they need the early rotations. They've only got one player there. Got to make a move, and it's got to be Storm to go big early.
Rotational gunfight being won on the left side of the map, so you'll expect Zidium to hit that left side. Unfortunately, Storm does go down, and that loses that patio control, where 117 not found. They're going to be set up pretty nicely. Has the verticality to their advantage. Now Jazz tries to flush in all one time. And also, when it comes to that Hunter Killer drone, we'll probably get that one. Lucky still goes down, and unfortunately for him, it's also going to be flipping out their spawns.
Storm, you got to push the objective. It's 242. You don't have any option to play your life right here. They get picked apart once again. The operator's fully invested for Zidium, but nobody in position to get on the objective, and 117 not found as expected. Clean that one up, but not in the dominant fashion that we expect to see.
It was a back and forth. I mean, the good thing for Zidium, they kept everything contested. They got scrap points down. Initially, they did get the first rotations, but since there was such a gap already in the points later on, they could not let go of that hill for that early rotation setup. But man, you get to see that reluctance at the very end with the claw. That could have been a really big difference when it comes to the points.
Yep, and that once again just shows that even when they're not necessarily playing at their very best, 117 very fundamentally sound. In regards to the rotations, they were winning that battle every time. It was just Zidium winning a lot more gunfights than we really expected them to, and obviously a couple really big plays out of Denicio. He was phenomenal all game long, but Storm, a little bit too slow. He's kind of been the weak link when it comes to the respawns, and definitely showed there toward the end.
And now we do get to see some bright spots from Zidio. So that is like one kind of gameplay we like to see from this team. And it was Denicio that is a little bit streaky. He's really good with that search and destroy. If he's on, he's on. And right now it seems like something finally clicked when it comes to this player. But taking a look at what we have on the other side, Caesar having that 40, and he had so many multi-kills. He was using his operators and score streaks so well.
Obviously, an uncharacteristic performance from Karma. I think a lot of it was just him not finding engagements. But once again, even him going negative is not something that we see too terribly often. Obviously, the rest of the team picked up the slack, and it is 117 picking up the map right there. If I had to guess, probably going to continue as we head into the next one. They have looked maybe even better in the search and destroy than they have in the hard point. And there have been multiple instances where Zidium have looked worse than bad when it comes to search and destroy, including a 7-0 on Tunisia.
Yeah, I mean, that was up against Kings. So, I mean, you kind of get to see it. And with 117 not found beating Kings yesterday, and now you're kind of questioning how good really is 117 not found, especially here in this S&D. And now Tunisia's not going to be played here. That is the only lifeline that this team actually have. And now we're starting things off with 117 not found on the defensive side, and Zidium going to be on the attack.
We'll see what they can do right here. It's going to be Karma looking to get pushed up early. Don't typically see this route out of an AR, but nobody really there to contest for Zidium, and they're giving up so much map control right now. Nothing really on the flip side either. They're going to sit back and hope that their snipers can find some early picks, but Denicio forced back. Nice cheeky angle out of Storm, able to shut down Karma. And now Saturns is the player that's got an info check on the garage right there. Could be a risky peek if he goes unprone once again. Denicio spots him out, and he's going to chow anyway. That's a ballsy move.
FFAR in hand. Very, very fast when it comes to the bullets. So far, though, with Zidium having the upper hand, it's like you're trying to move at this point. How are you going to go about it? You already was able to get rid of Karma right there and Broken. Now you need to get that information down. Storm checks the left, and that 50-50 just went in his way.
Well, that opens things wide up. Saturn's going to be forced back. I don't know how much utility is remaining for Zidium, but they can afford to full flood over here onto B. He's going to get spotted out. Info given once again. And they've somehow not been able to find these shots. And really, that is all on to Zidium, giving so many opportunities to find a kill and really can't capitalize.
You already have 2 kills, and yet you still slow it down. That just gives 117 not found an opportunity to breathe a little bit. You need to find a way to be in their face. You already created so much damage already, and now Lucky spots 1. Information gonna go down. And now it is going to be a 2v2 situation. Genius goes in there and doesn't check the corner, and Saturns has been there in that spot, not moving for the longest time.
Well, Jazz is spotted on the cross, so this should be pretty easy for 117, but he's actually looking to play decoy right here. Takes a couple of shots and may have the read on this one. Takes down 1. Not going to be able to find the second, though. Saturn's there for the trade. Well played by 117, and a missed opportunity for Zidium as they had that early advantage but could not capitalize.
They need to find a way to take advantage of that life count and just confidently push into a site. You already have the advantage, you have the manpower for it, but staying put after getting such an advantage will give 117 not found even enough space to get those 1v1s down. You already know this team is so good when it comes to those. And now 117 not found, looking pretty solid with that first start, even though they had a difficult time in the beginning. And now a faster push, though, coming in from Zidium on this side.
The utility usage is everything. Able to catch Saturns off guard right there. And that's something that they should have tried last time around. This time, it ends up working their way. Very fast plant on to B, and I don't think anybody has any idea that right now Kree is lurking in a perfect spot. He's going to be able to find another one right there, and left all down to Karma. Kree can't connect on the shot. Second guessing right here. That's about as free a kill as you're going to find. And Zidium bounce back is once again the gap between these teams not looking as big as we expected.
Yeah, it's really interesting how Zidium's actually playing this S&D, and also just leading up to this game mode from that hard point really is so well, because we already said that everyone else from Zidium needed to step it up, and also who is going to be that star player. So far, we don't have an answer yet, but the teamwork definitely going to be there.
And this is the first time that Zidium have played Slum Search and Destroy at all. So whether this is a specialty for them and other teams have just banned it, 117 didn't gather that information, whatever it is, they've been able to do a solid job and they take the man advantage once again. Say's looking for info on that player rotating through mid. Dinicio spotted out, but turns and the snipe connects once again. Now all down to Say's. And a well-cooked nade does take down Storm, but still 2 left to be dealt with. 25 seconds for him, and he's going to hit the wrap back towards spawn. And he doesn't really have a ton of time to work with trying to play the prone angle, but 1 HP should be easy for Creed to take down. And Zidium takes the lead here.
Those are really good engagements coming in from Zidium. Very impressive so far and not over-aggressing. So that's going to be a really good sign for Zidium right now, not knowing that we didn't have any kind of information whatsoever when it comes to their S&D gameplay here, when it comes to a map as small as Slums. And you'd expect that 117 Not Found is going to be having that fast push, but now it's going to be the other way around. Genius tries to go in there really aggressively, but Storm goes in there with a response, and even though that they were stunned out, 117 still wins majority of the gunfights.
Oh, clean deagle shots from Dinicio. He's able to get away with his life, does end up getting traded out, but still affords his team a 2v2 here. And that's going to be Creed dropping off Lucky, now left all down to Saturn's. And it seems like Creed's got a pretty good idea, spots him out right there. The bomb is down mid-map, but now should be able to retrieve it as well.
Enemy has dropped.
It's actually going to be a 1v1 here. And that makes things a little bit more interesting. A big question, does Saturn's know where the bomb was?
I don't think he has any idea. So he's just going to pick a bomb site and pray that he finds an audio cue. And this is the audio cue he's going to get as bomb is going to be planted. Now he will have the FFAR in hand. Creed gets tagged up, but he does have a sniper to play with. So he does have that long range engagement. So far, spots Saturn. He's going to be playing time perfectly. And there you go. Zidium is so good when it comes to their post-mat. It's crazy right now.
That was a beautiful play out of him to rotate exactly where he knew Saturn's was going to peek. Use the head glitch, hits the shot. And man, Zidium once again looking convincing, especially for a squad that has already been eliminated from contention. For them to be stepping up like this early against an undefeated 117 squad is absolutely impressive. And coming off of a hardpoint map that we figured was going to probably be a blowout, they have looked really, really solid here. 117 got to find a way to adjust, and Karma going to be the initial play right there, and all of a sudden all the kills going the way of 117 as the aggression kind of disappears for Zidium, and they don't really find a way to adapt mid-round.
I mean, I get it. They wanted to do a different play, but to actually have Storm, your bomb carrier, peak for you, that is not going to work out because you have to play around that when the bomb goes down. And so far, Zidium fall apart at the seams in that round. They still do have an advantage, but they're already giving so much space away from 117 Not Found. It needs to be like they need to have a different play here so far. And now it's going to be a 3-1-1 split as an aggressive B push yet again for Zidium.
Delayed utility out of 117 pays off once again. Jazz at the top side wins the opener. Saturn's.
Wow.
Wow, that was a 19-second round. Holy. That was back-to-back rounds and pretty quick ones at that for 117 as they tie things up.
And that's what you mentioned already, because yesterday, that's how 117 Not Found won against Kings in that OT, that delayed push. And now they knew that, okay, we're not going to go head-to-head up against a team like this. We lost every single time, and now that delay just gave them an advantage to even things out. Dinicio gets that first pick. Say's, on the other hand, gets the trade.
Genius spots out Say's there, and once again, Zidium find the man advantage, but one player snuck through. Not going to be able to find the kill. Lucky's looking to peek the corner, and Kree shuts him down. The snipers on the side of Zidium have been crucial for their success so far. Genius able to get pushed back up right here, and now the two players for 117 are going to have to take a risk at some point or another. Storm's going to get pushed up as well. And a lot of angles covered. No solid points of entry here for 117.
I like the defensive setup right now from Zidium. Storm gets spotted, though. Karma taking those shots, but also giving away his position. Dinicio brings it down into a 1v4 situation. As Storm is just going to be playing time. He's going to be so pesky here, sliding around. Majority of the Zidium boys are trying to go in there in position. They know where Karma is, and he's going to be trapped right now.
Oh, there's just way too many people that know exactly where he is. Dinicio sniper on Hetty, able to take him down, and once again, Zidium start off solidly here as they take their first defensive round. And I'm curious if we see maybe a different look out of 117 as they play that one passively, and it does not pay off at all.
Can I just say, they played their attacking round so well to the fact that we already mentioned that Zidium is a defensive team, and it seems like they're just so comfortable on the defensive side. Karma tries to pick up those shots. So far, no bodies dropped whatsoever, but then Genius goes down. Saturn's getting a little bit of damage.
Well, Jazz disengages right there, looking to play his life. Say spotted out. I thought that he saw Jazz over the top, but he didn't. Just like that, another couple of kills go through for Zidium as they equalize the live. Storm not going to be able to connect, but gets away with his life once again, and with Denisio backing back up, might be able to bait somebody down the scope of the sniper. Saturn's going to be there. Takes down Jazz. And Storm lurking in a nice spot. Will the timing go his way? Finds one, but can't find the second, and now all down to Denisio. Finds the opener, but Caesar's there to take down the kill.
Oh, that's such a hard place to be in if you were Denisio. It's like, are you going to back away or are you going to engage? And so far, he needed to engage at that moment. Now we're evened up when it comes to the score, where Zidium, when they are a more defensive team, that flank from Jazz was very crucial, but the moment that he dropped, they just did not have any kind of answer whatsoever. A more passive play coming in for both of these teams, but Denisio and Kree get 2, and that just allows Zidium, again, a little bit more of a breathing room.
Beautiful shots of the snipers, and once again on both sides doing the damage. This time it's Lucky. He's going to be able to find 2 trades there. Once again, lives are even, but timing doesn't go Storm's way, and Jazz has first shot, but it doesn't matter. Dumpstered by Saturns right there, and just like that, 117 now take the lead in this one. But it's a match that we expected, once again, to not really be all that close. And Zidium are sticking around impressively so.
When it comes to Zidium, it's either they're so good when it comes to the play, or it's so bad. It just steamrolls out of control for them, looking like that adaptation in the mid-map, in the mid-round, is not working out for them. Lucky gets a first shot off a Storm. And now Says as well going in there for the response, and they have created so much space for their team. Has to worry about one player. Denisio gets one, but does get traded out by Saturns. A 2v4 situation made by a 1v4 by Saturns.
Oh my gosh, he just didn't stand a chance right there. As soon as the bullets were out, that one was already over, and now 117 establishing themselves in this one. Looking more convincing on the offensive side, and if I had to guess with the way the momentum has shifted, probably a good chance that they shut this one down here in round number 11. Zidium, what kind of response do you have? The snipers have got to take down Lucky early. He has been the first blood reaper on the backside of this game. No kills to open things up, but there it is. Takes down Denisio as well.
You're right about that. Lucky just creates so much space for 117 not found, and now we do get to see a double chow right now coming in from Zidium. That's good. Jazz opens things up. Saturn's there, trying to go in there for the trade, but instead goes to the back away instead with Caesar. Throws away the nade though, just to make sure, and tries to apply a little bit more pressure here into Arches. But good thing for Zidium, they're just going to be staying put, trying to play their angles right. And so far, Caesar not having any kind of information whatsoever, and Jazz yet again is able to give them a life count.
A little bit surprised Jazz didn't get punished for that peek, as Caesar was waiting back with a sniper in hand, but now he's looking to get pushed up. SMG goes prone right here. Nobody making their way through for 117, and they're trying to use this as a miscue, but nobody really pushes through for Zidium, and it ends up working out in their favor. Karma with the bomb in hand. Likely going to have to take this engagement at one point or another. Storm, rocking the SMG right now, has not had as much success with the sniper in these recent matches for Zidium, so the change being made for Kree to make the play onto the sniper, and G just spotted out across mid. Crucial kill for Karma to bring things now into a 3v3.
And now Zidium tries to stack that B push instead, but they do not know that there's 2 players from 117 not found going in for that A plant, and that should be an easy plant, the fact that they know everyone else from Zidium going to be right there on the other side, but they need to be quick, because right now with 42 seconds left on the clock, 117 not found is in a really good spot. Lucky, able to bring it down equally. And now an essential gunfight being won through mid. It's like, are you going to be going in for that double chow instead? Yes, they do. Jazz goes in there for the opener. Gets rid of Karma. Needs to worry about one more. Lucky spotted, but he does have a sniper to play with.
And Lucky's just going to play this bomb position. Picks up one onto Kree. Jazz pushes through. And Lucky, the absolute X factor on the offensive side for 117. He could not seem to miss in the back half of that one. And whew, that boy was cooking.
That round was so winnable for Zidium. My goodness. I mean, this team is showing up though. 117 not found, struggling in some of these rounds. But with Zidium, like we already mentioned, either it's so good or it's so bad. In that round, it was just going to be in their favor. A little bit more of an evil play, in my opinion, in that last round. But Zidium was finding those opening picks. Denicio and Cree were actually making such space for his team, but 117 not found and Lucky just going in for those first bloods. And we already kind of set it up a while ago that he's had the most first bloods in this entire competition. No one even comes close. And that's going to be Grizz with 14. And now this man has even more to his name, probably like a 20-something at this point.
Yeah, he's been absolutely phenomenal for them in the search and destroy. Finishes with 14 right there. And just opened up every single offensive round to allow 117 to be able to do whatever they wanted to, putting that Zidium roster on their heels, and they didn't really know how to respond once they got flipped over to the defensive side. So well played by 117. They're going to look to close things out right here in the control. As I think most people watching expected this to be a 3-0, but they've been doing a good job of playing things evenly, and I'm expecting that to continue here in the control.
Definitely. I mean, when it comes to the control, and we already talked about him, Lucky is the #1 player in control for 117 not found. He has an average of 25 kills per game. So that's scary to think because he looks really hot in that S&D. And so far, he's going to travel that and put it into this game mode that we have here, and it will be raid. He will have the sightlines to his advantage, but he will opt to get that Fennec instead. So Saturn's is going to be that long-range engagement and Karma as well for 117.
Well, Zidium start on the offense, not great for them. The ARs with a big task to shut down some of these early defensive setups, and Caesar's going to take himself out somehow. That's awfully early in the round for that to even be able to happen. Fortunately, Lucky is there. Talked about him being their most important control player, and Caesar going to be able to get back into position once again to contest, and no progress to be found here for Zidium off the initial push.
And now for Zidium, need to find a way to kind of just get the fact that Denicio is just beaming from across the map with that LK and creating a lot of that space, getting rid of so much 117 players right there. And speaking of Denicio, spots Saturns, gives those pre-fires down, but not able to connect. Caesar tries to go in there for the kill. On top right now, Statue, and still applying a lot of that pressure, but it's still a back and forth when it comes to the lives.
Caesar flying through the sky, and suddenly a solid feed comes through for Zidium as they're able to get players on the objective, but Caesar's there. Streaks have been found. Hunter Killer able to clear things off. Once again, they've been able to find the kills, but the objective play just has not held together very well. And 117 doing a good job time and time again, where even when they're losing the lives, wiping things off and forcing the clock down. Jazz finds a big one right there. Caesar looking to get pushed through, see if they can take Pillar's control. He's going to have to take down Jazz right here, and now the opportunity for Zidium as they look to take an offensive round to open things up.
I love how Zidium is just applying that pressure through mid, sending those two players in those cheeky corners to go and defend. So far, though, Zidium getting that Bravo control, definitely going to be big for them. Not just that, because they also have the life count advantage. Only one player, though, going to be right there. That's Denicio trying to create that space. Alpha Tiki gets one, tries to get rid of Says, not able to do so as he's going to be overwhelmed by a lot of the angles that 117 not found needs to go through. But Zidium needs to go push through Kitchen, a power position that we've seen time and time again for this A control.
Nade goes through for Genius. That should give some information for 117. That's enough for Caesar to win the opening gunfight, but Jazz there wins the long-range engagement in a 4v11. Zidium should have the numbers to be able to make this happen. Denicio spots out another Says pushing through. He ends up paying for it as well, and now in a 9v2. 117 looking sluggish off the start once again. Lucky 1 HP. Gonna chow that anyway. Somehow finds a way to win it. And it's not over quite yet, but they've got to get Storm cleared off. He's going to be able to win that one, and now the 1v6 should be fairly unwinnable as Jazz moves through to the top side. And he finds that kill as Zidium once again find a hot start against 117.
They look impressive in this whole series so far. Good play when it comes to the lives. They know very well where to position themselves and what angles to take, especially going in for that mid control. 117 not found, on the other hand, need to find a way to just not make those small mistakes, kind of like with Caesar taking himself out off a pretty good angle into that defense in Bravo.
Saturn's looking to control mid. Jazz gets pushed up early. Denisio's there to clear off the rest of the kill, but Karma's hopped the objective. And already a lot of B progress to get things started as nobody for Zidium in position to get things cleared off. Kree's able to find one, but still the objective pretty much uncontested right now as he's only getting the kills on the players in the outskirts. Finally, one player making their way on in. That's going to be Denisio looking to clear things off. Lucky pushes up. And just like that, they're capturing more time, and that is, oh, nearly a full objective capture. But it looks like Jazz is going to be able to hop on, and that final take of progress doesn't go through.
Storm with a claw in hand is going to be so pesky here. It does go away, though. He still plays his life. Needs to worry about two players. Nades come through. He does throw a nade, but that will not connect because it goes out of the map. But Lucky able to get rid of Storm and just trying to get rid of that chaos that will probably ensue. Kree with a war machine tries to go in there aggressively as well, but he does get spotted by Karma. But Kree, again, still able to win that gunfight. 18 and 21 is going to be that life count, and Kree is so pesky here in mid.
Got a lot more value out of that than I thought he was going to.
So many players were looking at him.
Yeah, and that allows Denisio to get pushed up right here to try to apply some pressure. That spawn Genius going to be able to find two, and now 117 forced back. They're trying to sniff out Denisio, but they don't really have an idea what angle they need to play. Big kill comes through for Karma, but still a head glitch to work with for Storm. He's going to play this as long as he possibly can. That forces Saturn's back. They got to go top modern to get him cleared out. And that's Lucky. Sniper in hand, making the change right here. This could be the opening that 117 are looking for.
Oh, man. Storm was so good at pushing everyone back and just delaying the time. One tick of progress only for 117 not found. Purifier comes out, but Storm is able to win that big gunfight. Operator down, and that's going to be massive for Zidium to get rid of that one. 13 and 9 is going to be your life count. 1 minute on the clock, and so far 117 not found, having no kind of power positions whatsoever. And Zidium is actually playing this to perfection.
It looks like they're going to bunch up in mid to see if they can find a push through kitchen right here, but Denisio's watching the cross. There's 3 players on the inside, and Zidium are fully prepared for this play. Lucky going to find the opener to take down one, but immediately traded out. Storm there to find the kill, but Saturn's on the flip side for 117 gets pushed up right here. Denisio forced back, and players should be able to find their way onto the objective, but Kree finds the wallbang, and now only 4 lives remain for 117. Caesar's gonna opt to use the Sparrow right here. Desperate times call for desperate measures, but I don't know if this is the move. Only finds 1 kill out of it, and now it's 7v2 for 117.
Ah, I should have saved it because there's just no way that he's going to be able to win those gunfights, knowing very well how Zidium is just playing it to perfection. Caesar, though, also having a hunter-killer drone in hand, he brings it down to a 1v3. 14 seconds left on the clock, though, and he is going to be flooded. And we're up 2-0, where Zidium only has 1 round left, but they do not have any kind of operators and score streaks to play with, and Lucky could open things up for them.
I feel like every single one of these games has left us scratching our head, especially after watching 117 take down Kings yesterday, struggling to deal with a team that has only won 1 match so far, and it's against a team that did not win a single match in the entirety of Stage 4. They're looking to fire back and see if they can find a counter, and they finally find an opening life lead off the start of this one. Solid map control for them as well, and no real objective presence off the start of this one for Zidium.
And now we do get to see that 117 not found, trying to push up pretty early on, having that mid-map control and also in gallery as well. Knowing very well that it's also going to be Karma trying to go in there for that SIG. He's going to be spotted, but he will lose that gunfight. Majority of the 117 players, also 3 of them going in for that left side of the map, and they're just going in there very aggressively, trying to go in there for those early kills instead.
Zidium have got to find some presence on the objective. They haven't found it so far. Jazz wins the gunfight, but traded out immediately, and once again, have not been able to convert a whole lot of these kills into any type of map control. Genius going to be able to get pushed up right here. He opts to use the Sparrow. Saturn's going to drop, and oof, would have liked to have more value off of that one. Looking like 117 set up well to finally take a round. Storm seeing if he can find anything over on the A side. And 3 players going to be able to get pushed up for Zidium. They win the mid-steps gunfight, but once again, you've still yet to deal with Lucky up in that top sniper's nest.
And now there's just no time left for them with no progress whatsoever. And everyone else from Zidium is going to be too far away. And this is a round for 117 not found. Those early engagements, Caesar just aggressively pushing up, using the smoke to their advantage, and eventually just getting mid control, gallery control, and just getting those early kills down, not allowing Zidium to even push up, even remotely close to any objective. And that is a good adjustment from 117.
But honestly, I don't hate that round for Zidium. It seemed like they were very content to just save up their operators and look to win this here on the defensive side. Heavy push over toward the A side, open things up for 117, but Storm there to make him pay with the claw. Does get traded out, but Genius has the information. He's able to take down Says and knows exactly where to look for Caesar as well. Might be forced to hop out. Caesar wins the gunfight. He's still got a Pred missile to work with and could be big for the information, if nothing else. But 117 winning seemingly impossible gunfights, and they somehow keep players on that A objective.
It's Caesar, man. I mean, I don't know what happened to the comms with Zidium. Whoever that the player was, I forgot who it was in Money Hill, knowing very well that Caesar's going to be right there on that right side, and that Zidium player that tried to go in there instead looked left, and that could have been the biggest difference. Denisio, though, tries to go big when it comes to these kills, not able to just get rid of Says in that money room area, and just like that, 117 not found, already having that second tick of progress down in Bravo and looking like they want to win when it comes to the objectives.
I mean, Creed, you've got to get on the objective. There's only 1 tick of progression left. He's going to take the War Machine with him, but he wins the gunfight on the Lucky somehow. Might give him enough time, but Genius, this is an objective-based game mode, and he's playing for kills right there. They've thrown away all their operators, and now 117, a chance at the mini reverse sweep.
Oh, man. Zidium. This is not the time to falter under pressure. You're doing so well. Just close it out. And so far, Zidium having early control in those past 2 rounds in mid, they just did not have that. Lucky switching off into that sniper instead was the biggest thing that 117 not found could do here to win those 2 rounds.
Well, they do a good job of getting pushed up right here. There's no map control left really for 117, and Storm a nice turn to be able to hop on the objective here. Jazz has got to be dealt with for 117. He wins the opener, trades are there. But Storm should have a nice angle should anybody peek that top laundry window. Still got to take out Lucky, but Genius is snuck all the way through. He's now in position to apply pressure to spawns, force an operator to come out as Saturn's uses the Sparrow right there. Caesar's going to pick up another, and he still has that Pred missile to work with on top of the Sparrow. He's going to be able to clear off Kree, and once again, 117 doing a phenomenal job of countering every attack that we've seen out of Zidium here.
117 not found, just winning their individual gunfights all across the map, and Zidium just pushed back. They were trying to go in for that A push instead, but able to push back. Denisio wins a big gunfight here through money, and they needed to have that kitchen control. So far, though, did not see those 2 players in through mid garden, and will be greeted by 3 of them right now. Gets 1, possibility to get that second, doesn't really quite get so, and now 117 gonna be set up for this defense in Alpha.
Now a really dangerous spot for Zidium as you have no operators. You find yourselves down 16 lives, and you haven't locked in any of that objective time that you would like to extend the clock right here. So you got to win some of these gunfights to open things up. Sace is going to be able to find 2. Sparrow comes into play. Storm shut down, and lives drop 1 by 1. Jazz has got to go big here with the Sparrow in hand. Able to take down 1. Lucky spotted on the objective as well, and he's the only player that's going to be able to make a play. Denisio shut down on the push through, and he's trying to push all the way through to spawn. He's able to do it, and those are crucial kills that open up a door for Zidium to find one last opportunity to win this one, but they've got to find their way over to B.
They need to be careful with their lives right now, because so far they only have 6. Just 2 ticks of progress here in Bravo, but good for them that this is the easier hill to get. Lucky, though, with the shots. Uses it to his advantage. He does go down, though. Jazz with the Hunter-Killer drone. It is going to be a bloodbath here in Kitchen, as we do get to see Kree and Denisio get 1. They have to worry about that 1 player. Says in a really good spot to get more players off of Zidium right now. 8 plays 4. 2 ticks of progress. Still a lot of time. 46 seconds left.
And the operators are everything right here. Denicio finds two with the Annihilator. Just like that, it's a 3v5. Making another one for him right there. Says pops the War Machine, but I don't know if he knows the position of these remaining Zidium players. Shots over top. Nothing's connecting for him. Able to take down one, but it's a 2v3. Looking for the remaining players. It's not going to last, but he gets the kill anyway. And now all down to Jazz, the Hunter Killer. Should be enough. Caesar wins the gunfight. And a dangerously close map does go the way of 117 not found.
Says again with the War Machine in the exact same, well, not exact same spot, but the exact same place where he wants those nades to land. Where was the comms coming in from Zidium? You already know that Says was there in top gallery, raining terror right there. And Denicio, if he just had those comms that Says was there, it could have been a Zidium win.
I mean, he nearly single-handedly won that. His Annihilator found 4, maybe 5 kills off of that one, and that blew the defense wide open. But huge play out of Says to save that one. They do lock in the 3-0, but I think that one does raise a lot of question marks for 117 in regards to their consistency getting ready to head into the playoffs.
Definitely. I mean, when it comes to those plays, it was too close for comfort. Not quite sure if 117 not found is just not taking this particular match seriously. I highly doubt that, but Zidium looking really good. But it just seems like when it comes to this team, they need to find a way to just polish up everything and just to deal everything else better under pressure, because having that 2-round lead is something that is pretty amazing up against a team like 117 not found, which seems to be super solid here in control.
Great stuff as we see another victory going to our unbeaten 117 on the other side. Congratulations, Zidium, showing us what you got, right? This is what we wanted on the analyst desk. We want to see what you're capable of, and Denicio lived up to that hype that you kind of established pre-series, Bobby. I was impressed by the whole squad, though, and most importantly, I saw the War Machine being used effectively on both sides. Well done, Cree. Well done, Says. And at the very end, Says shows that once again, he is the clutch man for 117. We've got a pretty awesome matchup now done in the books, but we've got our buddy, I Hold Shift, with the Telestrator to break down exactly what he saw throughout that series. What do you got for me, Shift?
Man, close series. Like you said, you got to give credit where credit is due. Zidium played super, super well, but I want to go all the way back to map number 1 because we've done some things on Slums. We've done some things on Raid, but we haven't had a chance to break down anything on Hacienda yet. And this is where I think the big turning point was in this map, in particular for 117. We're jumping into what's going on at P2. So as we're here at Lambeau, 117, like Bobby and Mommy were calling throughout, oftentimes got themselves essentially the perfect setup every single time we rotated over to Money Hills, one of them being P2 in particular. Spawns are good. You're going to be spawning over towards the bottom side of the map. Hardpoint isn't fully open yet, but with those spawns, look at the focus coming from the front here for 117, knowing exactly where this first break attempt is going to come through for Zidium. And as Zidium is bounced off, again, I got to give some credit here to how Zidium were able to respond after being pushed off in this particular angle, because again, same situations are coming through. Oh, pardon me. There's a big hold from the front coming out for 117, and I think the thing that's really cool about this is every single time you've got someone coming off spawn and hitting over towards the front side of the hard point, you got someone looking in the back just to make sure that no one's hitting these pinches. So as the Pred missile's called out, once again, you have a situation to where you get a full read on where exactly this Zidium team is going to be trying to break from. Now, the first 15-20 seconds, all great, but this is where things start to look up a little bit for the side of Zidium. You know that your first attempt was not successful, so you pop out 2 operators to try to break this from the front, and they're 2 great operators to do it. Shouting you out, Puckett. Cree was great with the War Machine. And you start to think all of a sudden, hold on, Zidium are finding a ton of success from the front, which is exactly what you want to see. But look at the awareness from 117. As soon as you see the kill feed pop and Says is able to get a handful of kills, look at the focus on the mini-map. They're spawning out and everyone comes through and is immediately turning their attention to what's happening around the back. They are perfect physically ready for what comes up next. And now all of a sudden, you yourself have 1, 2, 3 operators at the ready. It's a perfect pop for Saturn to hit the Purifier. He gets a handful of kills, and that ends up leading to essentially 45 plus seconds for 117. Really good awareness, really good manipulation around P2, executed. Chef's kiss perfectly.
Excellent breakdown once again by Hold Shift, locking down our telestrator tonight. I got to ask Beef Mommy about this series, though. 117, Animus, top of the leaderboard. You watched them both today. Both struggled at times throughout their series. Who is the stronger team?
The fact that 117 not found kind of struggled in this series from Zidium is looking like Animus might have a little bit of an upper hand. But that being said, we don't know how well 117 actually played this, if they took it seriously. Like what I said a while ago, I bet they did. But Zidium kind of saw a little bit of weakness when it comes to this team. So it's going to be a spicy last day for Europe.
It's going to be a very fun one. And that, of course, is coming up next week. But right now, we are joined live by a member of the winning team from 117 not found. Welcome the sniper to the stream, my man Lucky. And Lucky, I gotta say, I love your POV. Every single time we go to it, you are making impactful kills and you're making the tough plays using a sniper rifle against guys who are running at you with SMGs and ARs. How difficult is your role on the team?
Oh, it's quite difficult, but somebody has to do that role. But it's not only me who, if my team did not have the vision they have all of the map, I could not do it. So it's always as well things at my team. I know where the enemies can go from, so it's easy to just hit the shot.
And real quick, before I hand it over to Shift here, I wanted to ask you, what was your thought process throughout this series? Were you guys ever worried that Zidium was playing above the level you expected?
To be honest, we expected to be way more easier. I think we were a little bit too confident. But then at the final, we just said to focus, just to get ourselves up, and we could do the comeback. So yes, we shouldn't have played so confident, to my opinion.
I've got kind of a follow-up to that, Lucky, because you guys found yourselves down in pretty much all 3 of the maps at one point in time or another. Who's the person like steps up for your squad to kind of get everyone back on your normal level of gameplay?
It's normally it's the IGL, it's Saturn. He normally says, hey guys, let's try to wake up. We are right now not doing the best of what we can do. And if not, it's as well a lot. It's Karma. He as well says a lot of it. It's to put ourselves together. We are trolling to be, fair.
Yeah, I think you guys did a phenomenal job of bouncing back even when it seemed like you might not be focused at 100%. And I think especially in the search and destroy, when you hopped over the offensive side, you were the game changer for your squad, finding a lot of first bloods. What was the change that you guys made that opened up more opportunities for you to make those plays?
We were starting losing. We were seeing they were just playing behind the map, and we were just pushing. So we were pushing, and we were just losing the gunfight because obviously they're just half scoping where we're pushing. So the team just said, let's just play a little bit slower. Let's try to get our picks. Let's get comfortable on the game. And I just started getting comfortable, just hitting the shots. I knew where they're going to put, so it's quite easy to get the entries for my team.
Seems to be like you guys are so good at dealing things under pressure, even though that things aren't going your way in this series. Now, we talk about this control game that you guys just had. You were down 2 rounds. It was just one more for Zidium to actually close out. And your decision to actually switch into the sniper, was it your decision or did someone else tell you to switch because they needed to find a way to enter the side?
No, it's me. Because the thing is, I'm just pushing and they're just waiting as well behind the map, like if it was an S&D. So I just said, if they're going to play like that with the LMGs and the ARs, so I'm just going to snipe, I'm just going to wait for them, we're just going to play still, and the ones of our team who need to push, they'll push. So that was the decision we made.
And we all enjoyed watching it. Lucky, I got to let you go because we have 2 more matches. Before you go, though, you're playing Animus. Next week, final battle, 117 versus Animus for the top seed going into playoffs. What's the final score of that series?
Oh, I think it's going to be a 3-2.
3-2. We're going to a game 5. I don't want to know the winner yet. We'll stay tuned to find out. Lucky, we'll let you go celebrate with the team.
Thanks.
That's Lucky, and he's calling a tough battle amongst our top 2 seeds, and we definitely know that 117 is now going to be guaranteed a top 2 going into the playoffs next week. For now, though, we got to throw it to a quick commercial break. When we come back, we got match number 3 on the day here. It's going to be 31er taking on Icemont. You don't want to miss it.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, and Monster Energy.
The European region for Call of Duty Mobile continues right now as we try and find out which teams will be locked in for our playoffs and which seeds they'll be playing in come next week. For now, though, we got to talk about the matchup that we have on hand, and it's going to feature two squads that are looking to climb the leaderboard and score some extra cash here, Beef Mommy. We got 31er taking on Mont, and even though 31er looked pretty tough last week, they got slapped around last night.
Yeah, I mean, even for Mont, it was kind of surprising that it took them that S&D map. They lost it up against a weaker, I guess, team when it comes to Panic. So I guess for 31er, that could be the best case scenario, knowing very well that Mont looking very shaky in that S&D, which we already know that is probably one of their best game modes. But on the flip side of things, Mont looking like they're pretty good when it comes to their respawns this time around.
Yeah, I like what we saw out of Mont a little bit earlier. Bobby, though, what do you expect to be the most important matchup throughout this best of 5? Is it the hard points? Is it that control?
I would say it's probably going to be the search and destroy. I think 31er have just looked absolutely abysmal whenever it comes to the respawns. They've got to win the control, I think, because there have just been so few bright spots. And a lot of it, once again, is just them lacking the gun skill in so many of those situations. I think, especially in the up-close engagements, Bricks, I feel like, has started to lag behind a little bit for this squad and hasn't quite looked at like the same player that she was earlier in the season for them. So I'm going to need her to step up big time, especially in the hard point.
Zed was up and down. I need him to play consistently in double digits. If he can do that in a search and destroy, you're almost guaranteed a victory. Let's take a look, though, at our path to victory for 31er Shift. What do you got for us?
Yeah, I think that this is going to have to be a 2-3-5 series, kind of like what Bobby's starting to hint at for 31er if they're going to win this. They've had so many issues getting themselves set up before a hard point opens. We saw it a couple of times yesterday, but it's something that's persisted across every single one of their matches where it's just like, why do we always feel like 31er is the team trying to break kills and they're never actually in control of a full setup? That's something that has to change, because even though Mont may not be the most skilled team out there, they do play good clinical Call of Duty when it comes to hard points. So that's where I think mostly 31er needs to show improvement.
That's a really good call. 31er, get better at your hard point and listen to Coach Shift. He went on Twitter. He walked you through it in Intellustrator. Gore, don't argue with the man. He watches a lot of Call of Duty. Let's go over to the other side, though, because Mont comes in as the favorite. And, well, it's not by a large margin, just 2-3 after 5 matches. Let's take a look at this team. You got Fahim, Patron, Jay-Say, Zeze, Daytel, and Etsy. Who's going to be in your starting 5 today, Bobby Plays? Is Etsy going to be in the mix?
I would like to see Etsy in the mix. He's been really phenomenal for them whenever he has been, and a solid anchor for them in the AR position. So I've got a feeling he and Fahim will definitely play a big role, obviously largely dependent on the maps that they're playing. But I think the X factor for this Mont squad is Jay-Say. He was very, very up and down yesterday against a Panic squad that realistically should have been a complete wipe across the board. So I'm going to need him to stay consistent in every single one of these modes.
All right, this is going to be the matchup, and for Mont to take it home, what do they need to do, Beef Mommy? Diversify your controls. We've only seen chaotic standoffs from you so far.
Yeah, definitely a chaotic one for majority of their series yesterday. So they need to find a way to be a little bit more consistent. And so far, that consistency is still a little bit in question, because when it comes to their respawns, I feel like they're still pretty good when it comes to that compared to 31er. S&D, on the other hand, the fact that they dropped it yesterday is a really big opening for 31er to try and take advantage of this time around.
1-5 in search and destroy across the 6 games they've played. If you get to a game 5, 31er all of a sudden becomes the favorite. Do we get there, though? It's time to find out as we show our picks and bans. What did the teams bring to the table here for hardpoint? Well, they don't want to play Arsenal, no Hacienda. Let's see what to take off. And,
that is a statement. That is a statement piece right there. That takeoff hardpoint, Shift. I think you need to take this.
Yeah,
one.
go ahead, Shift.
Yeah, so I mean, we had a very lengthy conversation about P3 today on Twitter, and I will say it probably came across more aggressively than it actually was. Both Gore and Brixta both got in the DMs and were talking like, look, we never actually looked at it that way before, so it is kind of one of those things that I'll be casting it, so I'll be taking a very close look at that P3. But Apocalypse is also not that did get some early reps on, so I think this hardpoint pool is actually pretty good for 31er, but Meltdown and Standoff, not necessarily a map pool and search that we've seen a lot of playtime for 31er on. So I think where we were kind of talking about Mont having advantages in the hardpoint and 31er having advantages in the search and destroy, that may be a little bit different. And we're also getting a different control here. Crossroads is going to be map number 3, where for 31er, they're 1-1 on it. Mont are 0-3 on Crossroads for the control. Not good news for them.
Bobby, you're casting this one. I know you're not supposed to be biased or give predictions, but are we going to a game 5 in this series?
I think we will. Shift said he thinks it's going to be a 3-0. Realistically, you look at the search and destroy, not a lot of bright spots for Mont. I think the search and destroys can go the way of 31er. And with the fact that Mont have not won a single Crossroads strike control, I think there is a very good chance this goes to a map 5, and a very good chance that 31er find a way to take it.
All right, well, gentlemen, please take the caster booth. And as you do, your caster challenge this time, I hold Shift, is please explain the proper time to pop an operator in a hardpoint game mode.
Come on, that is like, when is the proper time to take a breath? It's very dependent, I think, on the situation at hand. A team that's starting to feel pressured from the hold side, yeah, that'd be a good time to kind of tilt the tides back into your favor when you start to find yourself down in the kill feed. Other thing could be true, though. If you're breaking and you find an opportunity to get in, that could be the big difference maker. It's one of those things we don't want to see operators be popped in the final 15 seconds of a hard point. I'll say that much. Also, something we haven't mentioned yet, this is actually do or die for Mont. They have to win this matchup to have a chance to possibly beat Kings tomorrow to force a multi-team tiebreaker scenario. So there's a lot riding on this series, not just for money for 31er, but Mont playoff hopes rest with this series.
Do you really think the best time to take a breath is dependent on the situation at hand? I feel like it's always.
Think about it this way, though. Think about like someone tells you, Bobby, you have to go to the bottom of the ocean for 2.5 minutes. You have to hold your breath. You're not going to take a breath in the middle of that. You're going to take it all at the beginning. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that seems like an oddly specific situation, but you know, if you say so. All right, we've got the opening right here. Eyes on 31er to step things up on the takeoff hard point from the performance that we saw yesterday. And solid little opening right here as they get Gore onto the objective. They said, you know what? We don't want any objective time. We're just going to play the outskirts and make sure that you can't get on the objective. Bricks to get shut down right there. Mont find a way to fire back early.
I think the thing that I've really been impressed with Mont is their patience when they face adversity. I mean, even right there off the break, 31er, lots of great kills, but Mont, hold off, take a breath, make sure that they hold on to the spawns and then find a way to regress. The thing about it is 31er are coming out pretty saucy. Gore's on 6 to start, having himself a whale of an opener, and actually in the process, even though Mont get back into the hard point, 31er will flip the spawns around.
And Zed on the high ground, we said we needed more consistency out of him. He's on a 5 spree to open things up, so the ARs for 31er have been dominant so far. A little bit of a jump right there. Not going to be able to win the second one, but keeping things contested here on the hard point. Looks like players already set up inside stadium for 31er, and definitely a better start than we've seen out of them recently in the hard point.
Yeah, really clean, really controlled here for 31er, and an opportunity to open up this hard point with some significant time. Mont will still be in a position to contest from the backside staircase. Pinch on the way from Gore. He gets shut down though, so now the focus for Mont can start to be on towards the hard point itself, but Lydia beats him to the punch. Double for Lydia, and 31er will regain control around the hard point, but they do lose spawns throughout the midst of the chaos.
All bad timing for Lydia. Has a feeling there's somebody on the flank, but not going to be able to find the kill. Daytel gets shut down right there. Gore finds a nice little 3-piece, and just like that, the one-man break is through. He's going to lock in another kill right there as he continues to build on streaks, and he has been an absolute demon so far for 31er.
Early annihilator if he wants it. I mean, come on. He's playing absolutely lights out. Etsy not going to be able to get the best of the quick SMG out of Legacy. And he actually almost gets away. JC will get the scrap time, and here is where our focus starts to come through. 31er will own rotation, though, at least initially with a couple of members here. Hardpoint not open yet means that these spawns are not necessarily going to be a lock right to left, and Mont are starting to work their way over towards red, a chance for them to get in early.
Bricks is going to be able to get pushed up into a corner right here. They force the flip out on spawns, and now the question of, do Mont try to take that exact same route? And it looks like they do. One player there to hit the flank. It's Fahim. He gets shut down, and now they're left spawning in that exact same position, but now spawning a little bit closer. Nobody there to push out the spawns for 31er, and Legacy gets shut down with the claw on the top side.
Yeah, but 31er, again, their early charge of these operators have given them the advantage that they need. And you've got Zed now all of a sudden kind of picking up where Gore had started. He's on double streaks. And with the hold from 31er, the kills are still coming through beyond the hard point. Take a look at how deep Lydia is. Bricks is going to make sure that this last attempt from Mont finds absolutely nothing with the More Machine. And yeah, that is really good control from 31er, doing exactly what we needed to see them do, which is control spawns and hold the hard point. Flawlessly done here at P3.
And that sets them up to perfectly chain together these hard points. Right now, Zed controlling the high ground, trying to cut off as many rotators as he can. Daytel shut down. Players on the inside of the objective. Lydia's got to try to find this kill. She does that and maintains that early control, but it's Mont spawning on the backside, and with Legacy getting pushed up right here, perfect position to shut down the wave.
Yeah, that with the streaks coming through, just outer decimation in the spawns of Mont. Getting 31er safely in from the front. Quick respawns though for Mont, a chance to recontest this through mid, but shut down immediately. 31er again, privy to the play. Last player to find would be Daytel, who's starting to heat up, but a toucher on the back, getting a double, but he will not find anything more than that. Zeze in as the only player forward, has the Purifier out, and that will start to get Mont back into the hard point, down 60 points.
They've got some work to do. Purifier's gonna get shut down right there. Lydia looking to get pushed in. It's been the AR show so far for this 31er squad. Gore and Zed absolutely going to work. Mont able to maintain right here, and it looks like should be able to pick up the scrap time as all of a sudden the gun's not firing quite as hot for this 31er squad. They're going to look to break back in, but just doesn't seem like a worthwhile investment. 2 seconds remaining, in Legacy not really looking to be one of those topside AR setups either. Right now, solid fire back for this Mont squad.
Yeah, that's a great first rotation for 31er, but think about how many things were earned. Tons of operators, tons of score streaks, and Mont have started to chew their way back into this game a little bit after the final moments of P4 come through, and now a chance to possibly even claw into the lead a little bit more through P1. Lydia up top looking for an opportunity to challenge with the CBR at range, but Fahim's Annihilator gets him to 3 straight and more coming off spawn. Mont now down just 28 points.
They have been absolutely ruthless on these past couple of hard points, breaking in and not giving anything back. Bricksta, big engagement right here, looking to take down Etsy, but can't make it happen. They get players back into the objective regardless. Big kill for Legacy right there, but they continually hop off the objective when there's nobody really in position to take them down, giving away a couple seconds of scrap time here and there, and could come back to bite them in the end, especially with how solid Mont have looked on these past couple.
Yeah, the last time we talked about Zed and Gord, they were both at 19 kills. Since that point, 21 and 23 respectively. So the slowdown has been pretty potent, and Mont will hold on to some spawn series and rotate over to P2, and now all of a sudden they're really not out of the game at all. Lydia back into the mix though. Up the top will find the opening double, has Jaysay weak in front of her, wants the gunfight, but Jaysay able to best her, and now the War Machine comes through as Mont try to set up a hold.
Nice setup for him. He's just going to continually send those shots out. Warning signs for anybody on 31 or not to come through. Lydia's going to sneak through the bottom side, but the big gunfights for Legacy as he pops the claw right there. Doesn't want to give away anything he doesn't have to, so sits back for the regen. Etsy pops the pred. That gives them information as well, and just like that, Mont have find a way to take the lead right here as the guns cool off big time for the ARs on the side of 31er.
I'm telling you, man, the most impressive thing about this Mont team is that it never feels like they're sweating a massive deficit. They just play really clean hardpoint. And what was down 60, now they're up about 20 with this scrap time looking likely to finish off. Gort, has popped the early Annihilator, trying to just block the exits, which I can appreciate the call. It's going to give 31er a lot of control around new. Just comes down to, do they read the spawns as soon as they start to move here with the hardpoint opening up?
There's a lot of players left to be dealt with on rotation. Legacy's pushed out, but nobody else spawning nearby. Daytel doesn't get the information from his teammates. And nice little double kill, affords some time off the opener for 31er. Should have the angle onto Jaysay, so another big kill, and he's in position to lock in the time, but the Purifier gonna pop for Zay. And now nobody gonna be able to push in through the backside right here. Lydia gonna be forced to make the push from the front.
Yeah, the thing is, now all of a sudden Mont have been the proactive members with their operators out when 31er should have had the setup. They do find a way to recontest quickly. Backside red though. Etsy with the double keeps things interesting, but it's inevitably Gore on 3 that gives Bricksta and the rest of the SMGs a chance, but no, they do get pushed out. Zed and Lydia never popped operators throughout the entirety of that P3, and with them stretching, trying to get the P4, you have to see it here for 31er to get back to a tie game.
And no Zay's on top, but Legacy not going to find the angle. Bricksta making the wide wrap right here to see if she can break from the backside. But Etsy's watching that, as is Fahim, and nothing's going to come easily for 31er as everybody in position to shut down those rotations for Mont. Daytel still locking down the backside as well, and there are no easy points of entry, but somehow 31er forced their way through.
They're easily able to contest, but Zed loses his Sparrow. Lydia's going to try to follow up with the Purifier and does well to clear out the staircase. Etsy, Jaysay, side by side, shoulder to shoulder, trying to work their way in for a contest, but Lydia, the Purifier, gets the job done. Fahim trying to get something up and close and personal with the Annihilator, but only finds a single kill. Daytel's flash allows him in. He's going to take down 2. Turning, Bricksta only provides 1 trade, and Mont will secure a break, at least for now. 20 seconds to fight for.
And I think that was a Purifier gone to waste for 31er, as once again, Mont do a fantastic job of responding, and this is looking like a specialty hill for this Mont squad.
Yeah.
Just crucial holds at every point. Their map control has looked picture perfect here as they once again find themselves back in the lead, now sitting up 35 and heading back to P1. They looked pretty flawless on that second time around as well.
Yeah, that 3 to 4 rotation for Mont took away the 60-point deficit in the first rotation of hills and now earns them nearly a 40-point advantage coming into the third set of hills. Fountain opens up. Jace, critical double. You asked for him to start playing well today, and boy, has he. He's on 29 kills, and a lot of it is coming in critical moments. Daytel following up. He's now on 29 of his own, and Mont should be pretty darn close here to getting over 200 points.
Nice shots from Brixa, but she's shot out of the sky by Fahim. He has got to be dealt with in top red. It looks like Gore's going to be the one up to the task. Hardpoint contested right here. Nades do the work for Mont. And that opens up the opportunity for them to continue locking in time. Etsy has been beaming these last couple of hard points, now sitting on 34. A phenomenal addition for this squad, and Jace continues to do the dirty work on the inside of the hard point.
This is not good news right here. 31 are dropping at the exact wrong moment. 8 seconds of scrap time on P1. Take a look at your mini-map. Mont is already getting across the map, and they flip spawns here. Brixa, can she hold and recover? Oh, gets 2 of the 3, but Zeze punishes, and with that, Mont should be in a position to get to the opening time of P2. Spawns are not fully locked in for either side as the War Machine starts to come through for Brixa deep.
They're going to force through mid-map. Etsy on the back side pops the claw right here. And 31 are going to have to go through it. Gore's going to get shut down at the hands of Jace. Brixa goes big with the War Machine right there. Able to find 2. Hasn't been traded yet, but Etsy's still yet to be dealt with. Here's Legacy on the back side. And another crucial kill as the 31er players find a way through in the top side. The Pred missile, the information going to be big, but most players have already found their way into main, and Zed's going to be there to find the final kill, but Zeze there for the trade.
Yeah, there will be enough time here for Mont to win off this hard point. So 31er have to commit to contesting, and they will also have to split their focus on rotation to new. Legacy, brilliant opening from scaffolding. Takes down 1, the follow-up is good. 31er need to recognize that you cannot win here if you're Mont. You got to start sending players on rotation. As Mont continues to get a bit spawn trap behind P2, they'll get a couple of extra seconds, but it's all about this mad dash to the third hill.
Oh, an unfortunate timing for Lydia. She spawns in right before the new hard point moves, and she's going to spawn across the map. Players already set up early, but a big opportunity. It's Daytel who's made his way on through, and he's going to give them some spawns to the backside. He's going to get shut down. Legacy clears out both right there, but the Purifier comes through. Zeze can't find the final kill, and Zed holds the line.
Legacy spawns on top of the hard point. Hold on a second. 31er has a chance to still hold this with numbers. Sparrow cleans out the front side of red. 31er need to recognize that this entire hit's coming from behind, but the kills are coming through. Lydia, Legacy trying to hold on. Trophy system out, and Lydia gets your Purifier shut down. Last attempt for 31er. Starts to come through, but Daytel, oh, he only gets 2 of the 3, and 31er will have a chance to try to reestablish control. Fight back and forth. Chaos of the war around the hard point. Daytel shut down from the Sparrow, and 31er may have a chance to still rotate here.
You got to get players pushed out. I know there's not a whole lot of room for error, but there's so much opportunity for this Mont squad to set up. Lydia gets pushed in early, pushing up to the top side. She wins the gunfight right there. It's 31er set up on that next objective. Only 1 second needed, but Legacy making the plays. A double kill for him, and now they're going to be forced to push their way through the front side. Legacy's ready, and 31er still have a chance.
They say from behind gets 2, though. The rest of the hit from Mont's all coming from the front. Numbers starting to look good for Mont, but Brixa got a War Machine! She shuts down the play from the front! 31er still alive, but they slip off the hill! Not like that! It's an old school C9!
Gore!
Right there with numbers!
Gore!
Oh.
I know it's splitting hairs, but you can't afford to lose the hair right there. Oh my gosh, hops off at the worst time possible. I think one of the SMGs went upstairs to try to clear out that top side, and
yeah.
Oh, a painful way to lose if you're 31er.
Damn, dude. I mean, 31er, they played this map so much better today than they did yesterday. And I think the operator usage definitely came in massively, trying to extend from one hill to the other, from 2 to 3, eventually to 4. And I thought for sure that Brixa had done enough with the War Machine. The focus on the backside pinch. Jace gets 2 from behind. It turns 31er around, and Brixa says, hold on a second. I've got a War Machine to lock down the front. I mean, this was a 220 to like 150 game, and 31er nearly fully bring it all the way back. Just amidst all the chaos again, one player just a pinky toe off the hard point ends up costing them a chance to possibly get this to even more of a chaotic finish. But overall, I think it's one of those you kind of look at this map entirety as like it's just comeback after comeback. Mont was getting smashed in the first rotation, and their composure to get back, claw their way back into the game, even find an advantage. You have to give a lot of credit to that as much as we just did at 31 are trying to hold on.
And they do a phenomenal job on P4 where Mont had looked pretty much flawless the entire way through that one. They got probably close to 100 seconds on that hard point alone. And 31er do a great job, but just one tiny mistake is what ends up coming back to bite them. And Mont find a way to capitalize on that mistake. They take map 1, but not in a convincing way, and definitely put some question marks on the rest of the maps, especially the hard point for them as well.
100%. And now that we transition quickly over towards Meltdown, we've seen Mont play this map twice. Once was an overtime W when they faced up against Zidium. It was a really tight one. Whereas for 31er, we have not seen them play this map yet. And as 31er starts off in the offense, it's going to be a 4-man, make it 5-man hit immediately into the reactor. 3 defenders here. And, well, there will be overwhelmed. Damage dealt, but 31er will gain control of A.
Pure chaos in the inside of Pizza Slice there. Right now, Mont forced back. One player makes his way up through the mid-map, and Etsy getting pushed on through.
Oh, what a nade.
Might find an angle right here, but the nade's not going to be able to find a kill, and right now, 31 are content to play the waiting game. Don't want to overpeak on these 2 snipers. Zeze in a risky spot, and he pushes up. Quick scope lands anyway. Play's not over yet.
Gets a CB hard to work with, and Gore almost, actually, he's gonna chow him, but he doesn't quite catch the ankle. CB gets the job done. Now to the 1v1. Brixta, who was tagged by that aforementioned nade, never moved off the bomb site. Zeze for the 1v3. What do you want? When do you want it? Oh, does he have time to get there?
I think he does.
Oh my goodness, it was right at the final moment. Yes, the 1v3 for Zeze. Oh, just can't happen if you're 31er though.
Gore, what are we doing?
I don't know.
He sat there. Opponent whiffed a snipe at his feet that had no chance of getting a kill, even if he landed it, and somehow still had time to swap to the SMG and find it. That was a complete thrown round for 31er, and that just cannot happen. They push heavily over to the B side this time. Etsy's there looking to defend. Has been a solid sniper for them so far, and he's going to get tagged up early, but Daytel with a big win in the mid-map.
And then help as well. Zeze off the quick rotation. Make sure that Etsy stays alive. He gets the regen. The pistol comes out, finds a kill. And now is really trying to check to see how hot the hand is. Zed does get the double up and nearly follows with the 3-piece, but all things told, it ends up with Gore in a 1v3 of his own, and Fahim will surprise him. Mont up 2-0 early.
Oh, that first round, that was a painful one.
It's still living with you, huh?
It's not. I have nightmares about that. All right, 31er, need to bounce back. A, I mean, honestly, I'm surprised they didn't go back to A, because that was about as successful of a push as you could have hoped for, and it really just fell apart because of countless mistakes that happened there on the retake. So Gore's going to look to open things up. Daytel takes some damage, taken down by Zed. Trophy's gone as well. There's still a player right there. They're feeding away free kills. I don't know how nobody spotted out Fahim on that play.
I can't speak highly enough about how Fahim has played his life, kind of in the same ballpark as like Mathila has. It's just, with an AR, it feels like they finesse forever. Lydia, tough gunfight to Jay. That goes the way of Mont. And man, I'll tell you, I'm talking major AR players. Fahim has really thrusted himself in the forefront of the conversation. He has been great.
Well, for a team that is looked fairly poor in the search and destroy, Mont looking pretty strong off the start of this one. Obviously, Fahim with the 6 kills on the board, doing the bulk of the work. They're going to once again aggressively send on over to the B side and trying to take down Etsy from that sniper's nest. Gore's the one to hit the shot. Definitely a much-needed first blood as that opens things up and Lydia gets pushed up.
And look how different this is when it comes to Mont's retake. They have to clear out Boiler, which is not easy to do because they lose that sniper deep. Lydia, a little windy out there on the platforms. Still holds her ground, though. All things are fine. Oh, what a chow from Jay. Just no cares. And then Legacy, who tries to get around the back for a pinch, gets shut down. Mont, all of a sudden, from a 3v4, find themselves up into a 3v2. Zed able to bounce back, and he takes down 2, leaving it now just down to Fahim. Oh, no chance there, and how about the HBK from Zed?
That was a quick three-piece. Definitely much needed round for 31er as they bounce back, and it's Zed leading the way this time. Lydia just looking kind of like she's second-guessing herself on a lot of those engagements, and definitely we know she's a phenomenal player, but you need the confidence heading into those. Did not seem to be there. Brixa has not found a ton of success so far with the sniper in hand, but largely because they haven't been afforded opportunities over on the B side. Etsy, the only player there to defend, and now Brixa up in the top. Not going to get spotted out quite yet. Etsy down below ends up paying, and there we go. Hopefully a momentum builder for Brixa.
But again, look at Daytel. He's already through into Jenny's again. I mean, he's just getting so much free space transitioning from A over to B. And 31er have not had any answers for that mid-round play up mid-alley. Zeze, Renetti out, almost gets the better of Brixa, but in the pistol duel, she does come out on top for her first 2 eliminations, but Daytel is literally standing on top of the bomb. And you know that he's going to love that, just kind of finessing his life inside a boiler.
JC finds one on the Legacy, so back into a 3v3. It seems like 31er should have some type of idea that he's still playing that position. There the flashes go. He's going to send out one himself, but no type of visibility. Somehow stays alive. Almost makes it a 2-piece, and he does. Picks up the gun mid-engagement. How does he make it happen right there? But Gore fires back with a 2-piece to clutch up.
Dude, Daytel's looking like a modern-day John Wick. Guns on the floor. Scoops it into the back pocket, nearly does it all himself, but Gore just as impressive with the final 1v2 in his own right. This is madness on Meltdown right now.
Oh, it's just chaos. There is no order to anything that's happening. It's just who can make the miracle play for both sides.
Little peek through the staircase. Etsy reads the pressure, backs off. Zeze watching over through mid. Daytel again, waiting for an opportunity to cut on over. Zeze in trouble, finessing, trying to break cameras. Not going to work out, but the trades are in. But all the meanwhile, the bomb does get planted. 31er have their post plant.
Gore set up in the top side. Timing's not going to go his way. Fahim spotted out by Brixa. Still one player to be dealt with. That's Etsy. He's shut down. Jay looks to get pushed up. Right now, no angles for Gore to work with, but Jay taken out by Lydia as well, and now all down to Daytel. There's one guy you want to make this play. It's definitely him, and not many shots gonna land, but Gore there for the trade once again. And he makes it look so easy regardless of the weapon in hand.
Dude, Daytel's nuts, bro. He doesn't know a bad shell. If it RSVP'd not attending, I don't know, man. 10 kills in the half, but we have a 3-3 tie, swapping the sides. And Mont are going to take their opening attempt over towards B. There to meet them would be Brixa, try to snipe deep. Quick help on the way from Lydia as well through mid-map. Brixa doesn't get an opening look, and look at the awareness. Jay gets the read over towards Lydia, but a late nade from Brixa turns the tides. We have an early 5v4, make it a 5v3 as Gore is here to assist. More on the way, but Zeze does put together a response.
Much needed for Mont. Keeps things relatively even. One shot connects. Can't really decide who he wants to take down, though. Able to get the kill before being traded out, but it's still 31er with the advantage. Etsy now left all alone. He just has not been able to find the flow state with the sniper in hand. Sees Brixa over top. Decides he wants to challenge it anyway. Probably not the move right there, as 31er have found a way to bounce back.
Yeah, big stuff here in a couple of rounds now. All of a sudden for 31er is we're starting to get our feet underneath us here in this search little by little.
Defend the objectives.
So Mont's opening attempt towards B shut down. Good focus from 31er off the rip to contest through mid as well. Keep that in the back of your mind as far as the defense's POV is concerned. Etsy may have an idea as far as how to beat that, by the way, as Lydia once again sneaks into Boiler. But look at how many blue arrows are around her. I mean, she is literally in enemy territory. And, well, hello? Okay, there we go. Kill finally comes through. Daytel took a good look as the bomb also gets planted simultaneously.
Playing peekaboo right there. Nobody wanted to look at the other. Zeze, bad timing for him. Legacy spots him out, but Daytel watching the cross, and that should be the necessary information, but he gets turned on right there. Now all down to Jay. Looks like Gore has hopped the bomb anyway, and he has no idea. Brixa says, I'll take the kill anyway, as 31er cleaned that one up. And now I think 4 rounds in a row?
4 rounds in a row.
4 rounds in a row for 31er.
Yep. And the thing about it now for Mont is you have not been able to put together an early response versus Lydia, and you're running out of time to figure it out. So this would be the round where you want to try to maybe get something going over towards A, I'd say. And it looks like based off of the break-off, that very well will be the case. Lots of nades over towards mid, but actually they're going to use that as contact and maybe try to still sneak Zay forward. He does have an SMG in hand. Daytel gets one. This is going to force 31 to have to rotate through mid. And Mont are in a position to try to catch him off guard, but a delayed nade from Legacy falls out of the heavens and gets us to an early 4v4.
They have found so many kills via those late nades, and once again, phenomenal response. Man advantage goes the direction of 31er again. I think Brixa has that information. Legacy definitely does, but gets obliterated by Fahim, traded out by Gore anyway, but could have kept that one life, and Etsy's going to be there. Is now opted to make the switch over to the HVK, shuts down Gore as well, and just like that, it's all down to Zed, who's looking to push through mid and not a recommended angle for him.
Yeah, he does get a lot of separation here, though, jumping out window. Zay's the nearest one to him. Etsy, very aware that Zed could have popped out and tried to hit around the back. The problem here for Mont is mostly collecting the bomb. Not that Zed is necessarily in the perfect position to see it, but he is in a good corner. Wow, what a prediction from Zay. Dude, he slid through like he was lubed up with Vaseline. That boy is slippery.
Solid read right there. Mont bounced back. 31 are still looking to dominate here on the defensive side, but right now, I think that does put a little bit of a question mark. Obviously, the pressure on Lydia to get pushed up once again, but this time it's Gore pushing up through mid. That's not typically where you expect to see your sniper. I think Brixa gets the information onto Zay, and I'm not sure he's seen anything on the flip side. Now tucked away in the corner of one of these generators. And right now, back-to-back is Brixa not giving any information to the opposition. Yeah. And it's really a question of who will make the first move.
I had to giggle a little bit because Etsy throws a trophy system down at mid to stop those delayed nades from coming out. Zay tried to find some timing, but does get overwhelmed. Too many numbers nearby defensively through B. Mont's still looking to stack through mid. The thing about this is they have no information if anyone's pushed up at A. You don't know how far forward that heavy-handed defensive push through B has gone. And their only lifeline is likely to go boiler to boiler here, where Zed is there to meet him. So whatever happens next for Mont, they're going to have to win a very tough 1v1. And wait, Legacy may have just given up a free kill. Why?
I think he was going to try to play the waiting game and didn't realize there's another to the left. Jay going to find another right there. And once again, the play falling apart for 31er. Lydia is here and may be able to catch them off guard. Should be a free two-piece for her, and that it is. Just like that, 31er have taken back the advantage. And she's going to be able to get away with her life. Brixa still looking to get aggressive, but she ends up paying. And now it's Lydia forced to make the play once again.
Etsy needs to make a decision here on what they want to do over towards this bomb. He's committing inside the reactor. Lydia working on a massive round, trying to get 31 to map point. Etsy will force the clock to his favor, though. And now it's a guessing game. How do you set this up? Etsy with the HVK will clear out mid. This is massive in terms of him being able to play a longer angle over the top of this post plant. Lydia has to do something incredible.
He's going to tuck away into a corner. Now looking to make the wrap upstairs. She might have the read on it right here, but he climbs back up the ladder, and that should be enough to catch her off guard. Gets on over to the bomb, and Etsy can peek around the corner, but she's played the right angle. It doesn't matter. Etsy hits her off the head glitch, and just like that, Montev tied things back up.
Two massive bullet points. First and foremost, what the heck are we doing if you're 31er? You're in a 5v4 with all of the map in your control to where you've pinned Mont in middle. They get over anxious, though, and the kills come back. And then at the end, Etsy clearing out mid is massive for his post-plant focus. Couple of opening nades over towards A. 31 are sending a lot of numbers this way, and actually the stuns do land. Lydia has to back off, and that's caused a little bit of a distraction here for 31. They're not forward at all over towards B, but Mont are, again, looking to isolate through mid-map. Legacy a bit caught, but stays alive, while simultaneously, Lydia does find a kill to Fahim mid-map.
Well played by both players. You lose a player off the start in Fahim. And as he drops, Mont kind of forced back with so many players pushed up heavily for 31er. And the snipers controlling that B side. No real avenue for them to make a push through. They've got to commit to a direction. And Legacy watching that backside push and so much mid cross control as well. Tough for Mont to find a way through.
Yeah, and this is the exact same situation as the round previously. 31er just should not move at all. They are perfectly set up. Just don't give any free opportunities to Mont. 5v3 scenario. Mont stuck at mid with no great decisions to be made. But again, Legacy, that is 2 rounds in a row. Why?
Don't know. Bricks is there. trying to be the savior right now. She's got 8 kills on the board. Gore's picked up the sniper. He's looking to watch the mid push. Looks like he should find that one remaining player for Mont. It's going to be Zed there to pick up the kill, and now 31er. An opportunity to close out the map. It's just a question of, do they have the patience to capitalize on those opening advantages?
Legacy is taking years off my life. I don't have that many remaining by the feel of it. 6-5 the count. Mont have to send this to OT. 5-man stack for the first time over towards B. Trophy systems are here. Do they catch any of this opening 31er push? They don't necessarily see Lydia initially, but now she's stuck, completely overwhelmed, and the heavy-handed hit for Mont is going to work out for a plant.
Bricks is still there, sniper in hand, looking for an angle onto Zay, but not looking to peek this one anytime soon. Nades do go over top. None of them connect, and right now players tucked away left and right for Mont. Gore finally finds one to open things up, and all looking to push from the long angle as Gore finds 2 right there. Finally traded out, but players get pushed up. Daytel's there to shut down the push, and now all down to Bricks to looking for a 1v3. Spots out Etsy right there, but the flashbang should be enough. She shuts one down anyway. Jace on the top side's gonna look to peek things right here. A couple godly quick scopes could save the round, but it looks like it's not meant to be. Jace just has to wait on this one, and not enough time for Bricksta.
Wow, what an effort from Bricksta. But it will be OT. 6-6 the count.
For the next round.
Oh God, my mind is already going through all of the differences that could have led to this being over in regulation on both sides. But Daytel and Gore are currently leading the charge for both of their respective teams at 14 kills. 31 are back to the offense, and here we go, Bobby. 5-man stack over to Reactor.
This could get messy quickly. All that utility goes on out. Fahim is not ready. Big opening kill for Lydia. They're looking to push toward that mid-entry. Zed doesn't spot anybody out, and Jace takes down one. It finally breaks in. Legacy there to respond. Zay left and right. The players drop. 31er get the advantage, and they shut down that round in a matter of seconds.
So critical that they got Fahim that quickly. If Fahim backs off and keeps his life, that pinch through mid had a chance at recovering it from Mont, but 31er perfect on the execution. The nades land, no exit whatsoever for Fahim, and then the focus immediately goes to the mid cut. Perfectly done. And Mont, after their success from B in their final offensive round, looked to kind of repeat the same. Bricksta the only one nearby sniping, but Zed is playing up, trying to help out through boiler side. Bricksta may have caught a foot through the staircase, but needs to make a decision, and she will safely back out, but it does give an opportunity for Mont to plant.
That's absolutely huge. Legacy's nade connects onto Daytel, and he's been the toughest one to deal with for 31er. The bomb goes down. You got snipers in position and still utility to work with, but Zed cooks it a little bit too long, and that leaves Zay alive on a nasty heady to work with. One player on the top side. Wow. Those kills should have gone the way of 31er, but now they find themselves at a disadvantage. Legacy trying to find one, but he gets taken down, and now they're forced back. All on to Bricksta once again as she looks to make the 1v2 happen, but so little time to work with, just like last time around. Fahim shuts it down, and we've got more OT.
Difference maker kill right there. Etsy with the pistol. He's sniping inside a boiler, I believe, but he pulls out the Deeg and whips somebody quickly. That keeps mid that much more contested, and of course keeps the numbers level for that post plant to stay healthy around the backside of the site. Because otherwise, you lose that gunfight, and it's 2 members on the flank. Things look very different. 31er, we're going to keep the tempo up though. Trophy systems down, full approach over towards B. Etsy's the only one nearby. He's got an HVK in hand. He's playing very far back. But look at the aggression from 31er, transition right in through mid. Zay falls, and there will be a plant here at B for the side of 31er.
Another first blood for Legacy. Maybe not his best game, but he's going to be able to make the play once again. Big flank right here for Daytel. Bricksta doesn't read it. One player peeks across mid. playing your heady. You know that the Switchblade's not going to have a viable angle, but the pinch is through. Fahim applying that pressure, but they can't seem to find the kills out of it, and now it's all down to him. Not going to find the opening shots as well, and 31er bounce back yet again.
Man, the timing was nearly flawless for Mont in a 2v4 situation from both players trying to play opposite sides of the B site, but I have to give so much credit to 31er, getting aggressive not just at B, but also double hitting in towards the defensive side of Boiler, clearing out extra space and making that post plant a little bit more diverse. Mont again, over towards B. Lydia, same nades as before, but she's not pushing up this time. Gore finds a connection through mid-map, but Legacy also drops behind this B defense. Lydia's in a little bit of trouble here, but has very nicely kept her life for now, and there's an angle onto Fahim! Oh, I thought for a second he was going to get the snap of the century, but the bomb carrier drops, and 31 are finding kills behind it.
And that should be all that they need. Bomb down in a horrid position for the Mont squad, and Daytel just peeking across, hoping that somebody overextends right here. But it looks like, I thought they were finally going to stay home. I thought they were going to finally sit back, play the position, play the advantage, but they give away a life, and it breaks another one spotted out, and just like that, it's a 2v2.
I cannot believe what I'm witnessing. Again, another over peak for 31er. You know the bomb is down at B. Daytel's tag, but watch Jay-Say. There's so much hard focus on the player from the front, but Jay-Say doesn't get away. 1v1, Daytel! He stays alive, but not for long enough. Zed collects the kill. And I need to go make an appointment with my cardiologist, brother. I am stressing.
We're stressing this way too much for two teams that are pretty much out of the competition. Mont, not completely out quite yet, but given how closely they're being played by 31er, it seems like they probably should be. They're still fighting for their lives, but they dropped that one, and whew, it's I mean, it's just an absolute battle between these two squads. You got to give so much credit to Gore. He dropped 15, 16. I don't even know how many he ended up with, but played such a huge role for them toward the end, and I all throughout.
I just come on, you know, I mean, you know, that one right there, like, the fact of the matter is, Legacy lose. That was the first time he tried to push through, and then he continued to try to do that a second and a third time. It's just like, brother. Something about can't teach an old dog new tricks or something, I don't know. But 31er do what was required in those path to victory notes that we had. They had to win the search and destroy, and boy, do they. If only just barely 16 for Daytel, but it's bested by 17 out of Gore. Legacy does go in and get 15, so he makes me my word just a touch with his participation across the map, but you thought that should have been a little bit cleaner overall for 31er.
I mean, the fact that Legacy, he was sitting on, I think, 6 kills through 10, 11 rounds. So he was farming the first bloods toward the back half of that, and especially in overtime, and definitely stepped up to give 31er the win right there. But it wasn't a pretty one. Get ready for the control, and map-wise, you got to think 31er feel confident on this one. I believe Crossroads Strike, where Mont have not won a control yet. But once again, the respawns haven't looked terribly strong for 31er, so still seemingly a bit of a toss-up.
And the thing about this particular control for the side of Mont is they've largely played up against some really good teams on the map, so they're getting beat on their defensive side. That's the biggest issue first and foremost when it comes to Crossroads. You just can't let that happen. So that's kind of the focus for me when it comes to Mont. Whereas on the other side, 31er, they've played it twice. They're 1-1 on the map. Their one particular victory did come in the form of beating Panic. So again, you know, take that for what it is, a little bit of a cushion. But 31er will spawn on the defensive side here, so it leads you to believe that Mont have chosen this map voluntarily. This comes down to can they clean up their offensive half here, and well, very rarely do we get to a point where we're 15 seconds in the round, no one's died. Finally, there will be a couple of kills, and it will turn the favor of 31er until Daytel doubles up, and he will actually stop the clock behind that on this A zone.
Right now, 31er need to get pushed up a little bit more mid-map. Allowing somebody onto the B objective that early, not a great sign. Legacy flashes connect right there. Should be enough for the kill to clear off the objective, but they continue to allow Fahim through. And if you let that AR thrive on the objective, it's tough to clear out without anybody getting pushed up into that second building.
Oh, Gore, Deagle out. Found one, nearly got a second. Very silent with it as well. Don't often see the silencer on top of the Deagle, but He's trying to make it work, still trying to make it work. He realizes he had time to reload, right? May not have. Second tick of progress does get locked in the process here for Mont, and simultaneously, they're really close to getting a second tick at B. Fahim may just try to step onto this, but there are defenders nearby, so 31er will be able to kind of scrap back just a touch and stop any further progress from being made on either zone.
And Fahim continues to push up. They just have not found any success inside the second building. Bricks are going to try to make her way through, but time and time again, Mont make the reads, and they've got players close to both objectives. Gore can't see Jay through the smoke right there. Finally does pick up the kill, but can't connect onto Daytel, and now both objectives dangerously close to getting captured.
And it looks like they both will get captured. Daytel surely finishes off A, and now he's quick to rotate back over towards B, where Zay is already there, and 31er were trying to go to the A zone. Just bad communication right there for 31er. You have to make a choice. You have to chalk one, rotate to the other, and just never really felt like anyone made that call. So 31er kind of get caught between both zones at the same time, and Mont, they do what we asked them to. Look a little bit better on offense. They take their opening round, and now they've got an advantage coming into their defense.
I mean, Mont have got to spend their flashes better, because there was not a single push remotely close to making its way into that B building, and they just got picked apart trying to run through with no information every single time. Lydia's going to spot one down on the low ground right there, and a solid feed through for 31er to get things started. Mont yet to find a kill in this round.
Yeah, and I think for 31er, you need to count your kills a little bit better here. That's 4 down straight. Get on stack. I mean, wow, okay, what a flawless start this has been. Daytel only gets 1 back, and that's by way of the Sparrow. But in the process, it's just the 1 tick of progress through 31er, trying to play for kills more than the zones themselves. So we get to 60 seconds on the clock, and Mont may have a bit of a lifeline here if they could find a way to start getting some kills, considering that 31er have not done a lot of progress onto either of the objectives.
I mean, Lydia gets pushed way up right there, maybe a tad over-aggressive, but earns herself the Pred missile, and the Annihilator going to get pushed up in the hands of Gore as he looks to clear out that mid-room. Etsy spotted out. That's a big opening kill. Players onto the A objective as well. Looks like if they can get A captured right here, they should just be able to play a 2-minute TDM up 20-9.
I mean, what, they got the first 9 kills straight, and the only lifeline that Mont would have had were to get out spawn and then use the clock as their biggest ally. And that did not happen. 18 plays up against Fort. We're going to get an offense for offense start here, and look at the streaks that Lydia's been able to earn. 4 operators also ready to go for 31er. Wow, full streaks for Lydia. Not good news here for Mont coming into a round 3 where they're going to be at a severe disadvantage.
And Zay's just trying to end any streaks that he can, but he gets shut down as well. And despite the slow start for 31er, they're in a solid position to defend a lot better than they did the first time around, especially if they can get pushed up into that second room across Catwalk. They should be in prime position to make use of this utility that they've earned early.
Opening flashes and nades, trade hands back and forth. Daytel the first one to connect. Zay gets a second. Clock will stop as a little bit of progress is being made over towards Zay. Bricksta only getting 1 with the War Machine. Does commit Lydia into her Pred missile. But on the flip side, wait, Zed just took himself out of the picture. I think that was by nade. Didn't quite get over the tank or something on the A zone. Second Pred missile gets launched in. That will find the 3rd kill straight for Lydia, who's having herself a whale of a game at 17 kills already.
And the last time we saw her, she was on a 5 spree, now on another. Does get shut down right there, but Gore, nice little 2-piece with the Deagle in hand. And I don't think Zay spotted him in the corner right there. Not a pretty engagement, but Gore still finds a way to come out on top. And the Deagle goes big as well. Now a 7 spree for him. Looking to spawn trap with his pistol. Maybe could have made the swap back to find more out of it, but once again, phenomenal response for 31er.
Yeah, I'll say, and that's the power of the benefit from what happened in round 2 coming to play, mostly out of the score streaks than the operators. But as there is an opportunity for 31er to win this round right here, Legacy pulls out the claw, gets to work and spawn. One more player on the back. Etsy does get the shutdown, but he's traded out in the lives significantly in the favor of 31er, up 5 with only 25 seconds on the clock.
And they've got to make a move towards one of these objectives. It's likely going to cost lives to do it. And Lydia just going to stay back beaming with the HVK. Zay finds a 2-piece right there, but down to a 4v11 and still no objectives captured. Daytel forced through right here, going to be able to find one, and the round's not quite over, but you need miracle plays, and they opt to pop a purifier right here. That is a ballsy move. Right now, this 31er squad has got to get things cleared off, but still not a ton of pressure as they've got an entire B objective they can give up, and I do not like that play on the purifier.
No, I agree with you 100%. It just felt like maybe Mont were thinking, we've got a chance to get onto A, so we're going to pop a purifier to try to get some control, but it was not convincing enough of a kill feed to think that that was going to turn the tides in the entirety of the round. So definitely an operator done and dusted that could have been very useful here on the defense. But Mont, they've gotten rid of a lot of 31ers tools. Not a lot of score streaks left. And an opening war machine gets shuts down. Gore, how big has he been lately? The snipe, the pistol, doing it both ways. And that'll be enough for 31er to come out on top of the opening kills again while stopping the clock at A.
Nice kill from Zay to get that room cleared out, but Gore is just not missing right now, and he's about as lethal with that deagle as he is with the sniper. Pops the annihilator and continues to build on these streaks. Now looking to set up the spawn trap, and right now Mont have got to escape this, otherwise you're going to see that life lead disappear quickly, and it is going to indeed. Doesn't hear one in the corner, but he's going to find the kill anyway. Finally Etsy there to take him down, but the flashbang connects as well, and he's forced way back. No opportunity, and Gore drops the pred to give them the information.
Yeah, that will be enough to actually get someone on towards B as well, so the clock will stop at 48 seconds. Progress being made. Etsy from Sandbag side trying to get over to contest, but he's shut down by Gore, who again just continues to dominate with his scope pistol combo. Mont clear off A and eventually sniff out Gore up top windows, and now they've got an opportunity to put together a spawn trap of their own. Clock continues to tick simultaneously. 12 plays 7, 46 on the clock, as it will be Lydia to try to stop the clock at A.
Both flashes connect. Well played by 31er. No trophies to work with if you're Mont. And once again, they make them pay, but nice little response right there. Gotta take every single one of these gunfights so very carefully. Zay's able to find one. He's able to find two somehow onto Legacy, but still gets traded out in a 4-life lead for 31er. All they have to do is sit back and play this carefully, but you take down Gore, and you now arrived in an area where there's no respawns remaining. Jay's pushed up. They got to figure out where he is, and it's down into a 2v2. Gore, where are we going? Now it's all on to Legacy. The lives have disappeared, and potentially so has the round.
Legacy is going to be tempted to maybe even want to go for B here to give him an extra 60 seconds. This is all dictated by Mont, though. They know that if there's contact on the A zone, that they've got him completely caught off guard. Tries to time the nade over towards the top of mid fence. It's not going to work out. Both flashes also are sent. Here comes Mont for their retake. Do they actually commit into this? They may be looking for him off the exit here. Very, very passive, but Legacy gets caught, and we're going to round 5.
It's not over yet. Ready up.
He had the claw right there. I'm like 50-50 on whether or not, because it's one thing to pull out a purifier at a 2v9, but a 1v2, and they're both, obviously he doesn't know that they're both there, but oh, that's something where it may have been feasible. He's gonna save it. We'll see what he can make out of it here in this last round, and Fahim opens things up with a 2-piece with the Annihilator.
And there's a war machine through mid-map here. They could use this to clear tons of space. Claw comes out. Etsy up close and personal shuts down another. 31er trying to find a way to bounce back into this early, but progress on A is significant. Etsy tagged but stays alive, tries to turn to finish off Legacy, not going to work out. Pred missile, Hunter killer drone on the way, but both miss. And Zay's going to get pinched up, not quite able to finish off the third tick of progress. Jay jumps in, and the 2-life lead looks good for potentially also the extra 60 seconds for Mont.
31er still struggling to hold off those offensive pushes. Gore spotted out right there. Wallbang damage as well. Zay pops the purifier, and he's got to get cleared out after 31er. Fahim wins another one. Goes big time right here. Flashes do connect though. Zay forced back, and he's just hoping that he can connect with the shots, but somehow stays alive anyway. Able to back up right there and nearly finds his life. Somehow 31er still staying in this one, but they've got to sit back without getting spawn trapped.
Yeah, Fahim does get a little bit further forward towards that little campsite, deep over towards snow. Jay still holding in towards fire. He's gonna have a lineup. Gets the first and the second. Not good news here for 31er. Oh, how things have gone wildly wrong. Jay starting to really light things up now on 4 in a row. 7-life lead for Mont, and still tons of time on the clock.
Legacy is just holding on to this claw for dear life. He does not want to let this thing go. Lydia's trying to go big with the Purifier. Maybe a bit of an overkill right there. You're not going to be able to find the kill, and it looks like Daytel able to take her down. Gore tries to go big with the Annihilator. One to open things up, but you can't give away any lives right here. Still a minute and 30 to work with if you're Mont, and they find the kills once again. You've got to make the most of the operators, and Legacy still holding on to the claw, finally pops it, but shuts down and all down to Brixta and Zed.
What a critical error from 31er. God, man. Gonna be kicking themselves in a major way as these final kills only feel like a matter of time. Mont saved the day in round 4. They barely survived through all of the streaks, all the operators that were earned by 31er in round 2. And Brixta tries for the War Machine, but does not quite get it out in time to stop the progress. And Mont will take the series 2-1 up with a round 5 victory. And Bobby, he needs some physical therapy, mental therapy, spiritual therapy, the whole 9 yards. I know.
Did he know that he had the claw? Like the one round. The one round is like, it could be a good decision. It would have been a risky decision to use the claw. But you held it for the entirety of the last round as well, and you wait till all your lives have already disappeared and you've got no map control to finally pull it out. You don't get a single kill off of it. Oh, it hurts.
I don't know what the equivalent of 911 is in Poland, but we need to have it on speed dial for you, brother. Oh, it's tough, man. And it's odd to say, because doesn't this kind of feel, for the conversation of 31er, like when we've seen Mont play really good teams, they make the similar size of mistakes. Like, it just feels like there's this mental hurdle that comes into play for teams at different times. And man, I'll tell you, that one all came down to me and what happened in the middle of round 4, flat out.
I don't know. Even the operators that they called in at good times just did not get good value at all. And across the board, it seemed like very much panic plays. I mean, Gore, once again, phenomenal game out of him. 35-20. He's been cooking all day today. But crucial mistakes on multiple fronts end up costing 31er as the struggles for Brixta continue, going -8 in that one. And she's a player that's got to play a bigger role on that map.
Well, let's just say, has to continue to play at a high level as we move to Apocalypse now all of a sudden, where you're looking at Brixta and Lydia to try to open up space around Temple, in towards Ruins, things like that. You just cannot afford to only have your ARs locking things down in a map like Apocalypse. Sure, they can lock down a lane and control space for you, but when it comes to fighting for the hard points, very much so you look towards the SMGs to finesse and turn the tides over how the objective play goes. So let's jump on into it. Mont have yet to play this map so far through the group stage, whereas 31er have played it twice and lost it twice. But to be fair, they also played up against 117 and Animus on this map, so not an easy opponent nonetheless. 31er will spawn from the favored side. Mont setting themselves up for a nice little passive look again, and Etsy just continues to have like the buffet line of ARs at the ready.
That's not a setup that I've seen before on Apocalypse, and it does not pay off for Mont. they already started at disadvantage, and then you give up all the map control as well, and they get picked apart by 31er on the initial push. Players finally find a way to break on in. Gore shut down as well. And if you're 31er, obviously you'd like to be able to find this hard point time, but you still keep control of those temple spawns, and at the end of the day, that's the main thing you're looking for.
Great start here from Lydia, just kind of pinching the hard point time and time again. She gets the 4 in a row. Fahim should have just hit her out right there, but tried to help out by pinching the hard point from the jump up wall. Doesn't quite work out, and 31er will be in position as we start to look towards the rotation over towards Temple side. Follow-up kill from Brixta makes life a little bit more difficult for Mont, but it's only a mild inconvenience as they'll soak up the scrap, take a small lead, and now take their attention over towards Temple.
Nade from Zay. Not going to connect right there, so 31er maintain this position, but the ARs have got to go big. They already lose one. Gore with the opportunity to win one, but he's shut down as well. Spawn's not going to flip out quite yet, but Brixta shut down, and just like that, 31er have already given it up, but they're still spawning directly below. in a little bit of a weird group spawn. I don't know what's happening to get the spawns back in their control, and there's just no semblance of order to what's happening right here.
That's not bad from Fahim. He holds his life, but you're absolutely right. It's group spawns over towards Secret that allow Mont to just continue to spawn up with numbers, and they actually break this hard point from the front. Just as much as you and I were confused, 31 was also like, wait a second, are we not spawning in? Wait, are they not spawning in? Like, it was just utter chaos on the front side of the hard point that Mont eventually survived through. Zay's early purifier only takes one down post-mortem. Jay-Say still trying to hold the front door, and he will take down Gore. So the last effort for 31 to break for scrap gets pushed aside, and now we rotate over towards the balconies.
For the early advantage that they have, 31 definitely did not capitalize on that one. Zed's going to find one to open up a little bit of space on the bottom side. And Lydia making sure nobody's spawning behind. It looks like Mont going to look to drop down from above, and nobody on the objective right now. Lydia's got to get in there, does so. But right now, Fahim on the top side is going to be difficult to deal with, and Zayzay watching that ladder, so anybody that tries to make their way up has got to go through him. He's going to be able to slide through, finds one as Etsy makes his way onto the objective, and a very slow play out of Gore as he's looking to go big, but the claw's going to get shut down. Jay-Say seeing what he can find with the War Machine, but he drops as well.
Yeah, overall, that's a win for 31er. You shut down the play through TV. You also mitigate a couple of operators that could have very well finished off that hard point for Mont. So 31er right back into this game with that final break attempt. Zed looking to reinforce just in the final moments as Mont are starting to find some success in the kill feed, but he's taken down, and the hard point will largely go neutral here. Mont making the right route, hitting right through Henhouse, trying to get around the back. 31 are desperately trying to hold on and anchor these spawns while Brixton will open up the hard point, and Mont are finding kills around the back. Not good news here for 31er, but Gore, hold on. He's actually got a couple teammates who will still spawn with them.
Right now, Daytel is hitting a nasty wrap. I don't think Gore has made the read, and if he can deal with Zed, that should be spawn secured, and they don't make the proper plays just like that. Mont have broken the spawns. Wait. They haven't broken the spawns.
Legacy was behind the flank. He was flanking the flank. It's just longest route I've ever seen.
And then they lose spawns anyway.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm just going to stop looking at the spawns because neither team seems to have any ability to control them right now. Etsy's going to find two right here. Mont continue to move upwards. Zayzay hit by the flash, but Smoke's going to keep him safe for the time being. Gore pushes on through, but doesn't realize there's one directly behind. And that's the wave wiped out once again for Mont. Zayzay's now got streaks to work with. That should afford them even more room. Legacy finally able to break on in, but the nade's perfectly placed for Mont, and once again, do a good job of minimizing any time that 31 are find here, and more importantly, maintain those temple spawns.
Mont has done their homework, bro. For a team that has not played Apocalypse before, they must have been watching some old school Cold War footage because they are really doing a nice job of manipulating the end of that hard point, forcing 31 to spawn old, gives you a little bit of favor over towards new. There is a player who spawns up. It's Brixton who gets two from behind. A little bit of chaos that Mont have to try to deal with. And simultaneously, 31 are finding kills from the front, so hold the phone. 31 are digging back into this game. A lot of 1v1s on the backside of the hard point that Mont are eventually able to at least evenly trade. And with that, the status of the spawns go back to their name.
Brixa gets a little too busy looking for kills that she doesn't sit top temple to secure the spawns. And that means that Mont are able to secure them. And right now, Jay-Say can continue to just tap fire that War Machine. Nobody making their way through the side cabana right now, and he's got some streaks to work with himself. Brixa tries to get pushed up once again, shut down immediately.
Yeah, this has been really calm for Mont. Fred Missile will give the information out that there will be contact again over towards Daytel's direction, but he drops. So Legacy will gain control of the hop-up. Needs to hold his life here, though. And actually will push forward. Doesn't quite capitalize onto Etsy, and the follow-up from Daytel will eliminate the threat. So now Fahim can anchor. He's playing frontside palace stairs. Jay-Say also try to control window, and yep, Mont will open up this hard point with pretty much a picture-perfect setup.
Yeah, you're not forcing through the front time anytime soon. If you're 31er, they're going to have to try to hit a ramp right here. Gore looking to take some gunfights, but not in an advantageous position. And right now, Mont looking like they've got the setup to find a full 60. They now sit up 100 points. Etsy going to pop the claw. Zayzay a purifier. And none of the kills are going the way for 31 right now.
Dude, I thought this map was, or this hard point was tough to break in 4v4. You throw a fifth member on the map? Are you kidding me? This is gross. And Mont have played it literally perfectly. Over 200 points, 31er, looking like they're pretty much about 6 feet under at the moment. Fahim still finding kills on transition as well, and yeah, 31er are gonna get pressured here at Heli. They're gonna lose topside TV control. Daytel will drop, but the trade is in for him, and Mont already have the ability to contest new.
It's gonna take pretty much 3 straight full 60s for 31er to get back into this one. Fahim on the top side once again, making life miserable. He beams off Gore right there. And one more kill on the bottom side. Could lock it in, but Lydia doing her best to do the dirty work for her squad. Gets cleared out anyway. And Fahim pops the Annihilator as time after time. It's the Mont squad making the big plays. Zay, more streaks built right here. The Pred gives them the information. No kills to be found, but once again, players in position to find the rest of those kills, and Zed trying to make something happen from above. He drops to the trophy system, and that's about the cherry on top for Mont.
Bro, outside of a messy P4, Mont just put together a masterclass on this map. That is the best. I'm going to go ahead and say it. That's the best that we've seen Apocalypse played so far, flat out, in Europe. And that is in the face of Animus putting together a 250-77 win against this 31er squad. But that felt more like Mont had everything going their way outside of the 1P4 spawn setup, where I think they just got a little surprised that Legacy was flanking the flank around the back. Stuff like that happens. But in the back 30, for them to have the know-withal to move in towards window room, force the spawn trap, and then rotate to P2 side, absolutely beautiful. Chef's kiss. That's textbook Cold War gameplay right there.
Well, we get robbed of a game 5 by, I would say, the control. Very, very winnable.
Yeah, true.
For that 31er squad, and they just come up short, too many mistakes. And I think that's kind of been a theme for a lot of these bottom of the leaderboard players over here in Europe. Like, it's very, very obvious that they've got the gun skill, but those glaring mistakes on rotation, the call-ins on operators, definitely showing in a big way, especially when they're going up against each other.
At the end of that series, Mont improves now to 3-3, and as we take a look at the numbers, Zeze was off to such a hot start there. You got 27 out of Jay as well, and I have to say, when I'm looking at this Mont team, I was staring at the minimap. Daytel seems to understand the spawns, to understand the control positions better than anyone else in this lobby. I was really impressed with that play from that young man. On the other side, Brixta, best pistol in the game when it was on Meltdown. Didn't get anything going on in that game 3 control. If she has a slightly better game, we do get to see that search and destroy, Bob.
Yep, and this is one where I feel like it was an absolutely winnable match. Not just a map, but a winnable match for 31er. And like we said, it was a lot of ups and downs in the Meltdown S&D. It was a lot of ups and downs in the Crossroads Strike as well. And obviously a lot of potential there, but definitely a lot of VOD to be reviewed. Their hopes of making it in the playoffs of Stage 4 were already dashed anyway, but love seeing the effort out of this squad.
Good effort in your final 2 matches. They still have 1 to go, but right now we got to talk with the winner of this series. They get it done in 4 games. Jay, welcome to the show. How we feeling after that dub?
Hello, guys. We're feeling pretty good. We had some upside downs. That S&D went but I said, guys, we have to focus up. Good comps, go straight on it, and then we showed the results. It's 250 to 81.
You are the playmaker for this team. You have usually the most time on hardpoint, the most kills when it comes to that search and destroy, the first bloods on search and destroy, and also the most kills when it comes to that control round. What makes you the person that could actually lead this team into success, and what do you think is the reason why you're doing so well?
I think it's based on when you play OBJ, you have more time to watch over your players. Like if someone is low, you say, yo, you're low, chill out a little bit. Like I have more vision and I can kind of control the pace of the players on rotations and stuff. So that's what's helping me a lot on it. And I think everything is individual. Like sometimes I have good games, like S&D is really shaky the last couple days, but overall, I think we all performed well. Like I cannot say I did it on my own. Everyone put their effort. Everyone tried. Everyone did their best.
All right. Well, you guys are still in the conversation for making playoffs. But obviously, next week, you have a very tall task as your entryway into the playoffs is to take down Kings. What's your preparation going to look like this week to give yourselves the best chance at doing that?
Well, we're gonna vote a lot. We scream them a lot. I think they're top team, but I think if we're gonna have our A game, it might push to maybe game 5. Maybe it's. You never know. At this type of competition, like the team is now confident more. Like it was our first major for the majority of the players, so it was like still kind of like under the adrenaline and stuff. But like slowly we're starting to pick it up, and yeah, we're gonna see which we're gonna try our best.
Jay, speaking to that point, it's kind of an easy segue for me. You guys have had some really tight finishes across every single mode, not just in this series, but also against some of the top teams in previous matchups. The likelihood of that happening next week versus Kings is pretty high. Who is like the in-game general to kind of cool everyone down and make sure you guys are still keeping your composure when at times you guys are down as much as 80 to 100 points in some of the hard points and down 3 rounds in search and destroy?
Well, I think everyone, I am more the guy like who gets mad emotionally. Like I would say that my call-out's changing and it's like, it's Fahim, Metsu was like, yo, chill, you got this. Because when you play OBJ, you're under the pressure. And since I have to IGL as well, and if something doesn't work out, I'm shitting in the moment, but we slowly understand like we have to be more chill, I don't know, it's when you play OBJ, it's so much going on, and against the top teams, of course, you have to worry about not only get the heal and also win the gunfights against the top players. So yeah, I think overall we hype each other when our clutches on our kill chains and stuff, so we could just keeping it cool as possible.
Jay, I wanted to ask you one final question before we let you go. I'm trying to bring the drama into Call of Duty Mobile, and I'm setting up this final fight. Kings versus Mont. It's going to figure out who is going into the playoffs. Who is going to be the star 1v1 in that series to look out for?
Oh, it's... I think what is going to come down, it's like the OBJ-wise, because I know, like, Kings have good ARs, but I also confident in my 2 ARs. So it's gonna be more like how well the SMG is gonna perform around the hill and clear it and like polish it. And it's all about like who's gonna win the gunfights and gonna have the good rotations on ARs. I don't worry about like I worry about more SMG. The SMG is how we're gonna play. But overall, we're confident. We go there. We're gonna try our best. It's not like the stage 3 when I said, oh, we are against Kings. Now we're like, okay, we're against Kings. We understand what level of competition it is, and we're looking forward.
Continue to evolve, my friend. Great to watch you tonight. Congratulations on the W. We'll let you go join the team.
Thank you very much.
As Jay saying, we see Mont picking up the 3rd dub of the night. When we come back, we have the 4th and final battle here of EU's Day 6. Don't go anywhere. It's Kings. Panic when we come back. Welcome back, everybody. Call of Duty Mobile continues with the European region here in Stage 4 as we find out who is going to lock up the top 4 spots in our playoffs for Europe. And, of course, we'll be moving on to our Stage 5 $1 million tournament. I got Bobby Place, Beef Mommy, and I hold shift here in the venue, and we're gearing up for the final battle here of Day 6. Kings versus Panic. 3-2 versus 0-5. But Kings, they're in a tricky spot because they were considered one of the best teams entering this competition. Now with 2 losses, they have to play perfect, Bob.
Not just one of the best teams, they were widely considered the best team by a mile, and they have fallen much further than expected. To come into one of the final days and have their season actually on the line was not what any of us expected. So I'm curious to see what they're going to do. I mean, no question we think that they're going to take down Panic. It would take an absolute miracle for that to not happen, but they're definitely going to need to prove that they can dominate on this one to have some momentum going into that final matchup.
Is this a miracle? Show me the roster. Let's bring it up and show you what's going down. Because if I'm Panic, I've got nothing to lose here. Because King, they're going to be making some swaps potentially, Bobby. You were telling me the roles are going to change in this series. What are you looking for?
So I've heard that the change that is likely going to happen is Raid actually moving to AR and Inferno switching to SMG. Inferno being the IGL for the squad, they kind of want him in the middle of that mix to give more information to the rest of the players and see if maybe that can change the pace of the game, because they have slaying power across the board. It's just a question of if they're all setting each other up for success. Obviously, issues on the control, no question, but across the board, we know they're capable of winning on every single one of these modes. It's just an issue with execution.
Yeah, get it done today. That's what we want to see if you're a Kings fan. Get back on top of your game like you were in the previous stages. Let's talk about the opposition, though. Panic came in last night. They were able to pick up a map win. They were able to shake off the rust and get a little bit loose. And that's what we want to see again tonight, right, Beef Mommy?
Most definitely, because they did get their first map win yesterday. I mean, that is a W on my end, and particularly the reason why is because Afer performed. And now, a little bit maybe controversial on my end is I think Afer and Raid are kind of in the same boat where they create high impact kills for their team, but when worse comes to worse, their teammates not able to capitalize on those particular frags. So same case here for Panic. Everyone else needs to find a way to kind of just see Afer to capitalize on that Afer play.
All right, Afer a stud in his last matchup, especially in the search and destroy, but you can't lose full, right? This team already is a little bit rocky when it comes to the team, the mentality, the cohesion. So I feel like right now you just got to let your individual skills shine. But if you can find a duo, start to work with that, buddy. Make it happen throughout this series, because you know the teamwork's coming in from the other side of this match.
100%. I mean, the Kings, outside of a couple of losses, you know, I still think that they're playing as a really good co-centric squad. Whereas on the other side, Afer's already tweeted that he's a free agent. He still has 2 matches to play. So, and the thing about it is, you know, if Panic were just to step up a touch, I mean, Afer dropped, I think, 50+ kills in the last map yesterday for the loss.
The loss.
If he just gets a little bit of help, Panic has a chance to still play spoiler against a couple of teams. Yeah, they play Kings here. We don't like the odds of that. And then they play exclusive afterwards. Again, not exactly the greatest matchup ever, but they're in a position to spoil someone's playoffs right here in these last 2 matches of their group stage.
I want to see what Kings is bringing to the table with the role swap. That means the objective is going to be changed up quite a bit. It's time to figure things out. So let's find out what maps they're going to be playing on, Bobby. As we go to the picks and bans, it looks like Summit and Apocalypse are out. We're going to see some familiar maps once again here for the hard points.
Yeah, and Hacienda and Takeoff, both maps that are very heavily AR dominated. So it's going to be a big test if they do end up switching Raid over to that role, how well he's going to be able to do it. We see the search and destroy right there as well. That's exactly what Kings want with the Tunisia, so that one should be a shoo-in. But I think big question marks on the Hacienda and Takeoff if we do see that change.
And then we do see Raid coming in as that third controller here. Shift, do you like that for Kings? Is this a 3-0 laid out in front of us?
It needs to be, mostly off of one particular point. they hard veto standoff control, and they have looked pretty miserable on raid, considering the expectations were that they were going to dominate this map based on previous experience and, of course, the roster at large. They have not really shown us any moment where they've dominated raid control. They're going to need to as they try to extend their run in towards playoffs. But to answer your overall question, I have this going at most 4, but likely just 3 in favor of Kings.
All right, let's see how this one plays out. We got our maps and modes locked in. Our players are just about ready. Chat, give us your predictions. Final fight of day 6. Who do you got coming out on top, and what is the series score? If you want some bonus points, hop on Twitter. Follow us, ESL. Make sure you guys are following the mobile scene and getting involved. I want to find out who is going to drop 50 bomb today. Can't be Aether back-to-back days, right, Bobby?
I mean, it could be A for back-to-back days. He's going to have a lot of gunfights that he's got to take because I don't see his teammates doing a whole lot to stop them from getting through. So I don't anticipate we're going to see 50 bombs just because I don't think the hard point's going to go long enough for it to happen. But over on the flip side, I think obviously eyes on raid if he makes that switch, but with that being a newer role, probably going to be a little bit tougher for him to pick up as many kills.
All right, Pete, are we ready to go? Is it time to rock? I'm ready to lock in, and I hope you guys are at home. Let's send our casters over to the desk and get ready for the final fight of the day. And remember, hang around towards the end. We'll be talking with the winner, getting their thoughts before we head into the final matches next week.
You know, the other interesting point here is, again, we're kind of building this narrative towards the inevitable matchup that could determine our 4th team in playoffs, that being Kings, likely to win here, and then playing up against Mont. Mont just put a very huge exclamation point on what they're bringing to the table off that Apocalypse hardpoint, a map they've never played yet before. So in your mind, and I think maybe in my mind, I'm just kind of giving this to you, Kings need to dominate this series. If they struggle versus Panic, I start to sweat majorly for Kings into that final week.
And when it comes to that final week, and if things are going to be tied up, you're going to be counting those maps, whoever won it. So they need to win every single map and play perfect Call of Duty Mobile. Here, as we're starting things off, Hacienda, hardpoint. Right now, King's going to be on the left side of the map and Panic trying to get that control here in 2F. So far contested.
Yeah, lots of focus here for Panic just to get onto the fountain immediately. Aether, Yaya trying to scout things out around the bottom, but yeah, Kings just completely control windows, and then as soon as they get the kills they need against the ARs, they funnel into the hard point, and this is exactly what you're looking for Kings. From the favorite side of the map, they win the opening gunfights, they get onto the hard point, and it looks like it's going to be all aces here early for Kings through this first hill.
King's pretty good when it comes to that scaffolding, and when you just hop off there, you're gonna have really good sidelines when it comes to that right side of the map. But Panic able to take control here in P1, winning some of the gunfights here. You'll have player number 4 and 1 trying to go in there for the control here in 2F. So far, they are going to be winning those gunfights, essential gunfights for them to try and contest this spot, but they are going to leave it pretty open as the rotation for next is going to ensue.
Yeah, lots of focus here for Panic, and yeah, okay, brother. I mean, geez Louise. Just jumps in and starts shooting bodies immediately. And just to confirm, after the first couple of lives, Raid is pulling an AR, slow to move with it. Inferno is on the CBR for the time being. Panic trying to work their way through Trophy here. Good lobby control. One more member for King will spawn up, and with that, the rest of the team will get group spawns on top of him. But the break for Panic, nicely done here through Cut. And with that, a chance to try to set up a hold from the front just comes down to, do they get the read on where Kings are coming from? At the moment, it looks like Panic is in complete disarray. Not sure what they're looking at. Aether may have saved the day with the first couple of kills, but Raid on his break attempt, again, AR in hand, trying to get the job done with the LK, and, whoa, sure will. Well done, 3 kills for him, and Kings will get their break.
Onur is still alive, and he's the only hope right now for Panic to try and contest this spot. He played it pretty well. He backed off, and now trying to get water control. He does get those kills down, but with Panic, they're struggling when it comes to those gunfights. Perfect cross coming in from Kings right now. 17 seconds left on the clock, and Panic not gonna touch this point whatsoever. Not getting the scrap points that they need. Trying to rotate for next, but the one player from Kings already there.
Yeah, Panic did a decent job of making the early 30 seconds a bit messy for Kings, but ultimately did not get a full read of the spawn, so defaulting towards rotation gives Kings a 30-point advantage. Spy will actually have an opportunity here to get into 10. That would be a huge position to try to open up here. Waiting for his teammates to come on through. Pred missile not quite going to land as Panic just get into safety. Making their way off the patio. Yaya trying to make his way backside alley, but Spy there to meet him. And with other kills coming through for Kings, they will set up a break and a hold from the front.
Good break. Spy also with the War Machine. Cuts off that rotation from Spawn. He's going to be a good line of defense where everyone else from Panic needs to stop and wait for the War Machine to go expire. Spy, though, brings out that Hunter-Killer drone, takes down A for an essential player. Not just that, Predator Missile goes down for him, and he's been a playmaker in this hill.
Yeah, good patience here for Kings with their operators. In particular, like you mentioned, the spam from the War Machine is great, but even Grizz holding onto the Purifier up top towards Office makes life extra difficult for Panic trying to get their break, which they eventually do, but they call out a very late War Machine. I mean, everyone's already on rotation. Yaya gets one kill with this. Is not at all worthwhile. That kill onto Inferno will actually help Inferno, as he should spawn closer to the new hardpoint because of that elimination. And so with that, Kings will be up about 60 points. And there's going to be a little bit of a mess here early as Panic is split spawned. Kings are finding kills over towards Office side, so they will be able to kind of get an idea as far as where Panic's setup is going to be from.
And that War Machine could have been used to try and enter this side, and so far Panic not using the operators to their advantage. Kings with early setup, but then broken by Onur right now. Holger in hand, able to spam away and try to go and defend all by himself. He is able to do so. Not just that, everyone else from his team spamming on the left side of the map. Kings need to find a way to break through. Spy yet again. He's been phenomenal when it comes to the entries, but so far he goes down.
A little bit of a split focus. Afer trying to clear out with the Purifier. Doesn't quite lock down where exactly the Kings members are, but ultimately Panic still have a setup and a hold here. Onur really getting involved early. Slow start for him, but up to 15 kills. 15 seconds as well, still to fight for. Raid will use his last Sparrow Bolt to clear things off, and that should be a good amount of this back 15 seconds going the way of Kings. But Panic do chew into the lead pretty convincingly. Afer still contesting the last bit of scrap time, but Kings will still come out on top of the first set of hills, up right around 40 points as we head back over to P1.
The cross for Kings is just always so good. Last time we saw that, it was going to be that P2 defense, and now it's the same here. They're trying to cut a lot of those spaces and just really doing their duos really well. And now we do get to see that rotation finally pull through from Panic, and now it's just what's happening over here. There's no kind of touch whatsoever, no contest from Kings whatsoever.
Annihilator does get used by Slayer, but he was down low in secret halls for what felt like the entirety of the time and doesn't really find anything with that. Really slow start here for Panic's kind of focused AR alongside Onur. 79 plays 129. Kings very well done here around P1. IQ had a chance to at least contest a little bit, but the focus with 20 seconds remaining will be over towards lobby side, where Panic currently owns some control. Slayer's double allows a chance for Panic to not just kind of finesse the scrap time, but more importantly, they will be able to get a pretty aggressive setup here over towards P2.
Panic early setup already here for P2. Everyone else from their team, they're spawning off far. You see player number 2 from Panic, that's Yaya over into fences. Gonna be far, although winning that essential gunfight, he needs to find a way to speed things up and try to give that defense to his team as Kings fast when it comes to the pitch.
Grizz shakes off the flash, good help from his teammates to keep him alive. Hardpoint opens up and Grizz pops the Purifier, just feeling the pressure. Spy does the same with the War Machine, and that will be enough to clear out some of the space around the hardpoint. Panic trying to work from well side all the way deep through driveway. Patience as well from at least one member, that was Yaya from the front. He was trying to set up a bit of a pinch, but that gets shut down, and once again, Kings have full awareness on where this next Panic kit is coming from, but they do lose out on a couple of operators. Yaya's gonna pop the War Machine, try to get the break done. 30 seconds to fight for, but on the opposite side, the Claw is shredding and melting players. Tons of damage coming through, making life easy for Spy, and Panic's break attempt ultimately gets shut down.
That War Machine could have been so huge for Panic, but then does get shut down with Kings just so aware of what's happening in the map right now. Not just that, but also applying that pressure later on into that driveway control where everyone else from Panic just got taken out. Now Spy spots Onur, takes the longest ever Predator missile of his life, gaining that information down.
That will make life a bit easy on this rotation. Over 200 points go Kings, with numbers now focused on rotation. Slayer backside fence is really the only one who could try to be a deterrent towards this setup. Capron save for first couple of kills. That clears out patio side, but it's on to Slayer still to kind of get the kills around the hill and just not able to respond to Grizz. Capron's up top does still keep patio control in favor of Panic, and the follow-up eliminations will allow Panic to get into the hard point and try to get to 300 or to the 100-point mark.
Now Panic able to just put a toe into that next hill, but then player number 2 steps off just a little bit, making it into an open hardpoint. But Marvel going in there with an Annihilator gets shut down though, as everyone else from their team trying to get that top patio control. And player number 2, Yaya, still winning majority of the gunfights, finally shut down by Spy. Now speaking of, he does go down a little bit, so signs of flight from Panic so far here.
He's still spawning backside 10 though. EUR trying to put together a response, but it's Raid. Still with the Sparrow, he's been great with it pretty much all group stage long. Panic still in for now, but numbers are fading away in this last 10 seconds. Good pre-fire though from Cabronx. Does allow Panic to soak up the remainder of this scrap time. Kings trying to focus over towards Nude. They will be met by number 5 and EUR. And he should be overwhelmed here. I mean, he's got nowhere to go, and yeah, he will drop off. So the scrap time goes the way of Panic, but the rotation won by Kings. No operators at the ready though, outside of Cabronx, who is going to be way far away from this hill. So Kings are likely going to be feeling good about this first 15 seconds or so.
Just as you said, that Slayer gains an operator of his own. Could be a good way to actually use it. He does have the spot to actually play with that. He does go down though. The essential spot that they initially had now going to go down, and the flash coming in from Kings, doing an amazing job at stopping the push from Panic on the right side of the map.
Yeah, Kings are just doing such a nice job of manipulating the map flat out. Inferno, Spy, operators at the ready. Slayer does open things up though with the Annihilator. Gets 2 actually, so a chance for Panic to at least jump on and contest in the middle of the smoke. Follow-up kills though for Kings, again, just so darn convincing. They're just searching for one. It's EUR who tries to contest, but ultimately can only do so much. And with that, Kings looking good to put the map away, if not here, very shortly on the P1. They have the time to win it right here, right now, and that's why Grizz pops out the Purifier, saying no more nonsense. Let me just go ahead and just run right through you real quick. And Kings, yep, still looking real solid on the Hacienda. They took a good, easy, convincing win here.
Panic, on the other hand, for the side of EUR, he did not perform as well as we expected him to be. Either it might be a demoralized EUR that we're seeing right now at this point, but you get to see how much of an impact he actually has when it comes to these respawns.
It's just a tougher map for him. I mean, he drops 50 on, I think, Summit yesterday. Hacienda is not Summit.
Yeah.
So it's one of those things that I think it starts first and foremost with Slayer. It's just a really rough start for him. And as the Annihilator player, just did not really have a chance to do too much with his first, and which is a bit peculiar. I feel like more often than not, the Annihilator players are also some of your main ARs, but he's been running SMGs for this Panic squad. And even through, I mean, look at through the first set of hills, he's on 4 kills. So, I mean, a really slow start off the gate. Now, he did pick things back up, but it was at a point where Kings were already kind of building the patterns and trends and all of the right narratives to their direction. So, calm stuff for Kings, and it looks like for the moment, the role swap seems to be working out, although I wouldn't necessarily call this a true test towards how good the role swap between Raid and Inferno actually is.
I think what this is for Kings is just a testing ground later on for the playoffs. When they do go up against those top tier teams, 117 Not Found and Animus, they're trying to find a different approach, because so far up against those two teams, something is not clicking when it comes to their gameplay. So this is kind of like a prelude to what we're going to see later on into the playoffs. But now taking a look at what we have for S&D. Tunisia is going to be the name of the game, and where Kings, again, they do so well here. Very confident.
We also need to keep in mind, that's if Kings make playoffs. They're not guaranteed to make playoffs yet. We have to keep making that a mention. The only 2 teams that are locked right now are Animus and 117. There is still a possibility of a 3-way tiebreaker. So let's not get ahead of ourselves, count our chickens before they hatch, things of that nature. But Tunisia, like you mentioned, should be very comfortable for Kings. It's been one of their best search and destroy maps. And outside of the one map win that Panic have on search, where EUR was essentially doing it all himself, we're still waiting to see this group of 5 really kind of click and lock in together.
And when it comes to that S&D, you do need to find every single one of these players from Panic, just pick things up. You got Slayer looking very well in this game mode, but with their performance a while ago when it comes to that hardpoint Hacienda, it seems like he was very slow when it comes to the pace. But now we're going to start things off with Tunisia, where things can get really messy if you don't have that mid control.
See how things go. Who starts where? Looks like Kings will be on the offense to kick things off.
Got the bomb.
Panic defensively, going to a 2-1-2 split. Yaya actually hasn't moved yet out of spawn. Finally, he comes through. Opening snipe does land through mid-map. That's a wall bang onto Raid. Impressive pre-planning done by Slayer there. And so an early 5v4 comes through, and Kings kind of have to hit the brakes with not a lot of map control anywhere. They're hoping that Grizz can work something through mid. And Yaya is just underneath, caught with an 8 out. Slayer does follow up with another kill, and then saved by EUR. Panic find a huge advantage now into 5v2.
Beautiful crossfire by Panic right now in mid. Capron able to get that first as well. So Marvel all alone. Bomb down, and there's so much you can do. Marvel goes in there, wins those gunfights, gets the double. And now if you're Panic, you gotta hit the brakes just a tiny bit and not allow this man to get a 1v5 clutch.
Bomb will be in a collectible position here for Marvel. Of course, he's going to be stressed from here until the end of this round. Also has a rifle or an SMG right here in the corner if he wants it, but doesn't choose to pick up the Switchblade immediately. Finally, will grab it. Late flank from Slayer, trying to kind of change up the angle here for Marvel, who is going to get control of the site. I'll be honest, if he makes the decision to plan, it would be a hell of an effort, but instead he walks right into the double stack, little high-low setup for Panic. They finalize the kill, and with that, take the first round.
And like what we mentioned already, before this S&D started, you need to have that control in mid, and so far, Kings just putting that one player there, not able to win those gunfights, definitely was an essential win for Panic. And also coming in from that A side, that first pick definitely was going to be huge for Panic. And now going in there for a more aggressive approach through mid, as you see player number 3, Grizz, trying to go in there to get that information.
Yeah, big early aggression, but Afer, oh, should have been ready for it, but gets absolutely pooped on. Oh, man. That was the first half a clip shot out initially by Afer, and he still loses the gunfight. King's quick to get the plant behind this. Yaya's going to try to catch timing on this flank, but it's being watched. And as he drops, the only effort for Panic to try to retake is going to have to be either through mid-tunnel or around the back. And as Slayer drops, it becomes one-dimensional. Now it has to come through mid-cut. And there's just not a lot of opportunity to work with this, considering that there are 3 different guns up ready for this push.
Yeah, there's not a lot of options here if you're Panic, and if you're Onur. Trying to get that pick off, he does go down. Inferno gets that kill. And there you go, Inferno goes in there for 3 kills in this round. He has been a pretty good, I feel like, defense when it comes to just trying to stop those flanks coming in from Panic every single time. But now, a good kind of engagement. And that engagement from Grizz was the opener for them to go for Bravo.
Afer is going to have that one living in the back of his mind for the next handful of rounds. That is not a gunfight that you assume somebody who dropped 50 kills yesterday is going to lose very regularly. Grizz quick through, and Afer almost gets the better of Grizz, but no. Beat to the punch. Owner gets the trade, but not going to get anything more. A site taken by Kings, but Panic quick to contest. Yaya from the flank, able to take down one. Bomb still in hand for the side of Kings. Spy holding on to it. This would have to be a 1v3. Tries to push deep. Caprock's in a little bit of trouble here. Holds the angle, misses the first shot, and Spy has gained some space to work with a lot of time on the clock for this 1v2.
1 minute to play with. And now that info from that nade will give him if there are any kind of players there. And so far, he needs to clear out all the space he can get. And now mid is going to be in his presence by balcony. Looking like he's just waiting for that rotation off, but they're going to be rotating through mid instead, and this is going to be really bad for Spy because he's going to be met by these 2 players ready to go in there for the defense.
That slide may have given Panic a bit of a sound cue. First shot's in. Hold on a second. Spy has Yaya tagged up. Yaya will smoke his exit, or so Spy may think. Yaya still holding over towards mid-tunnel. Smoke will dissipate. Holds his ground. Spy thinking about re-wrapping back over, but now commits on in towards the B site. Tries to go for the plant. Yaya gives the shoulder check. Doesn't see it initially. Here's the challenge, and Yaya takes him down before Spy can get the gun back up. Panic up 2-1.
That was so smart from Yaya. Make him think that you're rotating, but you stay in the exact same spot. Wait for that audio cue, and that is a good situation to be in if you are Panic. And now we are seeing Panic having really good gameplay and 3-dimensional plays when it comes to this defense here in Tunisia.
5-man stack over towards B with Marvel sniping mid this time for Kings. Defense so focused on mid-map after Grizz's aggressive routes. So they'll only have Slayer nearby. Quick rotation from Onur. Trying to get over the backside, and Grizz actually does get taken down. Follow-up play from Spy. Good team shots come through, but the crossfire better set up for the defensive Panic. Raid does keep us even at a 3v3 overall, but the bomb is down in a pretty precarious spot. And Kings are going to have to play recovery here if they want to have a chance at trying to find this B site still to their name.
The pace of Panic right now is so good. They're replying so fast when it comes to those comms, and Bomb is going to be down in a bad spot. Again, look at play number 2. Yaya has been so good when it comes to the flank, but Marvel gets the beautiful nade kill, and it's all up to that one player trying to go in for those kills. Onur gets those with a Holger, and now you're still waiting for Yaya, but also Inferno always there for the flank. Watch And now still bomb down, 55 seconds left on the clock. And for Kings, they still have some time to play with.
Good isolation on the back. EUR misses a chance, picking up the sniper rifle from his fallen comrade. And Kings in the 2v1 Inferno. Goodness, 5 kills early as we tie ourselves up at 2. And Panic, they've done well to keep themselves into this map at the moment. But the proactivity for Kings is forcing a lot of gut check reactions from Panic, and that's something that would need to change, you would think, if Panic want to take control of this map.
I mean, when it comes to that presence of mind of Inferno right there to flank watch in that time, it was definitely on his side. And now Kings try to go in there for that alpha push, that information down. Yeah, cooks the nade perfectly. Grizz goes down. And now they're still trying to go in there for the commit. Inferno, no one in his scope. And so far, the player number 2, Yaya's going to be in a little bit of a pickle if he does go in there for the chow.
Space here for Raid to work with. He gets deep into the A site corners. Panic, gonna send one player in a long route, that's Slayer. Everybody else is stacked up looking and maybe even just waiting for this flank before they commit in through the main defensive archways. Watching the flank deep is Inferno, because of course he is, and he does pick up Slayer. Now the focus can go immediately towards the front. Yep, then Raid in that cheeky corner. Pays off. Afer trying to get across. He's been scouted out. Raid gets the kill. Last one's left now. All of a sudden, our Bronx and Ono are 2v2 situation, but there's just no re-entry into the site. And Kings clean on the post plant. Hold 3-2 up.
And now for Panic, it's like you had that information that Raid was going to be there on that left side by boxes and just trying to go and peek. But again, they were in definite need of some time because the time was just not on their side. And now Kings looking like that A push, definitely a little bit more comfortable on there. And even though that Panic had that first blood, Afer going to be in a little bit of trouble here as he is going to be pushed by 2 players.
Double stack over towards Archways, getting naded heavily, and yeah, Panic just not comfortable at all. Afer gets forced into the site, essentially into no man's land. The only thing that goes wrong here for Kings is Grizz's aggressiveness does get stifled. So we go to a 4v3, retake, try to get on the way. Yaya finds a clean opener, stays alive, and slides back off the regen. Same process, Onur actually find another deep kill onto Inferno. So this post-plant hold comes by way of Marvel and Spy on opposite angles. Slayer trying to hunt them out. Opening trade comes through. Now it's just down to Spy. This would technically be a 1v3, but Slayer shuts him down to the double stack, and with that, we'll have a 3-3 half.
Patience from Panic pays off, and I like how they're actually peeking their angles and knowing very well when to pre-fire. And it really was Yaya's kill there that just opened that space up for them, and Onur just being so good when it comes to those angles really is paying off for them so far. Now we're evened up when it comes to the points, and now if you're Kings, we're gonna finally flip things around and see what you can do when it comes to this defense.
Another 2-1-2 split aggression, though, from Grizz. Deep already in towards mid. He is past the line of Yaya's nades. And does Yaya expect this? He drops right on top of him, but Grizz still wins the gunfight. Follow-up just to make sure there's no extra pushes from Panic, but no one else is home through mid. And Panic right now are actually really heavily stuck. Back in front of the B site, they desperately need to pick somewhere.
And now for Kings, they are so good when it comes to their defensive setup. They even pushed as far back into player number 5. That's Spy. He's already trying to go in there for that flank, or even if Panic tries to go in there for that A rotation instead. And now they are going to be committing into this Bravo site. That information from Ray definitely going to be there, as he is going to expect a full flush of praise from Panic.
And if you're Spy, you have to wait for this execute to start and then make your play. Raid, this head glitch in the staircase, gets one. Here comes that long flank around the back as Grizz gets one. Eventually traded up by the boxing gloves of Afer. Inferno trying to hold from the front, but Spy's flank makes good on the timing. Last one left is Onur, and he has kind of snuck and passed, but no, Marvel will scout him out, and Kings again. That's a tight map by score, but you could feel that Kings are getting their playbook going, and Panic are really only playing reactionary.
And now for Grizz, he is basically the person that is first line of contact for Kings right now. If he wins the initial gunfight, it's usually Kings winning that round. And so far, it's going to be Yaya versus Grizz every single time. And now that is going to be a fast push off of B.
Thing is, Spy has already pushed through the A site, so it really just comes down to, can Kings stop this play from successfully getting a plan? They should have a couple of nades left, but the focus from Panic is all about trying to win the backside of this bomb site. Grizz getting one. Trade's good, though. All of a sudden, here comes Spy, but no, shut down on the flank. Slayer gets the pick, and with it, everything rests with Grizz. This would be a 1v3. Bomb should surely be planted.
Now rotating into the backside of the map. He does have a Fennec to play with, so he needs to keep things close. Everyone else from Panic, on the other hand, on the right of the map, as the post plant is going to be favored onto the top side. And now he's going to be stuck. He does not have the gunfight to go in there for those long-range engagements. Instead, with 30 seconds left on the clock, try to go in through mid instead.
Yeah, this is not going to feel any better, though, I'll tell you that much, and that's why. Everyone's watching an angle. Panic make good on it. Oh, okay. Little tempo change from Panic. Full forced hit over towards B. Works out nicely for them. And again, good awareness on the backside, making sure that Spy doesn't hit a quick timing on the flank. So everything works out for Panic, and that's really the first convincing round we've seen for them to this point. But what's next? Grizz has tried to play around a couple of different items through mid. He's once again going to just kind of walk forward, and goodness, Kings have no fear in terms of these flanks. Number 3 in yellow around the back. Grizz is going to completely surprise Panic. He gets 3. Wow.
I mean, if you're Panic, you always have to deal with Grizz. You know every single round that he'll be in mid, and that slow push from Panic, just because of Kings just showing their presence in through Bravo is going to be hard. Yaya, on the other hand, just peeks at him, gives him a box of gloves in the face, and what a disrespect that we're seeing here. He does get spotted, though, but he is going to be trapped at this point.
Grenade. Open for a nade to bounce and connect. Will not. Smoke, once again, creates a little bit of doubt here as far as has he rotated, has he not? And he's actually going to blind peek in through mid. Could work out, but Spy's watching it. Doesn't quite finish his food, but Yaya's stuck with really nowhere to go, and Inferno will finish him off. So just as convincing as Panic was in the round previous, Kings put together a response of their own. And yeah, mid-map has been a major issue so far, and they've tried to throw Yaya in the midst to try to match and try to keep Grizz back, but Grizz flat out has just beat the timings. And that's something that Panic need to kind of hit the brakes, maybe even double shell mid just to make sure Grizz doesn't get into your backline immediately. And yep, that's exactly what they do. 3 members watching mid. Grizz gets taken down, perfectly adjusted. But now Spy through the smoke. Oh no.
Gosh.
He can blow up the play just as much as Grizz did last time around. The thing is, he doesn't know that everyone's right in front of him, but he's about to find out.
They're stuck here in mid. There is no way why you're just staying put like that. Spy gets 1, gets 2,
annoying.
but Onur shuts him down, but that ruins the play that could have been so good for Panic. Too slow to rotate. At the same time, no flank watch instead, and that is such good differences when it comes to these two teams right now.
Yaya's got to be kicking himself, because that's a couple of rounds that he's been beat just by players walking through smoke. That's not a discredit to Yaya. You just don't expect that to happen. So he'll try to come around the back. Marvel's watching it, though. No worries there. Kings will put themselves on map point.
Ready up.
And I think if you're Panic, you're going to be sitting here like, what else do we have to do? Like, we got to put up like a spike strip or something to stop these guys from running through our midline.
They got to put a wall, an actual wall right there, because right now, Kings are just disrespecting the smoke of Panic, and you gotta think, right? Yeah, they're probably gonna stay back because we see smoke, but nope, Kings are just not gonna do that. They will just definitely display that confidence. Raid pushes really aggressively, gets that pick off, and now the smoke again pops there.
The thing that's really cool about this, if you're just to watch the minimap, is like Grizz tries to get forward, he gets contact, he backs off, and as soon as he backs off, Raid pushes forward. It's just this poke and prod, a little ebb and flow of one player hits on one side, as soon as he backs off, somebody hits on the other. Also helped that Marvel cleared out Wine with an opening snipe. It's just, wow. The thing about it is this is a very beatable setup for Kings. It's just Panic cannot find good contact through mid. And now they're stuck in a 3v5.
And now the more that Kings are being given any kind of information whatsoever, and time, King Inferno, speaking of, gets that time. Nade cooked perfectly, pistol in hand, brings it down into a 1v5. There is no way, and they're so good when it comes to map manipulation. Not just here in S&D, but also in the Hacienda hardpoint.
That's so freaking annoying. Flat out. That is one of the most annoying Tunisia defenses I think I've seen yet through this group stage. Unbelievably pestering are these SMGs. It didn't help that Afer was not winning gunfights early on when they were on the defense, so it just continued to build confidence for both Grizz and Spy to try to play through mid-map time and time again. And the post-plant setups were largely good as well for Kings. I will say on the offensive side, when they were finding success on the plant, very rarely did they drop until we got to like 1v1s, 2v2s, things of that nature. So as far as the playbook is concerned, Kings is in a position to where they've got a lot going for them, especially from the defensive side. That variability through middle is very hard to predict. And it's not a given. That's the thing. It's like Grizz makes contact, doesn't like it, he backs up, and then you just have a good default defense around this. So, I mean, it kind of creates these layers that Panic just did not have an answer for.
And missed opportunities coming in from Panic. They're creating their space in through mid, they get rid of Grizz, and they're just staying there. That allows Spy to go into the back through the smoke, and it's just gonna be so hard up against a team like Kings where they're just on it every single time. Also knowing that they're on a redemption arc at this point.
Very true. Have to show us something convincing here before we inevitably, it looks like, get to a win or go home situation between Kings and Mont next week. We're not there yet, though. Raid for the control coming up, and this is not necessarily comfortable ground for Kings based on how we've seen them play it over the course of the 2 times that they have seen themselves load into a raid control. So this would be a good confidence builder, pending, of course, that you could come out on top of this map. Otherwise, again, it just feels like King's control map pool is just very, very, very vulnerable at the moment.
Especially with Raid being played and just getting the best out of them from exclusive, from 117 not found, and this is a way they can finally get their confidence back in this map. Capron trying to get that mid-map control. So far going to be dealt with 1 player, but they are going to be winning that gunfight through mid, and that will allow that 1 more player in the line of defense for Panic.
I like this from Kings. Not a lot of pressure towards A, so you just re-hit over through poolside stairs, control mid, and let any lingering offensive players just kind of be vulnerable through pillar side, although Panic do follow up with a couple of nice gunfights both around ring and, more importantly, in through mid. Owner just spamming through smoke. That will work out. Inferno trying to finesse, but denied, and the first tick of progress is locked. Panic have a 4-life lead and a stack on B. Kings need to back off and give this away because they do also have Yaya deep over through basketball, and that's not where you want him to be with potential to threaten some spawn kills.
This is a good setup from Panic, and Yaya just pushed up right there through spawn, gets that kill, and also Onur winning his first gunfights, just allow him to get that hunter-killer drone, to just get that information, get those kills down. But now we are at an 18 and 22, and Panic looking pretty comfortable right now in the mid-map, winning a lot of the engagements here so far.
Only player that kind of slips the net is Grizz. Tough gunfight with Afer. Oh boy, surely not. Surely not. And no, Marvel will put that 1v1 to rest. Respect the 1v1. Panic now making some moves over through poolside. Lingering and waiting is Capron, trying to make his way around the back through Laundry. Kings are aware of this at the moment. Inferno's watching it, but as members start to fall defensively around the A zone, he's going to have to either play forward or come back to the zone itself. Grizz saves the day with a couple of kills through mid-map. And simultaneously, Spy was possessing over through Tiki, but a couple of trades come out, and all of a sudden, Panic have win condition built off the fact that it's a minute 27 on the clock and a 3-life lead, with exit kills still coming through as they make their way out of bedroom.
And now 2 players from now, Panic, going into that kitchen route, also winning their gunfights as well. Player number 4, Inferno, goes big with 3 kills, just allowing Panic to push back just a tiny bit, and that could have been the game-winning, round-winning kills, rather, coming in from Panic, but Grizz finally goes down. But here we go. Kings are actually slowly picking the pace up.
Yeah, they're getting right back into the life count. 56 seconds on the clock. Capron considering playing in towards kitchen. This is a solo chow, though. Where's the help? Just wait for somebody. Double chow this. Spam shots come out. A little bit of noise created. Yaya's flank does get shut down, so we keep this at a 1-life differential. And the clock is going to become more of an issue little by little here for Panic, who are still just waiting for contact at mid. And Kings have no reason to chow this, and very wisely, they will wait until Panic make the first move. And there it is, but Marvel up close takes down Afer. And Panic have to go back to the drawing board with only 25 seconds on the clock.
I love the patience right now from Kings. They're not going to be peeking anything. And now for play number 3 from Kings as well, trying to go in there for that flank. Watch play number 5 from Kings. Spy gets those kills down. No, he actually doesn't. He still loses that gunfight, but also 9 seconds on the clock, and everyone else from Panic needs to step in. Why go for a flank where you could have gone through kitchen anyway?
Well, this is all down to number 1. Marvel just has to hold his life. There's no one on the zone. Bro, you have got to be kidding me.
Ready for the next round.
Panic had operators at the ready, 25 seconds on the clock, no one wanted to move at mid, and you start to find kills. Call out one operator, win some part of the map, and get on the frickin' zone. Oh, what a mistake that is.
He had the life advantage too. Marvel gets that first pick, and now, yeah, tries to win that gunfight in through mid, but what a way to lose that round where you had every kind of advantage to win it. And now Grizz with a Purifier just having a frenzy here, able to go in there for that spawn trap. And man, it's just gonna steamroll out of control at this point.
Yep, Inferno's now right there with the claw. Oh, man.
Oh man, 3 kills for Grizz right now, pretty up in hand, and that just allows them to just get so much utility out of the closet. Marvel gets the Annihilator as well. He's getting those kills, but Slayer shuts him down.
Do we have any ibuprofen in the studio? Because, oh my goodness. 22 plays 12. King's looking pretty much guaranteed to pull this second round. Slayer's going to try to fight back with the Annihilator. But once again, he's kind of in tight spaces, trying to finesse kills through kitchen, which, to be fair, he does attribute to. King's behind the cover of smoke, and with a little bit of support from Spies, War Machine will make their way on to A. Slayer still operating with the Annihilator, only has 1 shot left. And the kills are starting to come through here for Panic. They're not out of this round yet, but there's still a lot of work to be done.
Essential play is going to be won right now by King Spy, and the fact that he was able to cut rotation in through mid-map. And now they only have to worry about that one player. That's going to be Slayer. Trying to get those kills down, but unfortunately he will be dealt with by Raid, and so far still solid for Kings. Second tick of progress down, 16 lives for them, and 2 left for Panic, and this is just not going to work out for them. That early setup from Kings is just so good.
And the thing about it is, like, this is a round where Kings just got so much value from Grizz to start things off. The Purifier, followed up with Inferno's Claw. But this should be a 1-1 game right now.
Ready for the next round.
And if that would be the case, you don't really lose much composure if you're Panic on dropping that second round. But now all of a sudden you're down 0-2. You go back to the offensive side, where your biggest participant so far has been Slayer, who's coming out of spawn with looked to be a sniper rifle, likely the Locust. And the opening idea here for Panic is we're going to hit mid and then flip back over to B. Smoke will allow Grizz to take an early round. Good pillar control coming through, and he's not done yet. Raid able to clear things out with the Sparrow. Allows Grizz to continue on his merry way, and the SMGs for Kings have now dominated the map.
This has been a really good start for Kings. I mean, that mid-map control through pillars, and also that one player, Marvel, going in for that Zig control, definitely gonna give that life advantage to Kings. Oh, Nor, though, trying to equalize everything. Spy tries to get that information down. Will probably get this last player from Panic that will try to go and push through poolside. And now Panic can't even cross the map with how dominant Kings have been. So far, though, that Alpha Hill is going to be left wide open. But with Panic, they don't know that.
The thing about it, too, is Kings fully stacked at Zig could just hit through pool stairs, get him off the zone really quickly with just an easy flank. And, well, they're going to even push through in towards Garage. So Kings are feeling themselves. Spy getting to work with the War Machine again. Looks like we're going to have ourselves a 3-0 here. But, boy, I'll tell you. Just when you think Panic can't surprise us anymore, they surprise us
How
more.
is he alive? I have so many questions. How is that kid still alive? Does he have armor right now? Are we playing BR, kinetic armor in hand? But there you go, Grizz goes in there with a Purifier, trying to go in yet again for that spawn trap. He's in a really good spot, but 3-0 right now for Kings, and it could have easily been a close matchup, but that was a demoralizing round number 1. 3-0 victory for the Kings, and we need help here in the studio. Dr. Phil, Oprah, anybody?
This Panic team gives me, it raises my blood pressure too much, flat out.
You're doing this two games in a row, man.
Wild scenes, man. Wild scenes. But for Kings, at least you were able to kind of clean up a 3-0 here, as I think the expectation was largely across the community. Some moments of like, ooh, maybe there's a chance here for Panic, but ultimately speaking, pretty much calm and collected from start to finish for Kings. I think it all starts at the Hacienda. They looked really calm and controlled throughout the majority of it, forced Panic into some really tough spots. The Search and Destroy, even though it was a 7-4, I still give a lot of credit to Kings for being the proactive team, and Tunisia forcing Panic to have to put together responses, which they just were not able to convincingly do. And then here on the control, I mean, outside of round number 1, pretty much steamroll. I can't wait to hear Bobby's thoughts on that round 1 control.
Yo, you actually read my mind. Bobby, get into this conversation. Talk to us about that round number 1. You saw it in that third-person perspective. How was it for you?
Cringe.
Oh,
sorry, Bob, you go.
Oh, it was really good. You know, I think priority number one in that situation is to play for KD, and they did it really well.
That's not really what you're supposed to do, but here are the numbers at the end. Still in single digits, Raid gets the win anyway as Grizz pops off with 26 kills in that game 3. On the other side, no one best 14 kills coming out of Slayer. This was a one-sided affair in that game 3.
I don't know where Afer went. 7 and 22 right there. He did flip the stat lines that he was dropping last night. So obviously talent there, but consistency absolutely not. And for Kings to take care of business the way they did with 2 players in brand new roles, obviously probably no practice on that given that it's coming off the back of what happened last night. Definitely not a bad performance out of either of those players making the switch.
All right, I don't think we have to break down this series too much, but I am excited to talk with our winners. And tonight, for the first time, I get a chance to talk with one of the coaches here from EU representing Kings. We got the man Zim joining us live on the line. Zim, how do you feel about your team's performance tonight?
I think it was serviceable enough to win, but that seems terrible. So we should do that, you know.
All right. So tell me what's going on between now and July 22nd. You have a little bit of a break before your next round of matches. What will you be working on in particular?
Well, Mont is a really good team. They're coming up. They're like the EUE of last year, where they're that new talents, and we play them quite a bit, so we're very familiar with them. I think that we're just going to do what we normally do. We play them a lot, so we have a good sample size of the maps that they like to play and stuff like this. We want to get our vetoes in line, and really our goal right now is just to make it through the group stage. We're going to have that kind of gap in between playoffs, and then we have a total reevaluation of everything that we want to do, not only starting this next week, but in that gap between the group stage and the playoffs. So we have a lot of work to do. We're really incomplete right now, and we're trying to figure out some different identity stuff. But we should be in strong form come playoff time.
Very self-aware. I love those calls. Bob, what's your question for the coach?
Obviously, we saw that major change for you guys tonight with Raid switching to AR and Inferno over on the SMG. How'd you feel those changes went, and is that something you guys are going to continue pursuing as you get ready for your match against Mont next week?
It's something that we're going to try. Again, I don't think that it's something we can get a good sample size of, like whether or not it's a good or bad thing, because Panic is, you know, not a very strong team right now in the tournament. But we're going to keep trying it throughout the next course of this week upcoming and see how that goes. It might be enticing, it might not be. So we'll just kind of see what's up.
All right.
I love that. I like the kind of mid-season, post-late season adjustments that you guys have done, like what Bobby already mentioned, putting Raid on that AR. Are there any kind of adjustments that you guys are planning for that Mont and possibly for that playoffs one if you do reach that spot? What other kind of adjustments are you guys trying to go through right now?
I'm pretty sure we're already qualified. We looked at the map sets and the tiebreakers and all of that. We just had to win this series. I think we're in. So at the very least, we'll be the 3 seed, and that'll lock us in against Animus at the at the best. We could potentially maybe have a 4 seed thing, but like we don't give a shit who we play. We'll play 117. We'll play Animus. It'll be okay. Our vetoes will be in line. But for the next series, as far as the changes and things, like I said, we have a sample size, so we'll look at the vetoes and we'll prepare for them the same way, and then we'll just kind of go about it the rest of the group stage.
Zim, I got to go from one raid to the other, brother. The raid control today, obviously a little bit better. I mean, you guys got gifted round number 1. But if you guys are hard vetoing out standoff, where do you feel like the issues are with control? Because that seems to be kind of the Achilles heel for you guys so far against the top teams.
I think we have a couple deficiencies. We're kind of like, you ever watch National Geographic and the lions kind of bleeding and the hyenas are kind of nipping at the weaknesses? Like we have a couple maps right now that we've shown that are just not very strong right now. And we need to go back and, like I said, throughout the group stage, reevaluate. But again, we know right now what the weaknesses are, but we feel serviceable enough to make it through group stage playing in those while we're working on it so that we're not kind of working on too much on stream and going into playoffs with other things that, you know, might be a little bit better. But I mean, Summit seems like a weakness today. We banned it. We're going to keep getting better at that. And the raid control, quite honestly, we do have some reevaluating to do because not too long ago we were feeling good on it. And lately, we're being challenged in ways that we quite honestly shouldn't be. So role-wise, we're going to have to see if raid on an AR is something that we want to do, but right now it's about figuring out our pace, figuring out the different timings of our routes and things like this, and we'll have some work to do.
Can you please figure out your freaking smoke detector too, bro?
I have to as well, man.
So much love to Zim, and as Lion King has taught us all, everyone hates hyenas, and we all cheer for lions. So best of luck moving forward. We're excited to see you in your next match.
Thank you, Puckett.
That's Zim, coach of Kings, and they get their win tonight, and they feel comfortable that they will be in the playoffs. We still have another series, though, for all of our teams, and to catch you up with what's going on, well, let's take a look at some of the awesome graphics from our Snapdragon Pro Series fam. Call of Duty Mobile has been kicking off over the last week here, North America earlier. Now we got Europe, and at the end of today, Bob, we got to take a look at the leaderboard here. 2 teams at the top. Everyone else chasing after them, but I think we have our top 4 mostly solidified.
Yeah, obviously right now Kings move up to 4-2. I think our assumption was that tiebreakers for playoffs were going to come down to head-to-head, but based on what Zim said right there, makes me think that it may actually come down to map count first rather than the head-to-head matchup, which is the reason that they're guaranteed the spot over Mont, even if they were to lose that head-to-head. Obviously, exclusive still yet to play. Kind of the assumption that they're going to be going up against Panic should be a guaranteed win. If it is, in fact, the case that it all comes down to the overall map count, then I think we've got all of our top 4 locked in.
Yeah, I guess it just depends on if is it overall map count or is it head-to-head map count. You know, I don't get paid to make that job. I just work here. So.
Just to tell the
We'll get an answer for you all at the end of this series, but big shout out to everyone working behind the scenes, and of course big shout out to everyone who has been tuning in all day long. Let's take a look at our scores on the day. I expected 3-0s galore. We got it from King at the end, but 31er took a map off of Mont, and you saw a map go to exclusive as they caused some issues for Animus, showing some chinks in their armor. Let's take a look though at what is coming up here moving forward, because we still have a day left for NA and EU, and as we get to that final game day on July 22nd, exclusive team to watch for you? Are you looking at Kings to try and continue to improve? What's on your watch list here?
I'm not really too pressed about exclusive because they're playing up against Panic, but we're going to get a battle for the 1 seed, which is going to have everyone's attention. And again, figuring that Zim is correct, which I will give him the assumption that he is, I still think that Mont versus Kings game could be a really, really good one. So I'm pumped for the 1st and 3rd matchup. The other ones are kind of for pride and for placement overall, since exclusive. If Kings have gotten in, it would also mean that exclusive, I believe, has also going to confirm their spot since they hold the head-to-head tiebreaker versus Mont. So yeah, it's really just kind of for placement and final prize points on the cash leaderboard for the rest of those squads.
All right, well, gentlemen, lady, thank you so much for making this week a blast. We are going to take a few days off. We're going to Prague, and we'll see you all in 4 days for more NA. This was Call of Duty Mobile. We hope you all enjoyed the show, and we'll be back with more in just a few days. So drop that follow, subscribe right now, and lock in. We'll see you then.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, and Monster Energy.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first. Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we're playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what is meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we're playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first. Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Love.